Hey guys, how's it going? Just figured we'd continue our Fire Emblem, I believe this is Golden Wildfire playthrough. We sided with Claude's house this time, just because last time in Three Houses I sided with Adagord's house the first time, even though we ended up going church route in accident. I feel like a lot of people actually really did do that their first time through Three Houses. I don't know if that's just me, but like I was saying towards the end of the stream, I just did a couple levels grinding. I realized afterwards, while I was just doing some stuff in the Discord with some friends, it's kind of hard to grind this early in the game, just because even though I repeated some of the old stages, we do have the issue of the highest level stage outside of this story one was like level 14. But hopefully that'll make the rest of the story just a little bit smoother. A lot of these stages were taking a really long time. Let's get into the story. Ferdinand kind of forced, I can't remember, I think his name's Lorenzo's family to surrender. We lost the bridge, but, oh, okay. We hadn't seen Bernadetta yet. Yeah, we're slowly just kind of trying to help the Alliance fend off the war with the Empire, but we've lost so many of the houses, kind of crazy. But, it's weird seeing so many of these characters for the first time just on the opposite side. Because, again, the house we're fighting right now, regardless of the church rite or not, minus like Hubert and Edelgard themselves, was the people that stuck with us towards the end of our first Three Houses playthrough. But I've done all the past in Three Houses, so nothing too crazy. Hmm. Yeah. I've heard that Rhea is playable. Like I said, I mean, I've mentioned this before, but I've looked up almost nothing on this game before. Except for like a short playable list that I don't even know if was fully fleshed out because it came out like before the game released. Because I was curious. But I'm still just a little iffy on whether or not that's right. I mean, I'm thinking surely there's an opportunity to recruit Byleth at some point. But like, it didn't have like Catherine on it, and I'd be super surprised. We haven't even seen Catherine. But the fact that we had Shamir from so early on, and those two generally come as a duo in Three Houses, I'm just genuinely surprised that we haven't seen her yet. But we haven't done too much involving the church. Apparently the church is with the kingdom right now, minus Shamir. That's at least where we know like Rhea and them are. So I have a feeling that's maybe where she was. But in that short scene where it was mentioned, we didn't actually see Catherine. So there's a lot of stuff about it that I'm still just a little bit iffy on. But the problem is, as much as I've been enjoying this game, I don't know if Three Hopes would make a lot of sense to people who haven't played Three Houses. Because like it skips instantly into like the time skip. It was like chapter 4 max, I think it was, if not 3. It was 3 or 4 that we went time skip. And that's like a solid third, if not half of the story in Three Houses before time skip. And what's weird to me too is, minus Shez, who, is like this purple hood character that we just named after ourselves. All these characters don't actually look exactly like they did post time skip. Dimitri's one of the biggest examples I would say. I don't know if they wanted to take like an artistic change or what. But Dimitri looks drastically different. It was a 2-year quote-unquote time skip, which is what I thought it was when Byleth was unconscious upon gaining like their powers and stuff. Or something. I think that was what surrounded the time skip. So Byleth, I mean, didn't change a whole lot. Some of the characters didn't change a whole lot. But like I was saying, some of them did. Dimitri's the most noticeable. Edelgard doesn't look quite like she does in time skip either, honestly, but let's see. Defeat Ferdinand, Judith can't be routed, or the port town checkpoint. Okay. So, let me make sure. So, persuade Balthus. Okay, so they just sprinkled the DLC characters, I think, into the game. Because Balthus, I'm pretty sure, is one of the... I can't remember their names, but one of the 4 DLC characters. I know there's Happy. There's... I think her name's Constance. There's... Is his name Yuri? I know he has purple hair, and then there's Balthus. I'm trying slowly to remember everyone, but... Aside from that, from what I've seen is we do need a full clear every area just to make sure that we do have the opportunity to persuade everyone. The issue is I don't know, what other of these are important, if any of them actually affect it. Like last time, I thought we might have accidentally killed Gaspar because we only had the option to persuade Linhart, who is with us. But we also encountered Gaspar and Ferdinand at the very end. And Gaspar ended up retreating. Ferdinand's obviously we hadn't really fought yet. So, let's see. Lensbreaker ability. Let's try that. Decrease the durability of all enemy strongholds. We'll do some defensive power maybe here. And then we'll decrease the durability. We have a bit more... We have like 40 strategy points there instead of 30 like we did the first battle. But here I did, like I said, I leveled up our 4 mains a little bit more. All of them are at least level 20. And then, yeah, Lysithia, where is... Oh, here we go. I think, I always thought it was super cool that we had Claude as a, oh, you know what, I just realized circles probably are units. So we're running with Lysithia, there we go. Unless, if I run in here with the wrong units, I'm just gonna restart. I swear I thought it was circle that we actually control, but it seems weird that we'd have 3 units to control, but 4 that we don't. That's not really something that I've seen a whole lot in the Warriors games. But we leveled up a few of our other, you know, extra units just in case as well. So we had some other people to work with. We have a lot of support conversation to go through. I don't actually think the support conversations make a huge difference. I think it just affects things like your dual attack and such charging up faster from what I remember reading. So, I figured we'd just do a couple here and there. Because it's mostly just the main squad that we got those a little bit early on. Which makes sense, you know? Just because that's who we were grinding up a few levels on. But we only ended up gaining like 3 or 4 levels. I grinded for like an hour, hour and a half, just to make sure that, again, things hopefully went a little bit more smoothly. I don't think it was necessary per se, but Warriors games can take a really long time to get through some things. And I'd like to make sure that we limit as much like unnecessary grinding on stream as we can, just because I get that that gets boring past the point. But yeah, let's just hop in and start taking these strongholds. I've really been enjoying this game, honestly, though. I think it's super cool. I think they fixed a lot of the issues that the other Warriors games had. For example, some of the just slow-paced gameplay, I think that they fixed it in that with the original Fire Emblem Warriors, a lot of the slow-paced gameplay ended up just being super repetitive. And it's not that this necessarily isn't, so much as it's not nearly as boring as it was, I would say. Like, we're still just pushing, yeah, a lot of X, a lot of Y, but it's actually a little bit more engaging, too, because we're not nearly as reliant on our, you know, our A bar, which is like our super, like, animation-based attack, because we don't actually have it as often, which is one thing that, like, I feel like we ended up just relying on so much, generally speaking, before. We also need to figure out how to get into the stronghold while I'm just kind of rambling. But always love the Fire Emblem games. I think it's really cool that they're trying to bring a little bit more fresh life into the whole Three Houses timeline, because Three Houses did really well. I know there's a lot of good classic ones, like I've said. I played like Shadow Dragon. My favorite still probably is Awakening. I think Awakening is where Fire Emblem really started to hit it off too, to be fair. But I'm really enjoying this. Super cool. I think the, like, that's another big design. So before it was like a little semicircle for that guard break bar. And now it's like a full-on shield that slowly whittles away. It does feel like, even when you have the weakness advantage, it's a little bit slower to go off. Which I think is, honestly, probably a good thing. Because with weakness bar in the original, if you had, like, an advantage, let alone, like, a super advantage, like a bow against a flying unit, but if you're using, like, a sword against an axe, you could just spam the crud out of the weakness bar. Whereas here, like, this wasn't too bad to break that bar. But it's, like, blindingly obvious sometimes. And let's assign a couple of our side units here to help out Judith, since we can't let that fort fall. We're going to need to be a little bit wary. The fact that it says we can't let that fort all the way back there, upper left can't fall, does make me think that eventually something's going to happen that makes that possible to happen. Because right now it's completely gated off. I don't even think we can go over there unless we're on a flying unit, which we didn't bring Claude. And if we had to bring Claude, oh, could be a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, lower the drawbridge and intercept them. Okay. We'll head back that way. Oh, unless they lowered it manually. Okay. In that case, let's send Lysithia up there. Ah, we can't send her quite up there. Let's have her head that way. I've also been really impressed with the fact that, like, enemies are actually dangerous. We're only in normal mode, and enemies are actually doing damage to us, which sounds kind of troll, but playing normal mode in the original Fire Emblem Heroes, you didn't take damage, you know? Unless you made a big mistake, it just wasn't a threat. Whereas here, we're genuinely in trouble sometimes. And it's pretty crazy. So, yep, there's our strategy, though. But, yeah, like, we did a playthrough on Classic mode, which wasn't really Classic so much because we could buy our units back, which I don't think you can in this Classic mode. Which is both a blessing and a con. I think it's cool that it allows that kind of hardcore Fire Emblem playstyle, but it's also why I probably won't be doing Classic. Just because it gets to be a real pain. Though it's always a bit nostalgic to remember that stuff. I still remember grinding on the Colosseum in Shadow Dragon, just to make sure that we didn't lose everything, you know? So, pretty neat. Let's also send... Okay, so we need Lysithea to defend this tower. You also have to micromanage your units a lot more than you used to, which is also really, really cool in my opinion. Where is Shez? Okay, she's up here. Have her take care of the thief. I think the thief might be a little bit of a higher priority, because as long as this fort doesn't fall and we did summon those archers, we're not super worried about the base. And our Lysithea and our Shez are currently the strongest units. So, I don't think it'll be a huge issue. It doesn't seem like they have the same mechanic as they do in the other Fire Emblem Warriors, where it's occasionally you'll just lose. Like, there's the mechanic where if certain thieves / brigands all get into bases on certain stages, and they spend like a minute in that stage, but without going down, they will just take the base instantly. And that's always really awkward. I don't think that's the case in this game so far. I haven't seen it. We are pretty early in. I have no idea how many chapters there are at each path. I can't imagine it's a full, like, 20 plus, though, like it is in the original Fire Emblem Warriors. Simply because there are, obviously, at least 3 paths. I have no idea if it branches beyond that, like it did with the Church Route in Black Eagles. But, let's just make sure that Lysithea stays up here. That way we can just take control of her. That's one nice thing, is even though we only have 3 units here, I haven't paired everyone up. We don't necessarily need to have Mariam paired up with Lysithea, it just kind of happened. And I mean, I think it still helps, you know, sometimes. But, oh, hey, this is our buddy, it's Hilda's older brother. I didn't think Holst was a character in, if he was very, very briefly mentioned. But I don't remember Holst in Three Houses. But yeah, he was like guarding the border for some time at the very beginning. And he's been like super powerful. Honestly, pretty neat character. Like, see, like, honestly here, we break that weakness gauge pretty fast. But it's not like, I don't know, 3 light attacks like it is in the original Fire Emblem Warriors. Because that was an axe, you know, wielder. And if you have the advantage in the original Fire Emblem Warriors, it is like instant that you can break the gauge. And I think that's a good change. Because they're kind of in that way trying to add actual gameplay, I feel. Rather than just making, oh, do we actually, I didn't even realize that's probably why we only had 3 characters to begin with, is because we're getting control of Holst. That could be helpful too, because my goal is to have a roster of at least 8 characters. That way we have 4 support units at worst, as well as our 4 main units that we control. I feel like that's generally the way the Warriors games tend to rely on. But we gotta make our way through. The story stages, I've been surprised too, just because it's not like a 15-minute set time limit for everything. Like, they definitely paid a lot more thought into this Warriors game. Because the old, like, time limit for S rank used to be pretty much just 15 minutes for everything, which was either really, really easy, or sometimes it was a little bit tight, like on the Opus stages. But not a huge issue. And then, like, I don't know, the damage percentage, we could check it eventually. I don't know if it's as high as it was. I actually felt like the damage percentage was way too forgiving in the original Warriors, so that's always interesting. Just odd to see what kind of they obviously took in review from everything that happened, just to kind of see, you know, what changes they felt they needed to make. But yeah, we're just going to keep hammering away at these strongholds. Need to make sure that we're continually using these skills. Lysithea just got hit really hard, jeez. Just take control of her for a second and then use her A skill. But yeah, I actually kind of like, in a way, I was hoping at first, because we used it as such a crutch in the older game, that it would be really easy to get your A bar there. But it also makes it feel so much more meaningful. And it does feel really powerful. Not that it wasn't powerful before, but you used to be able to get it like 3 bars at a time once you've invested in Crest. Get it real fast. And it was just basically spamming the animation at some point. Yeah, it is Baltus. It's interesting that the... I can't remember what their house was called, the DLC characters, but it is interesting that if no one else, Baltus started out with the Empire. Yeah. I was gonna say, I don't know if they really had any starting information. But I've been wondering too, are we gonna have to fight every character that we're trying to recruit? Because every time, the 2 people that we've recruited so far, between Linhardt and Baltus here, I'm assuming, it does specifically say to beat them. But I don't know if that's always going to be the case. I'm genuinely wondering, and I could just be completely off in this, but I've been wondering if they're not going to throw a curveball at us. Where, like, when we get the opportunity to recruit, I really doubt we'll be able to recruit the house leaders, or, like, the very key members, such as, Hubert's the one that comes to mind for the Empire. I didn't mean to do that. I've genuinely been wondering, like, if in their case, what if it is, like, a let them run away on a certain stage, you know? Because that's the thing that Fire Emblem has done to kind of subvert its expectations in the past, is occasionally it'll be like, yeah, if you actually killed this person, you can't recruit him now. I'm trying to think of a good example off the top of my head, but I mean, there's some examples of people that you can't recruit, but it does change the story. Very, very minorly, I suppose, is... Since we talk about Shadow Dragon so much, the General Camus, who Princess Nina was in love with, and he was an enemy general, I believe, of Brust, in Marth's story. You can let him get away. You don't have to kill him. However, in that case, it's not like he's going to join you. So maybe not the best example, but you get what I mean. Like, it's... You don't have to kill him, and you get a different story where, like, you don't... Obviously, the reason you want to is because he's carrying one of the 3 great Altean weapons, Gravitas. But if you don't kill him, there's, like, a completely separate cutscene. Explaining, you know, that, oh, he got away. It doesn't actually really affect anything in that story, and I haven't played... I know there's more games in more story, so I've wondered if that actually affects it, because canonically, you know, you could have killed pretty much everyone in the army. But I think actually, I've never looked it up, but I'd have to imagine the only person that probably 100% does die would have to be, if you play any of the hard modes, in the DS version at least, you skip the prologue, where you're given the choice actually to sacrifice one of the units to help Marth and everyone escape as their kingdom's initially being taken. And it's the blue-haired guy, the blue-haired cavalier that you can choose to, but you can also choose to do like Jagan. You can choose to do, I believe Drog is on the option, stuff like that. There's other people that you can choose if you play the normal mode. But generally speaking, I think it is canonical that, I think his name starts with an F. But I can't remember his actual name. But I'm pretty sure canonically it is him, which means that he probably does die. But I do know there are actually, you know, other sequels to Marth's story. I don't know if there are for the other, like, Awakening and such. But I've always wanted to go back and see how hard it would be to get into those. Like there, we took down Balthus. And I'm assuming that means he does join us at the end of the stage. Or right now. But again, I'm really waiting for it. Like, I'm gonna beat the crud out of somebody that we thought we were gonna recruit, and it's gonna be like, nope, they died. So, but there we did get Balthus. So, that's nice. But, yeah, I gotta know. Because I would assume that all the units that aren't quote-unquote, like, super... I don't know if it's the right word, but, like, super loyal to their... whichever of the 3 houses / nations they belong to, I'd imagine most of them can be recruited. Like, I'd have to imagine Ferdinand can probably be recruited at some point, unless they changed it. But so far, it does seem like they're maybe starting with the units are very, very loosely based. Because, like, good example is Linhardt. I don't think Linhardt really cares, you know? Lysithea is another good option. I think Lysithea can join you no matter what path. But there are also other units, like I know if you go full on Empire, you can't have, like, any of the knights in 3 houses. So I've wondered again how much of that's going to be the case. Or if they do kind of make it so that you're not just stuck. Because so far, I haven't seen anything like History Mode. Which means that it might just be a very story-driven Warriors gameplay. In which case, it could be annoying to have to re-recruit everyone every single time. Whereas, like, in 3 houses, you get to, like, the 2nd or 3rd chapter, I think. There's maybe... It's really early on. And the way 3 houses was, you had to have a certain amount of stats. Plus, it helped... And that... Like, you had to have, like, say, A rank with... I don't know. But just say it was, like, A rank and these 2 stats to get Dorothy, for example. And then, the higher the affinity you had with her, the more those stats were lowered. So the people that you had recruited a bunch, if you had even just, like, C rank affinity with everyone you'd recruited, it became very, very easy on consecutive playthroughs to just recruit everyone immediately, which is what I really liked about 3 houses. Because they didn't do it in a way that really affected the story. Like I was saying, the very, very key members, you obviously couldn't just recruit. Which, makes a lot of sense, but oh, I just realized our base is probably getting overrun. Oh no, it's just the archer. I don't know what's wrong with the archer, actually. He's fine. Okay, yeah, the main stronghold is a little bit in danger. Let's start sending people around to have them start capturing every single fort. We might not, again, I've been more concerned about time than anything because it does seem to be a very loose basis on what you actually need to do. But here we can have everyone just start attacking forts. Everyone should be strong enough to take forts on their own, except for maybe the side units. But that's fine. We've got a couple people taking the top. I'll have Hilda take this fort. Stronghold captain, there we go. Might take care of, take control of Hilda here in a second. I don't know how to get in this fort. Be Ferdinand and defend their German Ukraine. We could also just, honestly, I'm not super, well, let's push through with the story. Doing all the side missions, I do believe, just gives you a bit of extra, like, gold and XP, which is nice. Although I don't know if we have to... I'm a little bit hazy on whether or not we actually have to take every stronghold. because it phrased it like it was a side mission, and I don't see like a gatekeeper unit or anything like that. But we'll see. And let's actually take care of Hilda for now. Actually, was that Lysithea? Oh, there are people in the stronghold. I don't know if we still have to absolutely defend this stronghold, as in it's like a loss condition, because I only see the defeat condition being obviously that we lose Deirdre at this point, who isn't being attacked. So I think we'll be okay. We still don't have the key. Hilda's in that fort. But we need to constantly be giving people orders. Is there a way to zoom out? I don't know. I also know we can, like, shadow slide, which is pretty neat. We'll have her actually clear out the units there. But the whole, like, I think you can only do it, like, 2 or 3 times per fight. But the mechanic of being able to instantly go to one of the forts you've already captured on your active character is crazy nice. Just because that is a big issue in some of them. You know, like, you have to defend your base. That gives you the opportunity to do so in a pinch without having to spend forever trying to get back, which was really annoying on some of the larger maps. And with the way they've formatted some of these maps are actually really, really large in comparison to the previous Warriors game. And I do believe the file size for this game is also quite a bit bigger, so also makes a lot of sense. Here we go. Dude, I just still think that the moveset for the dual wielder is so cool. I'm always a sucker for dual wielding characters, so I think they're awesome. Okay, well, we got the fire orbs if nothing else. Let's go see if we can find the key. Okay, it's here. In that case, let's try and grab this key off this brawler real quick. We can just actually do this real quick. That way Hilda can grab the chest, and we can be on our way. How much time have we taken on the stage, so does it tell us? It's not on the start menu anymore, and I don't remember how to check it. Like I said, the nice thing is now we do know we can just go to the archives if we don't get an S rank on one of these stages, when we're just able to, like, one-shot everything or something. Just because I was really worried about, with the way they'd phrased it at first, I was thinking, oh, maybe you can't. But I do believe that's actually the case, you can. Oh, I keep pushing the wrong buttons. But here we go, Hilda's fighting Ferdinand. Honestly, we probably are in an okay position just to go ahead and end Ferdinand. As I can't figure out how I zoomed in my map. Fine. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, kind of at the point where we're just gonna end the stage, I think. But here, I have an idea that we're probably only going to be able to recruit 1 major unit per, like, story stage. Maybe they'll do it in pairs or stuff, but so far it's only been 1. I don't know why Ferdinand's, like, stunned. But I will take it. But Hilda's pretty strong, too. Like I was saying, we basically just grinded up the main 4, then gave some experience to some others. Makes things a lot easier. And even then, with those extra 4 or 5 levels, these stages are still taking a little bit longer than I find would be ideal if we just want to consistently get our S ranks. But I don't mind doing, but again, that grinding off stream, it doesn't really bother me. So, here do we just continue tearing through these stages? There we go, there's the limit break, and that should defeat Ferdinand. But I have a hard time believing that outside, again, of the house leaders, maybe Hubert, a few of those key units, we probably won't be killing anyone, despite the whole being in wartime, how much they've mentioned it. That's kind of the selling point of Fire Emblem, is a lot of their main characters. So they could obviously subvert expectations, but the majority of the time I don't think we perma-kill our enemies. Like, I know even with the units you hadn't necessarily recruited, most of the time in the second half of Three Houses, during the war arc, you could just, like, you'd get the offer to spare them. Which is interesting. Yeah. But we're still trying to beat them out of our territory now as the Alliance, like... Yeah. And that was only Ferdinand. Even if he's one of the higher-ranking officers by this point, the sheer number of people in the Empire, like, they're waging war on the Kingdom and the Alliance at the same time. I don't know how the Empire managed to be such a military might in comparison to the other 3 kingdoms, because they really kind of introduced them like it was somewhat equal. But let's kind of see how this is happening. Yeah, the plan was to retreat here, kind of hold out the line. Yeah. Claude's kind of the one of the 3 that I would expect to have some kind of crazy plan. Dimitri's very straightforward. Edelgard's kind of in between, I'd say, honestly. Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, it is the leader. Why do you trust Holst, but not your leader? We'll just ask why you have to wait. Like I said, I'm just gonna keep asking the questions and answers that I would probably personally say. This is what I usually do.
How long are we gonna have to wait before we know?
That's optimistic.
Good question.
What?
About 3 days, give or take. If everything goes as planned, it'll all be
That makes me feel that it's either something to do with his father's house. Oops.
apologies
Or,
Why are you
yeah.
apologizing only to me? That feels
Yeah,
so
basically, like,
disappointing.
we're already driven into a corner.
Oh, very well.
They've already taken a lot of our territories. Several of the 5, like, House Ophelia, Lysithia's house had to give in because they didn't really have any militaristic might. Lorenzo's father's house had to give up just because they were the ones right at the bridge, you know? It wasn't really their fault for the sake of, you know, they mentioned for the sake of his father's, like, all of their people, them not just being completely demolished. They didn't really have a choice. We mastered all these classes, but we don't have advanced classes yet, and honestly, I don't feel like this first playthrough messing with people's classes a whole lot. I know you can, that's part of the charm of Fire Emblem games, is reclassing everyone. But it's not something I'm going to do a whole lot. Yeah, we got Balthus and Holst there. I don't know what happened to Ferdinand, though. Surely we didn't kill him. He's fine. There he is, yeah, he's fine. Sure you will.
Move the injured soldiers to the rear. All those who can fight, reform your ranks.
You
Soon as
could,
we are
but...
prepared, we will launch another attack on Deirdre.
I wonder if Claude anticipated this. It's weird not, like, knowing any of these units, because again, if you hadn't played 3 houses, you really don't even know who anyone from the other houses are. Aside from, like, the house leaders. So, I guess you could have had, like, a quick conversation with pretty much everyone, but... Other than that, like, it was, like, again, like, 3 chapters that you could have even met them, and, like, 2 of the pre-time skip chapters were you doing missions. Like, when we went and rescued the red-haired girl, which I genuinely thought that's who Kronia had disguised herself as.
There has been some suspicious
So I was so confused, and I wonder if this timeline... I'm sure Gerald's probably still alive, is a thing, but it's like, was that actually a character? I thought that was just Kronia's disguise. But I think it'd be really cool if they kept Gerald alive, for Byleth's sake.
as much as it
But
pains me to say.
it's weird having Byleth be like a villainous type character. I get that they're just mercenaries, but Shez definitely still wants revenge, because as mercenaries, they did kill basically everyone in her old troop. But, a little bit crazy.
General Ladislava, our scouts have returned.
And what do they report?
Gloucester soldiers have launched a surprise attack on the Great Bridge of Murden.
Yeah, Gloucester, that was Gloucester.
We anticipate that
Gloucester.
and
I can't ever
his
pronounce these names.
will soon seize the lands that
Oh!
Legathon.
In that case, it might be Pinsard if he was the one that hold the...
Gloucester was deceived
That's awesome.
all along.
Well, you kind of deserve it. You're the ones literally invading other people's territory, you know, like... But that's actually really, really smart. Because we thought for the longest time for a little bit that, like, how Gloucester had intentionally ceded the land to protect their people, obviously. But because they were obviously the first ones next to that bridge, into the main place, not the only entrance to the Alliance. But it was, like, noted to be the main place that an army could enter, if not the only place. But that's actually really, really clever. The problem is, in creating a pincer around these forces, they've also potentially unintentionally created a pincer between these forces in the middle and the Empire.
I am with
So, that's a little bit dangerous, is my only thought, you know? Because then you've got basically our forces in the back, Ferdinand's group, out Gloucester, then the bridge and the Empire, you know? I think it depends on who can pincer first, if that's the plan here. But that's, I really didn't expect that. I thought the Alliance was going to be a little bit more flaky, so I was really expecting that to actually be the case. Oh, they went backwards toward the... I'm still trying to picture this all geographically in my head. But, yeah. Which is once again, nice. If they can hold the bridge, and we press forward, even without a pincer, that basically cuts off their reinforcements. Yeah. That's something that only Claude would do, though. I can't see Dimitri or Edelgard doing that.
To fortify southern Leicester.
Using a false surrender to draw the
Yeah.
enemy into a disadvantageous position.
That's also fair.
I take it that was your plan, my lord.
That way, Count Gloucester could protect his people either way. Honestly, a smart decision on both of their parts. It's Claude showing that he can actually be a leader, which was in doubt.
And thanks to all of you, I
Yep.
held up.
Well, House Ardelia still didn't have any real militaristic might, but...
What's all that mean now?
Oh, I feel bad for Lysithia.
They're saying that House Gloucester and House Ardelia never really betrayed the
Yeah, I was gonna say, Lorenz didn't know, but I think that's Lorenz's personality. Lysithia could keep a secret.
I knew the whole
I don't know that necessarily Lorenz couldn't, but he's gonna be mad.
You knew about this, Lysithia?
Hmm.
But my
To be fair, Lawrence also specifically says, like, even as his heir, his father doesn't tell him anything, so.
why was I not informed?
Again,
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. Your father made me swear not to say anything.
Yeah.
Over and done with.
That's something he's got to talk up. I can understand being a little bit indignant about that. But to be fair, that also helps sell it. That's one of those things, you know, if you gotta deceive your enemy,
That's not it.
first deceive your friends. That's always like the whole strategy everyone talks about. I don't know if that's a good
You should ask him yourself.
strategy, but, you know.
I'm sure this all came as a shock to you, Lawrence, but there's no time to sulk. We need to move and quick. If we don't surround and quash the Imperial army right away, this little plan will backfire. And
Yeah, that's what I'm talking.
the one left.
Is, we could potentially...
If Count Burgleys were to enter the
So that's about the pincer movement.
our allies at the Great Bridge
Oh, I didn't think it was gonna be such a dumb question.
So what's this pincer thing?
the territory
Oh, I thought she was literally asking what a pincer attack was, and I was like,
Burgleys
are you serious?
said to be the Empire's great
Fair enough, maybe I'm the dumb one.
If his forces were to attack the bridge from one end,
Yeah, we gotta get going.
Imperial troops still in Alliance territory attacked it from the other.
I see where this is going. We need to move.
I hate to ask this of you when you're still exhausted from the last battle.
Turned up my volume just a little bit. Hopefully that doesn't make it too loud on the screen. With the recording, but... Yeah, it is Golden Wildfire, this path. That's good to know.
golden wildfire. The leader's stratagem.
Yeah, we shouldn't skip these anymore. I was skipping them at the start, and then we didn't know there was a 2-year time skip.
The Alliance
Huh.
army
Which, to be fair, it literally just said, oh, by the way, 2 years
they
passed.
received word that Count
Which I
Burgleys
wasn't really
joined
expecting.
the Alliance. It seems his disloyalty was all part
Hmm.
of a deceitful plan. With their position lost,
Well, this is where Bernadetta and Ferdinand either die,
Claude and his
or we
allies
recruit
pressed
them.
forward, planning to
But given that
surround
we have them
Western
pinned in our own territory,
Celestia.
can't imagine we'd kill them. But it is Fire Emblem, so... Suppose it's not impossible.
The Imperial forces within the Alliance are currently dispersed
Mhm.
between the western part of Regan
I'm a little surprised that, again, I'm sure that they also have forces attacking the kingdom.
March south.
But I'm surprised they sent Bernadetta into enemy territory.
Their progress.
Like, she's a good archer and all. You know, everyone from the Officers Academy was capable.
My father's tactics have
But it's kind of cold-hearted of Edelgard to send her.
I'm pretty sure that's what I just said. Anyway, here's where we come in.
Mhm.
We'll surround the enemy, cut
Well,
off their retreat, and
Yeah,
cornering them
if you go for a super complicated plan, it's hard to execute it on a massive scale.
thrashing.
So,
That's it?
I don't necessarily hate the idea.
If you ask me.
Hey, what more could you want?
Nice.
All the best plans are easy to understand. Trust me, it's a sure win.
Mhm.
Yeah, even I know what's going on now.
We just have to herd the Imperial army into Western Regan territory and stop them from moving
Yep.
any further south, right?
Couldn't have said it better myself. Just remember that the enemy knows this is their last stand. We
Mm,
have to proceed with caution.
yeah.
I want to finish them off before Count Burgleys has a chance to muster a sizable
Yeah.
army and mount an attack.
Ferdinand and Bernadetta are leading
Mhm.
the Imperial army, right?
I'm guessing you'd rather not kill them? Believe
Hopefully
me,
Ferdinand goes for that.
either.
I think Bernadetta will, but...
They're still
you know.
our old friends from the academy. Once our forces are in place, I plan to offer them
Jeez.
terms of surrender. But for now, we need to focus on driving their army into a
But I like that Shez actually has, like, a personality, too.
I swear on the
Actually, like, opinions and stuff.
I won't let them
Even if we, like, obviously affect some of those opinions.
Not convinced it's gonna
That was the big thing with Byleth. Byleth, of all the player characters, Robin and Corin both had very clear, like,
We've gotta get out.
stances. Oh! That's where we rescued her! We literally... I guess, no, to be fair, she was a Black Eagle the previous year. They did say that when Yuritsa rescued her.
Betrayed us. The Great Bridge has fallen back into enemy
Hmm.
hands.
Now that our troops are
Yeah, like,
trained,
Edelgard's aged up, and, like, I don't think Claude looks that different after this 2-year time skip compared to the post-time skip before. But Dimitri and Edelgard look... Dimitri's the biggest difference. But Edelgard does look
I
different.
don't understand. Everyone is aware of the troubled history between Regan and Gloucester. Why
Mhm.
would they decide to bury the hatchet now?
Yeah, Claude's definitely the biggest schemer of the three, but...
This supposed feud is little more than a web Claude
Oh.
spun for this exact moment.
perhaps it is. But perhaps
It's almost like we're, I don't know, Crom's army trying to fend off Walhart's army in Awakening with how overwhelming the difference in forces is. The issue is we don't have the master tactician Robin, who can get us into the sea and just light their entire navy on fire.
However,
But Claude's obviously a very good planner.
a sizable force to do so swiftly enough to
He's just not got the defining, like, that was Robin's defining characteristic, was being a tactician.
cannot stand idly by while our
Hmm.
allies are in danger. What are our options, Hubert?
I have already taken the liberty of engaging several promising mercenary companies. I directed them to
I don't like Hubert.
Alliance
I don't know if anybody likes Hubert, frankly.
to Ferdinand.
Why was I not informed of any of this?
Jeez.
From the very beginning, I had my doubts about Ferdinand and his ability to lead our troops
They
to
might.
victory.
Hmm.
I employed these mercenaries using
Oh,
my own
no.
personal funds,
Oh!
which obviated any need to report it.
And you
Did he hire Gerald's mercenaries?
I do. It turns out that they are quite familiar with the terrain. I am confident
That's
that
not
they will
justifying him being...
the cost of their contracts.
Not really justifying Hubert being Hubert, but sure.
Your complete lack of faith in Ferdinand might be the very thing that saves his life.
There's not a whole lot of characters in Three Houses that I just utterly despise. I don't like Hubert. Like, different things, like even like Edelgard to an extent, I could understand. She's probably under a lot of pressure being the leader of one of three nations. Same with Dimitri, same with Claude, you know? I don't like Hubert. Okay, looks like we have new facilities, battle tactics, okay. Check out the new facilities. Tactics instructor. I wonder if this is where we get more strategies, because again, I want to just make sure that we full clear everything so that we don't accidentally not have the tactic or strategy we need to save someone. Answer units battle proficiencies. Unlock additional warrior. Oh, okay. So this is how we get... Oh, okay. So this is how we get extra things like the extra warrior gauges. That is what I'd wondered at, because I was sure that surely that had to be a thing. Okay, it looks like you have to do some expansion to even get that.
My instructions
Second warrior gauge, okay.
price.
We need beginner combat manuals. We do need to farm some of these mats then. We can also exchange some of them. But put a second warrior gauge on... How much? What does it cost? Is it just gold? If it's just gold, actually, we can do it on everyone in the main team. Which would be... So far, we have like 6 units that we really rely on. It's these 3, Lysithea, Marianne. We need to save some gold just in case, though. And Shamir. Eventually, we'll try and upgrade everyone, obviously, but at the start, it's going to be working on a bit of a budget. Oh, do I have to? Okay. But here, let's go through a couple of the support conversations. I'm just going to do them slowly over time.
Don't neglect your daily
Hey,
studies.
Mr. Paranoid. Yeah, they made this one definitely a lot more updated compared to the older ones, for sure. But let's go through a couple of the support conversations real quick. Let's go through, let's see who's B. I still feel a little bit bad because last time was us. At first I thought it was an accent, but then we kind of intentionally made fun of her being younger than everyone else, which is a real sore point for Lysithea. But I really like Lysithea. It's been like a stage, but yeah. Well, to be fair, Shez kind of antagonized.
You need something?
Our relationship
Yeah.
has been strained for a while, so I thought it was time to resolve our issues.
It has?
Yes, at least I felt that way ever since the incident.
I feel like we just keep unintentionally...
Oh, you mean that time
Yeah.
you were hollering about some ghost, but it turned out to be a dead tree?
Interesting.
I didn't think anything about that. And I didn't
Not
tell
that I
you
recall.
No,
Yeah.
not that. Well,
Aside from that.
there was that, but there was another, more defining incident. Remember?
Are you talking about the time I treated you like a kid and you got all mad?
Well, you gotta put yourself in her shoes.
Of
It's one of, like, her biggest insecurities.
That happened a long time ago. Has it really been
Mhm.
eating at you ever since?
Well, I mean, I was unable to maintain my composure and got rather aggressive with you over trivial details. I kept telling myself
That's okay,
that I had to
Lysithea.
apologize, but I couldn't
Oh, yeah,
bring
100%.
myself to do it. But now, I'm
Hmm?
sorry.
Well, I'd like to apologize too.
Yeah, that's what my parents actually made that exact same analogy a lot when I was a kid, and it didn't help.
If you don't think of yourself that way, then any comments of the kind should be like water off a duck's back.
A lot of people in the Officers Academy do.
Tiny bit younger
Yeah.
than everyone else, and it doesn't help that I'm shorter too. Plus, I
Mhm.
do have somewhat of a baby face.
Really?
Babyface
It
albino.
didn't look that young
Yeah.
to me.
You
No, I like
you
Lysithea though.
think so?
Yeah.
Mr. Paranoid.
Now that I really look at you,
She's
I think you're a very pretty young woman.
she's actually pretty sweet most of the time, and she's an absurdly powerful mage, especially in the base game.
Oh no, I'm not.
She's a little bit sensitive about age, so.
Your skill at commanding troops puts all the real adults to shame.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Real adults?
Aw.
So what you're saying is that I'm ultimately still just a child?
Yeah, they really updated this game compared to the old Warriors. The old Warriors didn't even have conversations between everyone, and now we have an A, B, and C between basically everyone.
This conversation's going sideways
But-
again, isn't it?
Yeah, there were actually almost no support conversations. There's so much more to do in between stages. Ow!
I suppose forgiving you would be the mature thing to do.
Hey, there you go.
I hit my headphones on my desk.
You are a real grown-up, Lysithea.
Hmm.
Something about
To be fair, someone told me that in real life.
way.
I would 100% not treat them like an adult.
I just ask that you keep
I don't know if that's
treating me
mean,
like the
but...
adult I am.
Let's talk to Shamir. We'll do 2 maybe in between... I don't know, the major story stages, do 1 in between our smaller stages, something like that. I like Shamir, though. I'm really surprised that she's here with us instead of with the knights. But as she said, she didn't exactly have the same connections as, like, say, Catherine did.
I should
But
finish up
I'm really surprised we haven't seen Catherine at all.
I have to work out
Because her and
a
Shamir were always, like, a duo.
this battle.
Like, you almost never see them separated.
That's rare in our profession. Well,
Although, again,
cut and run.
we know that
All that.
potentially Catherine is in the kingdom. Because we know at the very least Araya is as well.
After all.
Right. Well, if you ever need a hand, just
Hmm.
let me know.
But I am really concerned. Which house are you currently doing? I am doing the Golden Wildfire
Dependable as always.
route, so it's Claude's house.
Honestly, you're so mature for your age.
Based on like the color codes, like the Kingdom's the blue one, this is the yellow one,
We're just
and then the Black Eagle / Edo Guards is the Empire with the red one. On my
For the higher ups.
3 houses playthrough, I did Edo Guard's house, the Empire first,
Mercenaries do the same.
although that had the whole split thing that you do past a point.
You're definitely right.
But I figured we'd do the Alliance first and then the Empire, then the Kingdom.
Going yourself,
I just,
even by
I like all 3 houses honestly, pretty close to evenly.
On your own for long?
It's more just that like,
Belong to a mercenary group at some point.
of my favorite characters,
Yeah, but I
all of them are in either the Empire or the Alliance.
the company
I really like Lysithea,
was
I really like Dorothy, and then I like Catherine and Shamir who are knights. So I guess it's 1 from each and then 2 from the monastery, but
I was the only one who survived.
yeah.
There isn't a mercenary who hasn't lost someone or
Yeah.
something along the way. But losing trusted comrades
Mm.
stays with you.
Yeah. Captain Burling,
Yeah.
Lance, Lasley, we were a tight-knit group.
Yeah, we lost our entire mercenary group at the start to
I
Byleth.
would have been content staying
It's
with
weird though, because this is, I don't think this is canon,
That's what's made you so
because it completely changes the story of 3 houses if it is.
strength to overcome past
But-
hardships and move on. That's what I
Yeah.
You know, you seem way more pragmatic than me.
Okay.
I wonder what made you that way.
You should
But-
know not to pry into a mercenary's
Oh, that was beast support. I didn't think I had even done.
moment comes.
Alright, but yeah, we'll just do a couple in between. I think it really does only affect how fast you gain like dual bar and stuff like that, from what I could tell. And worst comes to worst, it just makes the game a little bit harder if we don't do it all right now, which is fine. But let's go ahead and use some of these time points real quick. Might as well make use of the time. We can maintain equipment with Holst and Schmier. We should probably make sure to do... It wouldn't be the first time they've changed stuff. Yeah, that's fair. They've definitely changed some timelines, retconned some stuff. But I really don't think this is canon. Though, to be fair, Shez, this purple-head character, didn't even exist in the original 3 houses. But, like, by this point, I think Gerald, Byleth's dad, is still alive. He's super dead post-time skip, stuff like that. Like, I really don't think that it's quite the same. Okay, we can't take anyone else. But they did, like, some interesting systems here. Like, doing things like, somehow doing chores raises morale. But that strengthens them, according to the game, a little bit for the rest of the chapter. And we've been trying to completely full clear every single thing, just because you can go back and do stages, but it helps you get these strategies that allow you to recruit some units so that you don't accidentally kill the people that you need to recruit. Let's see, warrior gauge feels faster, weapon durability, loss. I've just been doing 1 meal really per person, but let's give it to the people that we use that would really like it. But Honestly, though, it's just interesting. Because, like, as far as the player characters go, they had, like, different defining things. But honestly, I felt like Byleth's defining thing was that they were kind of just emotionless. Like, Robin's just a big tactician. Corin's just, did we not succeed? Corin's very, like, emotional, wanting everybody to get along and everything all the time. Shez is very much like a mercenary.
Flavor's not really there.
Oh, that's Sothia. But, like, Byleth, it just... I get that to an extent they have to make it very general, so that you can get along with everyone. And it kind of, you know, represents any player. But at the same time, definitely is not always a one-size-fits-all type of thing. Fire class here. I'm not going to worry about getting multiple intermediate classes thing. I don't know if... Okay, we could upgrade him to a new one. I currently have him using fist weapons. So we'll upgrade him up to a brawler. Yeah, we could give them... scatter everything so everyone has a bunch of, like, intermediate classes and such. I didn't do that in my first playthrough of... Three Houses either. Eventually it's fun to kind of make sure that everybody knows what they're doing. But he's already in advanced class. Yeah, I don't know how we... I'm assuming it's expanding the facility past a point to get, yeah, unlocks advanced class, but we haven't gotten any veteran trading gear or any quality building materials, so I'm assuming we need to be a little bit further into the game. If we get further in, though, and I realize that's not the case, I'm going to feel real dumb, but it's not like that's anything new. Now here we'll pop in the two new units we just got so they can get some more experience on their classes, because this is a good way to passively get experience on classes when you're not exactly just, you know, using them. Because for the most part, I'm still just going to use my main groups unless we're required. Sometimes you'll have stages that'll, you know, severely limit who can use. But when that happens, we'll worry about it then. But the main four I'm using, I'm not even using my main lord. Just because Claude is an archer on Wyvernback, and it feels really, really janky to me. I've actually not been a big fan. We'll save one of the chore points here. I just kind of want to go straight... Ooh, we need to go up and see the owl, actually. Could have something for us. But I kind of want to just get into the action again. But I really, really like the player character here. I just went with female for both Shez and Byleth because I really like the design of female Shez, and I can't take the design of male Byleth seriously. But yeah, I really like the dual wielding style. It's something that you would think would be really simple for a Fire Emblem game, but they never do it. So I think it's really cool. Is that Anna? Yeah, it's Anna's shop. Rare and precious items, huh? I don't know if we can get over there in time, but we'll definitely see if she has a timer on her. Let's see, level 16? Yeah, we should be fine. Let's just hop into a battle or two. But I don't know if Anna's going to be playable. Anna used to be playable in almost every Fire Emblem game. And in the time since, she hasn't actually always... That's not always been the case. Which is a little disappointing. I think she was in the original Fire Emblem Warriors, but I also think that was as a DLC character. I don't think she was at the start. Or maybe she was one of the ones that you had to unlock. I'm trying to remember. So we have Lysithea... Holst is currently a upgraded unit, which is neat. Because he's the only advanced class we have right now. I'm still just going to use the 4 that I'm comfortable with, though. I think it's also a pretty good spread of units, too. Shez is a sword wielder. Lysithea is a tome. We have an archer and an axe wielder. The only thing we're missing is a lance. But it's not like we can have everything with just 4 units. And with 2 ranged units, you know, I feel like we can kind of get around not having a lance shooter. That said... Okay, we have to just defeat 500 enemies. It's one of these stages. I wasn't sure if they were going to do this, actually. This was a big thing that they used to do in the original Fire Emblem Warriors. They'd be like, defeat this many stages. As you defeat key units, more will appear, such and such. Shouldn't be too bad, though. Again, we're trying to get an S rank on everything, though, so we'll have to see how difficult it is to actually do this. Because they have actually just... It used to just be... This does remind me of Bladestorm Nightmare. I think I've heard there's a game somewhat like that this reminds people of. It's not exactly... I don't know a lot of the genre for games like this, but I've heard that people think that the remake is a little bit similar to a few other games rather than the original Warriors, which is fine. But, is the volume on the game too loud in stream, Mr. Paranoid? I did turn up the volume just a little bit so it's easier for me to hear, but I don't know how much it affected the stream. There we go. It's actually kind of quiet. Okay. Good to know. I can maybe turn it up here in a little bit. I didn't want it to be too loud. But after this stage, I can hop into my settings and try and turn it up just a little bit. My problem is, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's my headphones or my PC settings, but I swear I'll turn things up like one volume setting, and it'll just be super loud by comparison. And to be fair, with a game like this, I don't try to turn it up too loud as well, because it gets really annoying. Because it's just me, like, hitting things over and over. But, yeah, I'll turn that up in a sec, see if that helps. Yeah, we're actually not killing units too fast. I don't know if this is just kill 500 enemies, if it's going to bring us in with another objective. But it does seem like they, again, have paid a lot of thought to things like the S rank requirements, especially on time. Because it used to literally just be a flat 15 minutes on, like, everything. And it actually made it kind of boring to try and go for S ranks. Because I remember, unless you were doing, like, the Opus stages or something like that, actually going for the 5-minute time, 15-minute time wasn't that hard. Or if you were, like, super underleveled. You should probably try and do these side quests. You do get some extra source. I think Shamir's the closest. But yeah, I think that Claude is actually stronger as an archer than Shamir is. It just, again, it felt really janky because Claude fights off Wyvern back. Which is funny, because our favorite units to use in the other Fire Emblem Warriors are actually Camilla and Minerva, who are the Wyvern Riders. But that's because they have an axe. And their moveset is basically, you'll fly around, then you'll strong attack, and it'll just slam them into the ground, and it does a ton of damage in a big AoE. And it makes them really powerful for clearing out AoE mobs. Claude kind of takes he still has the mobility bonus, you know, that you enjoy off a Wyvern Rider, but he kind of takes away that big, like, AoE attack that you get, which is the main reason why I really like them. So, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll use them again, though. I'm sure it'll force us to use them at some point. A lot of times, they'll use you to use your Lord a lot more. I've been surprised we haven't been forced to use Claude, honestly. Because if we had, we would have, you know, dealt with it at that point. But because it hasn't been a requirement, I haven't worried about it. Here, we're closing on 500 units. We'll have to see if that ends the stage. There we go. Okay, yeah, looks like that was the end. Yeah, we always seem to dual wield this red-looking sword, and then whatever sword we actually have equipped is in our left hand. But we really only have, like, I think we have a couple steel, like, gauntlets. But we really only have this venom sword. It's not the best, but it's passable. That did not feel like it was only 4 minutes. Honestly, but I will take the S rank. Another intermediate seal. Yeah, we're not quite getting advanced seals yet. Which tells me I don't need to worry about going to advanced classes yet. I guess that's cool because it makes characters like, Holst feel a little bit more impactful. Since you don't initially have those extra leveled characters. Oh, why are we just talking to Claude randomly? Nice! We are in the middle of a war, Claude. Let me turn up.
Oh, hey. I'm not up to much. Just shirking my duties for a little bit.
Your
Just a little
plan's
bit.
going
Try that.
well, huh? We've managed to corral most of the Imperial forces that are still in the Alliance.
Well, I wouldn't be happy about going to war in general either, honestly.
Like clockwork.
Not exactly the best thing in the world.
Finished off the entire enemy force.
You don't seem too happy about it. Hasn't this whole war been unfolding exactly the way you thought it would?
So far, yeah. But it's not over yet. Unless we find a way to stop them. The
Okay,
Empire
so he's
is
looking towards the
another
future.
play for the Great Bridge of Murden. And when that happens, we'll be taking on Count Bergliez himself.
The issue is, in theory, I mean, if you stay defensive for long enough,
As we try to play.
the Empire's massive. They might not run out of resources. They might just take over the kingdom.
Do we invade the Empire
It's
or
difficult to
just
know what the
defend
actual
defensive?
correct option is here.
We
You'd
could
ideally, Edelgard would just stop attacking everyone, but
And the Almirans could
you know.
decide to drop in on us again at any time. There are limits to how far I can map things out.
that's fair.
But the Alliance won't survive unless I
We'll get through it
account for
together.
every I'm dancing as fast as I can here, but there's no end in sight. And these feet are starting to get
We could kind of put him up on a pedestal, so I'm sure you could do it, but I think that's going to make it even harder for him to kind of function.
By yourself. I'm sure we can figure out a plan if everyone puts their heads together.
Now there's an idea. Hey, would you be willing to hash it out with me?
Well,
Me?
Arvo hasn't spoken up in a bit.
I'm not sure there's
But Arvo's
anything
basically
all
just
that
our
goes
version of
around
Sothis.
in my head.
Speak for yourself. I, for one, have plenty of wisdom to share. Perhaps I should grant you some?
I probably won't be much help.
Yeah,
But
fair
on the
enough.
off chance I do get a flash of
At first I didn't think
inspiration,
Arvo was
I'll
as
be
sassy
sure
as
to let you know.
Sothis is.
Excuse me? I've placed myself
Definitely.
responsible
They definitely
enough
are.
to claim there's only an off chance that I'd have a good idea. I'd appreciate a
We spent...
little more credit.
Don't say he pays us on time.
I'm really
We spent 2 years. He invited us to the Alliance, and then we found out during the 2-year time skip we were just doing random jobs as a mercenary, like guarding inns. Because he had us come to the Alliance and then didn't give us work. And then he made us, you know, a commander. So it worked out. But 2 years of struggling, because he said come over here with me and then didn't do anything.
I feel a bit better now. Maybe
I'd
it's
be
not such a bad
fuming.
thing to let it all out now and then.
Well, if all you need is someone to vent to,
Uh-huh,
I'm
you're in
here.
war. It'll be fine.
I'll even give you a real good rate on it.
Wait, you're charging?
Okay, so Anna slowly moves to other. In that case, I actually think maybe I shouldn't go to these little resource things. Because if Anna moves every single time, I don't know if I can say if I'd already visited this lake right here for the strategy. If she were to move to this lake, I'm not actually sure that I would be able to move there again. So let's just slowly take territory until she's in our ability to actually visit her. Because it did say there were rare items. I feel like a lot of times when they say there's rare items in the shop, they're still not game-changing. But I still don't want to miss the opportunity to find out. So let's go ahead and just hop in. Should keep our same 4 units. I mean, we aren't really making use of things like the whole you get extra XP if certain units are energized because they haven't been fighting. Which could be slowly affecting our ability to level up over time. But I'm not really worried about it so much as, you know, we have our strong units. Beat the fighter and all their allies. I didn't see a defeat condition. So I do believe we just need to take down all the elite enemies here. But 9 of them is quite a lot. But I'm glad that we're slowly building up other abilities now that we have the ability to get to A button bars. The thing is, we don't charge it up fast enough. We very rarely have even a full bar. So I'm not sure how useful that's going to be, but I'm sure that does mean eventually we will get the ability to get those faster. Which is what I was looking for. Same thing with like this awakening bar, we don't get it very fast. But it's one of those things I think that compared to the older one, eventually I'm sure they'll speed that up again. But as it's slower, it makes it feel more impactful. Whereas like later on in the original Warriors, you can just spam that out so fast, it's crazy. There you go. Alright. Like Lysithea is fighting one of them. Eventually we probably should try out different skills and such if we get them. I don't know if we actually do. But we do get, for using these weapon durability skills each battle, we do get experience with them. That makes them a little bit stronger. Obviously that's part of the benefit of using different characters. But until I see evidence that the game's going to force me to use more than, let's say, like 5-6 characters I really like to use, I'm not going to worry about it, honestly. But like, I've mentioned this before too, I think it's super cool that Lysithea actually does all this crazy stuff with magic. Because usually a various given mage in these games will just use like one type of magic. I've mentioned it before, like Linda really focuses heavily on light magic, Merrick uses wind magic. You know, their whole thing was like Aura and Excalibur in their games. Whereas, you know, we're out here as Lysithea, and she's using basically every kind of magic, just at will. Super, super cool. So her whole shtick is that she's like a big prodigy, and that's why she's younger than everyone else in the class, which is fair enough, honestly. I don't think it's anything to be super insecure about, but I know that's like a big issue for her character. Beat the fighter and their allies. Oh. I don't know if I can do that in 40 seconds. We might be okay, but it is 3 brigands and the fighter. So unless we break the bar here, which is not looking like we'll be able to. Because if we break the bar, we'll get the big AoE attack. Worst comes to worst, though, we just fail the... I think this is a side quest, not the main quest. So it shouldn't affect things too much, but... yeah, this isn't going so well. 10 seconds. I mean, if we can break any of their bars, maybe. Here we go. This is our chance. Ooh, so close. If we brought someone a little bit stronger than Hilda over, maybe. Yeah, we didn't do it quite in time. That's okay. Randolph. I don't know why they give us these cutscenes for random characters that don't matter, and we can't skip that. It's a short cutscene, but like it's done it for like regular enemies. Beat the messenger. Okay. They're giving us time limits, and even us with us being slightly higher level than we need to be, we're still having a really hard time actually doing things in time. A little bit concerning. But here, Hilda's gonna have to square off against Randolph. Ideally, we would bring Shez over here, because this is an axe wielder, but Shez is all the way over there. We could order her to come over, but I don't think it's that big of an issue. Shamir's in trouble. We'll heal her in a second. I thought that they had auto heal turned on, but a lot of times they'll get to under half health and I don't see our units heal themselves when we're not in control of them. So I'm really not sure. Man, break that bar. Come on. Ah, we are so close. Oh, we got it again. I'm still not sure which attacks make the weakness bar fill. Because before it was like strong 3 on practically everyone. Whereas now it's a little bit less clear than that. But we do just appear to have to be able to take down Randolph here. Oh, it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah. Honestly though, I haven't minded playing Shamir. But I remember in the base, in the original Fire Emblem Wars, I actually really didn't like playing archers. I think they do feel a little bit better here, ironically. Their moveset isn't too different. Like, the former archers had some really good moves. Like, there was the one where they had in their chain of heavies, you know, you just light a certain amount of times into heavies. They had one where they would spin, like they'd grab 2 arrows and spin in a big circle. That was good. The tornado they'd throw out was good. But those were like the only 2 moves that I thought felt great on archers. And that was kind of the problem. But I also imagine that people really liked different units a lot more than others. And that's what's neat about games like this that try to make every character viable, is I'm sure there's a quote-unquote meta, people that can clear the fastest, but I don't think it actually matters that much most of the time, which allows people to just kind of play their favorite characters, which I think is really cool. Okay, Anna moved into this region. If we're gonna do this fight here, we do need to do the extra quest. Might as well do the extra quest anytime we can. I don't think it's necessary, it's just a little bit of extra resources. But it's extra XP. Extra resources. Doesn't hurt. Yeah, so we have no defeat conditions. Just gotta defeat the courier and their allies. Takes up a bit of time, but Warriors in general is just kind of a grind. To get every stage done and stuff, I think I've showed it on my old Warriors playthrough as like 240 hours of game time. And this one appears to be, I mean, it's a much bigger game. So potentially to like go through all 3 paths and everything could take quite a bit more than that. That's fine. Honestly, in my account, that just means I have a lot to stream. I will probably be streaming this game for quite some time. I really enjoy it. I'm still waiting for... I mean, we still have about a month or so until Xenoblade 3 comes out. I would eventually like to do another Xenoblade 2 playthrough, but that'll come with time. But let's just confront the courier right now. Just don't let their allies reach the central pier. Which makes me think that there's other people that we're going to have to stop from reaching the pier, but yeah, look at how much damage Lysithea is doing. That was like, I think, her charged up attack, but it did like half the courier's damage. Pretty crazy. Shez is next to one. Oh, why am I fighting with Shez? That's a Pegasus Knight. Yeah, I was gonna say, we should have Shamir hit her. She one-shot her, jeez. Gotta catch the last one. Is this as fast as Hilda can run? That is an axe wielder. I feel like half the time it'd be nice to have the specific unit you want, you know? Fighting these units, but half the time you're just gonna fight them with whoever's nearby. But there was really nice. Like, one skill from Shamir killed the Pegasus Knight from half health. Whereas Shez would have sat there and whacked on him for quite some time. Yeah, Hilda fills up that double bar gauge at the bottom. And then she'll use that to slam into the ground and does a ton of damage. I think it does, maybe it does damage. Like, it did 3 spikes when we had 2 full bars. But I do think it does damage based on how many of those bars are full. Looks like that's the main enemy here. An armored knight. Makes me think it might be a Lancer. No, it's an Axe Wielder. That's fine. Yeah, again, I could order Shez to come over here so we have the advantage in weapons. Would make the fight a little bit faster, maybe, but I'm not too concerned about it. Gets a little bit of extra experience on Hilda as well. And right now, our two strongest of the four we use are definitely Lysithea and Shez, by at least a few levels. So it doesn't hurt to get experience on anyone else. But my thought is, if I ever get forced into not using my main team, or using more than, like, I don't know, the 6 or 7 units that I really use, we can just, spend some gold, level up some other characters. It doesn't appear to be as expensive as it is in the other Warriors game, but I think that's also partially because gold is used for a lot more than it was in the other Warriors game. In the other Warriors game, you basically only use gold for, like, you'd occasionally upgrade weapons and such, but it wasn't that often. For the most part, I found myself only really using gold to level up characters, or to upgrade crests and whatnot, and even then the crests weren't that expensive. So I actually think that even though it's less expensive, you have so much more that you're committing gold to that it kind of still backfires, but not enough that it's a huge issue, you know? And again, worst comes to worst in these types of games, you just grind for a little bit. Shouldn't make a huge difference. We were kind of aiming for the Stronghold Captain, I mean the Armored Knight there, and killed the Stronghold Captain because I kept standing next to the commander here. That's a really fast attack. That did not do that much damage. Yeah, maybe I should have called someone else up here, because Hilda's taken forever to kill this Armored Knight. But that's okay. I'm not the type of player that's going to worry about an extra, you know, couple minutes for a stage. Unless it stops us from getting an S rank. But like I said, at that point, if we really struggle, we can just come back at a higher level, sweep through everything, get the S rank reward. It's not a big deal. Usually it's just like a little bit of, like, on the story chapter quests, it's been like a permanent upgrade item, which is nice. But it's like, you know, 1 or 2 stats in a specific category isn't going to be a game changer. Although, again, to be fair, we've used that to make our Lysithea has like almost 40 magic, I think, right now. Which for being like a level 20-some character is pretty insane. You get anything for sure? I don't know if every stage has something, but usually you get an extra reward, yeah. Sometimes it's like gold, sometimes it's a weapon. On the story stage, it's been like, occasionally like just a quick extra little item that'll give you some stats. Which is why our Lysithea has such high magic. Is she's already naturally one of the best. I don't know if they're going to do the same scaling as they do in Three Houses. But Lysithea used to be in the base game one of the best magic scaling characters in the game. Pretty crazy. Oh yeah, we didn't do it fast enough to get an S rank there. That's okay. I probably should have pulled Shez or Lysithea over to kill that last enemy, because that's what made it take a long time. But yeah, I usually just get a little bit extra, whether it be gold, an extra weapon, or something. But nothing too vital, honestly. Doesn't make a huge difference. New support cannot hold me. Okay, we need to head back to base. We get supplies here after so many battles, and it'll just kind of... It's nice free stuff that we should clear out every time we have it full. And we could go over a couple more support conversations here. Like I said, I'm just going to sprinkle them in every now and then. I'm not too concerned about doing them. Yeah, there we got some stuff from Supply Depot. We do need to expand these facilities eventually. We can trade in our smithing stones for some stuff, but I'm not too worried about it right now. But let's do a couple more support conversations. Let's see. Oh, we have our A rank with Lysithea. Never mind. We're real close in our A rank with Lysithea, though. Oh, and it's locked, so it's probably behind a certain time gate. They do that a fair amount in these games. Let's talk to Hilda. Hilda, I believe... I'm trying to remember what actually happened last time. Oop. Yeah. Oh, Hilda asked us to be careful. And Shez was pretty much like, yeah, I'm a mercenary. So... yeah, she asked us to be less flashy because we're a commander. Yeah. Because Shez explained, you know, as a mercenary, even if you do your job, you need to be flashy. You need to be vying for attention so that you get more employment. But... yeah. But she asked us to be careful, and Shez was like, sure.
But I guess it didn't really work.
Well, you are some kind of master soldier, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to think you might not get yourself killed after all.
Huh.
That
So
is
I
true.
approve of my approach. Why the change of heart?
I realized
Lester.
that taking the lead
I forget
in
that's how they
fighting
pronounced it.
is exactly what my brother does.
At a glance, I would say I thought it was Leicester, but it's Leicester.
The bravest commander in all of Leicester.
That's how they all pronounce it.
Usually the commanders stay in the back so they can see the whole battlefield and give orders. And not my brother. Honestly, he can't stand being back there. He has to be leading the charge. That's why I used to worry myself sick every time.
Imagine if we were playing classic mode and Holst died in the first battle.
Point, I'm not sure when, I became convinced that my brother would never
Well,
die.
What made you think
I don't know. There's some pretty powerful people in the Fire Emblem world.
But it's not like there's anyone out there who can
One
heal,
chance at life in the
right?
kingdom
When I
born in a
died,
place called Leicester.
It just seemed like a waste of time to
well.
worry about him so much.
It's the Alliance.
If anything, you should be
You could
picking
be
your
in the
jokes on
kingdom.
other side.
The Drestrian Empire, I think is what it is, or the
And then I realized
it's the Holy Kingdom of
with you.
Fargus? I think it's Fargus.
It's an honor to be put
I
in
don't
the
remember,
center
dude. There's
of
so
your
many
choice.
names to remember in this game. It's kind of hard to keep it all in mind.
No, I'm wasting my time worrying about you. And it's not like I can stop you anyway. I actually hope you keep doing what you do, so I can take it easy
That's,
in
well,
The plan.
yeah.
But I'm pretty sure I've seen
To
you
be fair,
trying
we've
to
also kind
flirt
of
with me
forced her
recently.
to fight at the front, but, you
even
know.
seem to be enjoying yourself.
the back. Me? Enjoying myself? Please. If I'm
That's
fighting
fair.
at the front, it's because I have no other choice. The whole time I'm fighting, I'm
Jeez.
wishing I could be cheering everyone on from the sidelines instead. You know, yelling stuff like, smash 'em good, and "Yeah,
I would not say so much.
that would really inspire our troops, right? And remember,
Yeah.
this is me we're talking about.
I don't know. I think all that yelling would only annoy some people.
You obviously
That's how,
haven't
like, they
experienced
distract
my
you by
friend's
yelling at your ear in the middle of a battle,
cheering skills firsthand.
and you get stabbed.
Next time,
That's
I'll
basically
take
what
you
I'm
to.
expecting to happen,
You'll see
honestly.
how inspiring it can be.
But let's see, who else do we have? Lorenz, Marianne.
I'll keep an ear out.
We can talk to good old Lorenz. The first conversation with him. For you?
I was wondering who it was. What fortuitous timing.
Did you need me for something?
Oh,
Nothing
shiz.
in particular. I was simply thinking of having a little chat with you. Please, do.
Yeah, we fused with some kind of
Already
otherworldly being.
relaxed.
I've heard your background is quite the mystery.
If we have some kind of otherworldly power, doesn't that mean we're
Some sort of
great?
unknown power.
You know?
It's certainly a bold decision for Claude to put someone like
Lorenz,
that in charge of frontline
if I could dip my...
forces.
I'm not gonna say it,
I
but
don't
like...
know if there's anything bold about it.
Lorenz.
It seems you do
Oh
not
my
understand
gosh.
your unique position then. Each noble house in Leicester
Merely
has
a
its own
mercenary.
knights, and those knights in turn enact the will of their lords.
You're like
through
level
their sword.
14.
But you are no knight, merely a mercenary who commands soldiers in fealty to nobody at all.
Ugh.
Maybe so, but all my orders come straight from the Alliance leader himself. What's the problem?
There is no.
Well, you're doing a terrible job at it,
Excel
Lorenz.
what you do and fight
Frankly.
with true valor. However, protecting the people of Leicester has always
This is
been
more
my
insulting than us
responsibility.
insulting Lysithea for being a quote-unquote child.
Some nobles may feel insulted that they have to rely on a simple mercenary of unknown origin.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
The nobles are usually the ones hiring
Oh, there you go.
mercenaries in the
He's
first
making
place.
the effort.
On the other hand, I hear there are more
It doesn't make me like him anymore. I don't hate him as much as I hate Hubert,
Given
but
our
like,
current lack of resources,
Lorenz.
the Alliance could serve to learn
Come
from
on.
them and promote more commoners through our ranks. Which means there should be no particular
That's
reason
what
for
I'm
anyone to
saying.
resent you.
Didn't you just say they might feel insulted? If nobody's getting all
Mhm.
hot under the armor about it, then there's no problem, right?
That said, this does not change the fact that a noble's obligation is to protect the common folk. Though your exact origins remain
Okay.
unclear, you undoubtedly fall into the commoner category.
Thanks,
instead.
Lorenz. I'm still gonna tell you that's not gonna happen.
All the protection a noble is compelled to provide.
Yeah, I was gonna
Simply
say, we were
if you ever require my
a decent mercenary.
assistance.
We didn't have the renown of Gerald's mercenary band, and Gerald's mercenary band did, you know,
Perhaps. I might be
kill
a
ours,
commoner,
but
I'm a mercenary before anything
yeah.
else. Fighting
Oh
is
my
what I live
gosh.
for. You know, at first I thought you were just coming to complain, but you were actually really nice.
Me?
Lorenz.
Do you? Oh my, you are funny. Allow me to explain. I am the heir to House Grey,
Ah.
a noble among nobles. My offer of aid was not an act of kindness. It was a means to inform you of your place in this society. You would do well to remember the order of things here in Fodlan.
I sure do.
You just came to tell me how I'm disrupting the order? You are complaining.
Most certainly not. Do you really think me that small?
I should just let this one slide.
I've
Yeah.
acknowledged your skills, and all I ask in return is that you act according to your station. Understand?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll keep that
It's
in
literally
mind
our one job.
for now. In any case, my job as a mercenary is to fight. Simple as that. You're wasting your time if you're gonna
Okay.
get all bent out of shape about
And
it.
then we just never ever did the rest of Lawrence's support conversations because he's being
We shall
condescending.
continue this at a later date.
Oh my gosh. That's one of those, like, I don't think he was actively trying to be that guy, you know? But he sure was succeeding at being that guy.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Okay, so here, we could get a Blessed Bow for getting an S rank here. That could potentially be really good for Schmier. Or, you know, technically Claude, but I just... not the biggest fan of Claude. Even if Claude is somewhat stronger and he's like a flyer so he can move around the map faster. I've already mentioned my 4 favorite characters in this game, so... that also kind of affects who I'm playing, not gonna lie. I like Schmier, though. She was very much in the, like... because we were the professor as Byleth over a bunch of, like... I don't want to say stuck-up nobles, because not all of them were. In fact, you had a lot that were really, really sweet. And then you had some that weren't even of noble birth. Like, that's part of why I like Dorothy, is she's a performer. She's a singer that, wasn't of noble birth. So she didn't act like a jerk every time we did anything. But, you know, for the most part, you're basically a professor in 3 houses over a bunch of noble children. And so having just a straight up another mercenary, because Byleth's also a mercenary, like Schmier, was kind of a breath of fresh air. And then there's like Catherine. Catherine was one of the strongest knights in the entire monastery. And she never, you know, let that be just a reason to be super cocky or anything. Catherine was honestly pretty cool. Do we have a defeat condition here? I keep forgetting how to check. It used to be just hit start menu and then not be hovering over a unit. Don't let the Ravaged Battlefield fall. Okay. Well, Schmier should be somewhat closer. I have Schmier there. We'll have Hill to defend the base this time. Okay. I don't know. Actually, to be fair, we probably don't need to be taking out these extra enemies.
Let's give it a shot.
If we only have to take some specific strongholds. We will take out these guys here, because it looks like there's 3 thieves here. Or there's 2 thieves and a stronghold captain. A little bit worried if I leave them be. They're going to pose a bit of a problem later. But we need to make sure to be doing that fast. Again, it seems like everything's actually tailored to the stage for S-rank time now, instead of just being a generic time. But we do still want to try and get S-rank first try. That way, when if we do have to grind, we can just grind on whatever stages we want, instead of having to do stages over and over that we necessarily didn't enjoy doing. Yeah, like, look at those blade twirls at the end. Super, super cool character design for Shez. The issue is, too, I don't know how fast, really, in this game. It does feel like the units you're not in control of do take damage fairly fast. Which has me concerned that, again, if we leave too many units in between these forts that we have to capture at the same time, could be a problem. And actually, while we're doing this, I'm going to have Lysithea just go straight to the other fort that we have to capture. That way we can just... that's the nice thing about having so many potentially active characters. Just send them to where you need them to go. Take control when they get there. Or when you're done with whatever you're doing. Do what they're doing. You don't even have to run over there. And they do have a... this game, it does genuinely feel to me, despite the maps being bigger, it actually does feel to me like they travel through everything faster. Which is really, really nice. Because sometimes I feel like I'd order units to go somewhere in the old Fire Emblem Warriors, and it'd take them forever to get there. Alright, but 2 more strongholds to get, and Lysithea's in one, and Shmir's in the other. Yeah, look at how much Lysithea's... that was her top skill. Her bottom skill just missed, but... like, she just chunked them. It took a hefty amount of effort for Shez to take out that one stronghold captain, and Shez is, I think, technically our highest level character. Whereas Lysithea, and I think it has to do with the gear they have and whatnot as well. But Shez just annihilated them. Okay, we need to stop that thief. Nobody's really close to that thief. And the thief's already at the chest. I'm just gonna have to let it go, I think, this time. Well, Let the battlefield ruins fall. Let's try and stop the thief. It looks like the thief takes a second to take the chest. Oh, or they just... The thief is still there. Oh yeah, the thief just carries the treasure chest out. Beat the archer and claim victory. Okay. Let's have Shez and Lysithea. Ooh, that's terrifying. Okay. Is this the battlefield that we weren't supposed to let fall? Because it's probably going down. We'll have Shez defend that. Lysithea start targeting the main archer. And let's take out this thief. Oh, Shimmer's skill did a fair chunk there.
I'm here to help.
I think we do need... We're getting to the point where we want to try and upgrade everyone's weapons, though. I don't know how many smithing stones we still have and whatnot. Because we did spend some to get some building upgrades. But that's probably a big point of why Lysithea is so strong. Because I'm pretty sure Lysithea does currently have our strongest weapon. Yeah, like her skill chunks enemies. And then, I mean, you also have to keep in mind, we are a bit over-leveled. But it's clearly not making a huge difference. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing, honestly. Because I'd like to kind of burst through the story, but I didn't want to play on easy. That felt like a bit of a cop-out. Normal seemed like a good difficulty. Yeah, our units are clearly getting stronger. Protect the mercenary while they recruit the priest. I don't think we can do that side quest because we just finished the stage. So probably doesn't count it as completed. You get a little bit of extra gold, I think, for completing side missions.
Luck was on our side today.
There's the Blessed Bow. Hope to see what modifiers it has and such. So that could potentially be quite a bit better, so... Holy Glow. I don't know what Holy Glow means. Oh, we got a Rocky Burdock, okay. Trying to remember which stat that actually upgrades. It's one of them, obviously, I just don't know which one. Alright, Anna, do you want to not move to an area? There we go. Now we can finally go to all these resources. I just wanted to save them because I didn't know. Challenging, so. Interesting. Claude wants to go on an expedition. We really haven't sent anyone on an expedition. We could go back and do that real quick. Hi, Anna. Oh, we can now visit Anna's shopping camp. That's not what I thought was going to happen. Now we visit all these stages, watch the contest of strength. Let's try some of the... No, let's watch the contest of strength. Training points recovered, okay. Some resources, basic building materials. It might be another chapter or two then before we are able to get our advanced classes aside from... Oh, what's his name? No, I can't remember it. Always escapes me, but... Wait, what was this? Like devoid of people. Select the review. Select to to raise the morale. Let's raise the morale of the units we use, so we'll use Marianne in case we have to use her for a side character. And then we'll max out Lysithea's. Morale up is always nice. Makes them just a little bit stronger, suffering from success. Maybe. Let's see, so let's go find Claude. I think he's usually... Oh, we can just go to units here. Send him out on an expedition if he really wants to go. We haven't sent any out, so... Here. Okay, we haven't tried this before. Oh, is it literally just us riding horses?
Thanks.
Yeah, we're just in the middle of wartime. Totally not a bad idea to just randomly go out by the two of us.
Want to get going? I'll leave the destination.
I like how the loading bar had a little horse with Shez and Claude on it.
Always great spending time with you.
Now we're in first person? Oh. This probably just helps raise affection.
Land and
Went on a
sky as
pleasant
far
stroll.
as the eye
Oh!
can see.
What is this, a dating sim now?
Feel like a new man.
Yeah. We'll just agree.
It's crucial to have a
Oh, this is like the affection when you have tea with units. You can have tea with units in the original Fire Emblem. I think that's kind of basically just what this is. Alright, what about your memories of the past? Take pity?
Surrounded by
Okay, we
enemies
weren't
ever
supposed to
since I
take pity
was a
on him.
kid.
I'm sorry, Claude.
Friends were in short supply those days.
Just talk. Oh. I'll say I respect them. Okay, well he didn't like our answers.
Eccentric, but they're exceptionally capable all the same.
The conversation fizzled. Well, he still got some morale out of it, so you know. There's that. Alright, what have we got?
I had a great
Let's go clear out our supply real quick. Probably won't be full. No. Before we expand this facility, I'm gonna see. If you can just go to the facilities master and just see what all upgrades you can do.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
In case they overlap. They
Everything
usually
has its
don't
own-
because I think they're part of the basic mats along with a special mat, but yeah, basic materials, storage bags. Storage bags are only for the supply depot.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding
Slightly increases
facilities.
types of tradable items. Okay. Yeah, see, like the recreation quarter requires humble furnishings. So we can go for increase the chance of successfully cooking meal. I mean, Lysithia and Shamir still like the meal, even though it's apparently forced on expeditions. Okay. We'll try that. That's also part of the reason why we were saving some of our action points. Was I was trying to figure out how to go on an expedition, and I thought that it costed it, but I wasn't actually sure. Use of a concoctions. Ability slots to 6. Increase recovery item uses. Let's do concoctions and recovery item uses. That'll be helpful. Then here I think we can just do, yeah, increase the effectiveness of classes that use. We'll do bows. Might as well just do the ones that we're using the most right now. Which is tomes, axes, swords, and bows. Oh, can we also do axes? Oh, we can do 2 more. Nice thing is too, yeah, I was gonna say, like now, next one is veteran training gear. So I don't think it actually overlaps, but there we go. Got an award. Permanently increases dexterity by 2. I'm actually not 100% certain what dexterity affects.
Let me know if I may be of
I'll probably just give it to Shez, honestly.
How'd it go?
Because if it does work the same way as it did in Three Houses, sometimes... it doesn't seem to be the case, but yeah, increases strength by 2, we'll give to Shez. 33 strength. Dexterity. Honestly, I'm just going to give the dex and the speed to Shez. Might as well buff up our main unit. Because they are the one that's going to be with us the longest. Do still have more sport conversations. Bit of a secondary concern right now. Let's go to Anna's shop real quick. See what she has for sale. Hi, Anna. Yeah, intermediate COs. Oh, okay, so she has a fruit of life. A lot of times these restock every chapter. So I like to buy as many as I can. Same with like the affinity items and such, which I don't know if I've checked, but there we go. I'm just going to keep jacking up. I'm sure it's diminishing returns at some point. And we could use it on, say, like Marianne. But Lysithia's up to 49 magic. Oh my gosh. That's really funny. Shez is up to 35 strength. Fruit of Life. We'll probably also give that to... I'd imagine she has less health than we do. But right now, we've just been giving all our stat upgrade items to either our main character or Lysithia. Because I'm serious. That's how broken she was in the original Fire Emblem Three Houses. I felt like she was one of the strongest units in the game. So I'm really hoping that is the case here. If it's not, I mean, worst comes to worst, we still have a really powerful mage. We have a couple, I was going to say, I think we have a few more training instructor points. Those I don't think matter as much. I'm honestly, even just though almost all of these units have mastered their classes, again, we could use it to master some other classes, but I don't think it's necessary. I might do it on consecutive playthroughs, try different characters with different weapons and such. But for now, I'm really just using it for affinity as well. It's helpful. But let's head back into battle. Try and keep tearing through these chapters. It is a little concerning though that we are very quickly... Oh, I forgot to check and see what the... Okay, sorry. I'm gonna go check and see what we can do to this blessed bow, because if it becomes stronger than Shamir's current bow, that could potentially be a really big upgrade. Completely forgot about that. I thought I was forgetting something. So much to do in between battles, honestly, it's pretty crazy. That's why I didn't want to do all of the... You know, every single support conversation stuff in between. Okay, we can't actually upgrade it. It does have 50 might. So it is actually still stronger than Shamir's current Venom bow. That is interesting. But it's apparently one of those special weapons that requires different materials. The durability might be lower, though. Yeah, here we go, Blessed Bow, so... Durability goes down by... Oh, it goes down by 1. We lose Dexterity Factor level 1, Venom Edge level 2 for Holy Glow. But it's just a straight strength upgrade. The poison damage, I think, has been helpful, but I couldn't tell you, honestly. I think just having an extra 9 strength on that bow is probably still going to be more useful. Just a thought, though. So you have a level 20 fight and level 19. Do them in order. Now that we know that we can go back and do them, though, including the story stage, I'm not as worried, but we do want to clear everything so we can make sure we get all the strategies. You can only take female units into this battle. Well, that literally does not affect our main 4. If we can only take male units into battle, that could be rough. I wonder if they'll do the same thing, though, as they did in Warriors, where, like, in Warriors, when they did female only or male only, the avatar characters, i.e. Corrin, Robin, and... No, I guess it was just Corrin and Robin. They just let you use either way. Because you could literally just change the gender on them. Because there was a female and a male version of Robin. So instead of forcing you to go change it in between for a single history battle, they just said, you know what, you can use them. So I wonder if that'll be the case. In which case, we'd have Shez, we'd have Claude. And I think we might have to invest in some experience in someone else if that's the case. But the fact that this modifier is here makes me think that there will be one. Alright, who's closest to one of these 5 Chimeras? Wipe out the enemy reinforcements. Okay. Yeah, Chimera feels kinda strong. It mostly feels like her skills that do a lot of damage, though. And by that I mean her little circle bow attack. The other one doesn't actually seem like it does a whole lot. Which is strange, because you'd think the singular attack would do more damage. But sure does not feel like it. Might just be me, though. There's a very high chance that it's just me. You know, we have Awakening mode. Oh, that just waved. We have Awakening mode. We don't use it a whole lot, though. Because you have to build it up first. That's another one of those things that I'm sure will earn faster as time goes on. But at the start, you used to get that, like, instantly, and it was pretty crazy. Now, we are wasting all of Lysithia's weapon durability here. But we do need to take out all these reinforcements, ideally, pretty fast. Where is the priest? Where's the monk? It says defeat the... Okay. Hilda is currently fighting the Barlin. So let's get rid of this mage. Real quick. There we go. Now then, we'll order Lysithia to go for this green circle enemy. Order Shez to go after this one. Order Shamir to go here. And then we'll take control of Hilda. And take out these ones. And we do have 2 minutes to do it. I'm thinking Hilda, despite Hilda having her signature weapon so early, it really does feel like she's starting to fall behind in terms of damage. We'll see. Not weak by any means, but compared to the other 3, like Shamir's, I think a little bit reliant on her skill damage. Ow. But when we have her skills up, it feels like she does some good damage. Whereas that wasn't terrible. Maybe just me. Honestly, it might just be me. But that wasn't like terrible damage, but for her having her signature weapon, you'd think she'd be way stronger early on, you know? Alright, but now we switched to everyone else. Everyone else is fighting one of the reinforcements. There we go. Oh wow, Lysithia on her own had already almost defeated that monk. Actually, so yeah, everyone had pretty much already almost defeated their enemy. Although, to be fair, Hilda was fighting too. But still, Hilda was also... We were in control of Hilda, so... I don't know. Like I said, there's a high chance it's just me feeling that way. We might want to actually give a few more levels to our main team, too, to have them catch up to... I mean, let's see, we got level 23, 23, 27, 26. So we could probably use some gold, give a couple levels to Shamir and Hilda, and that would help them as well. Shez is closest here. Claim victory already. Wow, this is a pretty fast stage. A giant crawler, huh? We could kill that, but... Oh, that's a side mission? Maybe we should. That's potentially a lot of free experience. Let's take control of Shamir, she's the closest. I do like to do the side missions. I think it does give you extra gold, it gives you some extra resources and such, but the giant crawler is going to eat up time. Oh, not a fan of that. Maybe not actually. That skill just did a ton of damage. Let's call over... It's going to take them a hot second to get here. We'll call Lysithea over. That's not really where I wanted her to go, but fine. Same general area.
You can count on me.
I could also theoretically take control of one of them and shadow step them a little bit closer, but I'm not too worried about it.
Do this.
We'll just see. We might not even be able to defeat this kind of bossy enemy
You can count on me.
before Shez is able to take out the Pegasus Knight, in all honesty. But Shamir's doing pretty good so far. The, ow. The whole holy weapon deal is actually working out really well in our favor. Hilda already made it here. Try Hilda for a bit. Maybe just switch through and use people's skills as well. Unless Shamir just runs off, that's not... Shamir, come back. Fine. I think it's their orders disappear if you take control of them for a set amount of time. Which is annoying, but eh. Yeah, Shamir actually, I think, did way more damage to him. Let's just do that. Yeah, look at that. Why did Shamir do so much damage to this enemy in particular compared to our stronger units? That's pretty crazy. Alright, we got it. Shez hadn't even done like any damage to this Pegasus Knight. What? My concern, like I was saying, is time, but it shouldn't matter. We should probably doing as many of the side quests as we can, get as many resources early as we can. Would probably be the correct move. There we go, and that ought to do it. We do need to try and get a better sword for Shez as well. Like, we'll probably just stick Hilda on our signature weapon for a while. Which should be fine. But we, again, probably need some other things to work with.
I hope this victory moves us closer to
Miracle
our desired
Bean.
future.
Shimmy's up to 24. Miracle Bean increases luck. I'm not sure who. I'll probably just... Anything that's not magic, I've just been giving to Shez, honestly. Just make a really powerful player character. So what can be expanded on? Light the beacon, huh? I wonder who we're actually going to be fighting here. Oh, we do have to complete, I think, every single stage anyways. We're not going to make it in time to this extra battle. We would have had to do this one first, but that's fine. The brawler is routed, okay. Which means we just have to have 1 or 2 units guard that brawler unit. There's a couple stages like this already so far. Make sure a certain allied unit doesn't go down. We will probably... Where's the brawler? Here we go. We'll assign Lysithea and Hilda. Let the other 2 just kind of run around. I don't know if we're supposed to just escort the brawler somewhere though. Or if we're supposed to defend. Because it says they're advancing. Find and defeat the assassin squadron, huh? Well... Are they hidden? Not really sure what I'm looking for here, honestly. Yeah, the poison damage for Ben and Ed only looks like it's like 5 kicking damage every now and then. That's actually not that good. So it probably was good to switch Shamir over to the higher damage bow. Oh, crud. Oh, what? Well, Shez is currently taking care of this, so hopefully the other 3 can... Or I guess the other 2 can protect the brawler. I'd be a little disappointed in them if they couldn't. Honestly, but... Switch over to Lysithea. Yeah, they're fine.
We weren't strong enough.
Yeah, my aspect doesn't seem to be quite as good as the Holy Spell. I think it's because the Holy Spell tends to be really concentrated on whatever you're firing it at. Like that. Whereas the other one's kind of a wave of little dark energy particles. And so it's not always landing where we need it to. Which makes sense, you know. Alright, well, they're advancing. Let's have everyone start attacking. We can leave Hilda defending. Have everyone else run towards one of the assassins here. Or the bandits. So.
I've got this. I've got it. Let's...
Dude, the archer was messing that bandit up. What? That bandit was already missing like a huge chunk of its health.
Sorry, but I gotta fall back.
Oh wait, no, this is an enemy archer. Why was that? Are they opposed to each other, I wonder? That's interesting. Here we go. Right on the shows. I'm bleeding all over this. It is a Nintendo game. I don't think they're going to show you bleeding all over the place. You're fine. Even when units die in Fire Emblem games, they just kind of keel over a little bit. Yeah, I'm wondering... I think I looked when I was doing my grinding to see if I had any extra skills, and I didn't see any. So I'm wondering how I get more. Or if I do have them and I'm just missing it. That's also a very distinct possibility. That's the side mission for the bandits down. Oh, come on. Oh, that stunned me. I was wondering, maybe that's how we stunned Ferdinand that one stage. I was actually a little bit confused about that. Okay, the brawler's retreating. Hilda should still be protecting.
Typically do not show my back to the enemy, but when needs must.
Support the brawler to the... Okay. Well, we'll just run along with the brawler. I should see the stronghold captain chasing after. Yeah, that's what I thought. A bunch of enemies just appeared to attack the brawler.
No time to lose.
Nice one.
Mercenaries, huh?
Fear not, we shall join.
Well, you can't survive all of Lysithia's magic. You're a mercenary. Every mercenary we run into that's like a playable character is like, don't worry, I'm just a mercenary. We don't take it personally. It's part of the job. And then every other mercenary is like, yeah, no. We don't do that here. We're mad. We're mad. Alright, brawler, you safe? Is that it? Oh. Kinda thought there'd be a little bit more to some of these side missions. They are side missions, but kinda thought there's more to do. Because I'd saved like a couple of my A-charge bars there. Lysithia had one. I think someone else had one as well.
The next one too, if I just
Heavy
stay
spear.
focused.
She has gotten magic. I have no idea if magic affects anything in this class in particular. Alright, well, we're about to head to the story stage for this chapter. I think we did miss out on the opportunity to get that battle, though, didn't we? Yeah. Western Regan territory. Hilda wants to go on an expedition. Yeah, why not? I think we still have some energy. Killer Nugget. We'll take the Killer Tome. Potentially, that's... Combat Art Wind Sweep? Oh, okay. I didn't even see what that was. I was just clicking A. That's awkward. Alrighty then. Before we head into the next chapter, we need to do all of our little shopkeeping. So, let's go to the Facility Master, see what we got out of those materials there. Blacksmith upgrade. 4. Increases durability gained by 4. Okay. Let you use some more weapon arts. Is helpful.
Allow me to assist with any matters
Marketplace. Increase the types of weapons that can be bought. Oh, we can do both. Resources and ingredients as well as. That's not too bad. And then battalion guild. We haven't messed around with battalions too much. We've just equipped a few basic ones. Do extra battalions and endurance fire battalions. We haven't had to like reinforce or add units back to the battalions like we do in a lot of the other. Like you do it automatically usually, but kind of a big issue otherwise.
Know if I may be of further service.
I'm gonna say, we probably shouldn't have listened in on the conversation, but the whole stack is kind of asking Hilda to return home because it's safer there. Honestly, I would have, you know, for story purposes, I would have thought at first Hilda might have taken him up on that offer, but she's also loyal to their friends. Let's go to the forest so that we can fail on these conversations again. I don't remember, I don't know if this mirrors their likes and whatnot in the original Fire Emblem Three Houses, but we are sure going to see. I bet I could do my hair like that. Yeah, maybe. Let's ask her a question. How about your friends? I know you talk to Marianne a lot. It's maybe not the outlook I'd have. See, I would probably admonish them, but I feel like the correct answer is to be silent. Yeah, the correct answer is probably to be silent. Let's talk. Doesn't mean we can't be fashionable, huh? Let's praise her motivation. Oh, hey, that worked out. I think for the conversation not fizzle out, you actually have to get all of them correct. Okay, we got 2 out of 3 this time. Didn't we fail like all 3 with Claude? That raised her morale a little bit too, that's nice. Alright, let's go to the shopkeeper. Make sure we can buy out some of the important items. As well as see if we have any bullion. We do. Perfect. We haven't been giving all these gifts, but I like to collect them just in case, because you never know when they'll actually be helpful. Hopefully we can buy all of them. Because you never know. I don't think it's going to be as important because it seems like affinity is easier to gain than it is in the Three Houses. Not going to stop me from stockpiling on the resources though. Intermediate seals haven't been an issue, and these should restock every single stage. So we don't have to get them every single time, but it does not hurt to have as many resources as possible, especially early on. Oh, since we have an eye for quality. Nice. Alright, let's, we can do one more chore now, because we are going to the next chapter after this next stage. Let's see, I don't know who all isn't motivated at the people we have. Motivate Marianne and Holst.
Care to make yourself useful?
Nice. Alright, on to the Training Instructor. There's quite a few facilities, honestly. Sure can.
We all must do our fair share.
Actually, here, let's see how expensive it'll be to give a couple levels to our main team. Soda's 23, Lysithia is 27, Jameer's 24, we're 28. We give Hilda a few levels here, yeah. In fact, let's get all of them to 27. Should hopefully make this next stage just a tad bit easier. And then, we didn't save ourselves so much money to check the blacksmith on the new weapons. But we'll go see. Because we did just get a pretty fancy weapon, didn't we? The, where is it? Did we not?
Hey there. Need something?
Whoops. I thought we got something else there. Is it a different type of weapon? Wolf fangs, maybe? Effective against mounted units. Oh no, it was the killer tome. Okay, we can't upgrade it. The Killer Tome has 68 might. What does Lysithia's current tomb have? That would be an upgrade. That's what it was. I was like, I swear it was one of the main units. There was a weapon that should have made them stronger. But Iron Tome has Charm Factor, Reckless Power. The Killer Tome has both critical and resistance factor. Should still be good overall. I think this early on in the game especially, just going for straight up strength is probably helpful. Let's give Shamir's evasion ring to Lysithia. And then we'll give Shamir just like something defensive here. Or a dexterity ring. Surely dexterity probably affects archers. I would imagine so. We'll give a shield to Claude. Call it good. We're working our way through these support conversations, so you know what? Let's do one more before we go into the next chapter. So Hilda, Lysithia... So we can do one more with Marianne. Let's see what she has to say. Alright, so the first time we went to a meal with Mariana, and we kind of noted like, oh, we were surprised she said yeah, because she always eats by her own.
What a wonderful meal.
Hey, you've still got some food left. You don't want it?
Oh.
That Ogma Wolverine meat's super hard to come by, you know.
Oh, I don't really eat meat. You can have it.
As a mercenary?
Don't mind if I do then. You know, I always feel strangely energized after eating this stuff.
You look so pleased to be eating it.
Oh, that's sweet.
If not every day I get to hear you laugh. Did I look funny or something?
No, it's just that the look on your face made me
Okay.
happy.
Instead of just watching other people stuff their faces, maybe you'd enjoy trying some yourself?
That's good.
I am perfectly content just watching.
Huh. Well, anyway, it seems like you've gotten more comfortable eating with me, Marianne.
I have. When you told me not to act like someone I'm not, at first I
That's
didn't know
good.
what to do with myself, but I still thought I could learn something from you. And as I talked with you more, I just got used to us eating together.
I see. Then why not branch out and eat with
They
other
do.
people too?
They do.
Mealtimes are a great opportunity to make new friends after all. Making conversation and sitting around the dinner table.
I feel bad for
hand in
Marianne.
hand.
She's just shy.
That's how we ended up friends, right? It
Oh.
might be a good chance to get to know someone else. What's wrong?
I'm sorry, it's just my adoptive father said the same
Yes,
thing
I
to
don't
me
think that's a
once.
bad thing, but being the heir to a noble house, that's probably a bit more of an issue.
I avoided other people so much. He said that as
Yeah.
heir to House Edmund, I must
I'll
be at
apologize for being
least
insensitive.
somewhat sociable. But he never
You didn't have to
realized
say just like your
how
father.
difficult it was for me to do that.
I feel like Shez is just a little bit unintentionally offensive sometimes.
Sorry. I was being insensitive, just like your father.
No, you've done nothing wrong. But I don't think it's a good idea.
My IGN is literally Miss Fortune Crow. Can't make it much worse, Marianne. It's fine.
Misfortune to anyone who gets too close to me.
That's not true at all. Why do you even think that?
It is true. I know it.
Oh my gosh, that's not what we were going for.
If that's the case, then how's it possible for us to be hanging out right now without any problems?
Oh.
You're right. I
Oh
should
my
have been more
gosh.
vigilant and kept some distance between us. But
Wait,
you're
wait,
so kind.
Oh.
and I just like being around you. I'm sorry. I'll stay as far away from you as I can.
Right as
from
we were
now on.
making progress.
I should
That's one of those, like, it's clearly not what she meant,
Hey, wait,
but it's
Marianne.
definitely the way she took it.
What am I gonna do about her?
Scythia and Ignots. Why does Lysithia have a conversation with Ignots right now? I feel like we haven't even used Ignots. We'll get to that later. I want to see what happens in this next fight. It takes a good amount of time, even just doing the bare minimum, to get to the next chapter. And I kind of want to see what happens.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Alrighty. Let's get moving on. Hi, Ferdinand. Oh. Why is Holst
I've brought an
in...
envoy from the Alliance.
Allow me
I guess to be fair, who else do you send as an envoy than someone who could probably fight their way out by themselves?
It is an honor to meet you. Even those of us from the Empire have heard tales of your valor. I am Ferdinand von Eyre, and this army is under my
What are you gonna do,
command.
Ferdinand?
I come as a representative for the Leicester Alliance. I'm sure you can guess what I'm planning to say.
You are here to ask for our surrender, I take it.
Yeah.
Your army
Is he gonna do it?
surrounded with no hope
Do
of
it.
victory or retreat.
Do it, Ferdinand.
No dishonor in laying down your arms.
Edelgard and the Empire literally force you into a war.
So the Empire declined our terms? I guess
That actually does sound about right for Ferdinand, though.
It was as if he didn't even consider.
He's more of one of those, like, knightly characters.
Perhaps he'd have regarded it an affront to his pride as a noble of the Empire.
Oh,
He's really willing to throw away the lives of those who serve him just
that's
for
not good if we're trying to get them to surrender.
Actually, his troops' morale seemed unexpectedly high. I believe they've steeled themselves.
Oh, that's
for a
probably
fight to the death.
Bernadetta.
Not without exception, of course. One of his officers was hiding under a table,
Yeah.
and I noticed some dispirited soldiers about their camp.
Hiding under a table. That has to be Bernadetta. I mean,
Well, as like
who else
the
could
type
be?
of character Ferdinand is, he'd probably be like, "Ah, we're gonna make our last stand. It's gonna be
Couldn't convince
great."
Ferdinand to give up on this desperate last stand. We have no choice but to give him what he wants. If we win this battle,
Yeah, this is meant to be currently like the last force from the Empire currently in the
no matter who you
Alliance,
face on
I
the
thought,
battlefield,
because we need to take back the
hold nothing
bridge.
back.
Then we can
Give them
persuade
everything
Bernadetta,
you've got.
poison tactic, slightly strengthen allies, mounted surge, dismounted surge, Imperial formation, intel, okay. Light the beacons to confuse the enemy and currently. Okay, let's do this. I was gonna take the mounted unit with the reinforcements, but we obviously need to persuade Bernadetta so we don't, you know, murder Bernadetta. That leaves us with light the beacon Imperial formation intel sounds pretty good. Confuse the enemy, do some extra damage, should be pretty good. I don't know why it keeps putting in some of our backup units that aren't strong. Like, we have Marianne here. Why would it bring in the level 6 Raphael as backup as well when we have like a level 15 Holst? Do we have someone better than Lawrence to throw in? No, we just have a bunch of level 15s. We'll call it good here. That's a good one.
Forward to a worthy
See if we can't get that S rank first try. We've only had a few stages that we haven't, and it's usually been the ones that we've kind of just dilly-dallied around a little bit too much. Defeat the archers? Okay. Let's go straight for a goal. One thing that has been nice, though, that was a big issue I felt in the original Fire Emblem
To surrender.
Warriors, is I'd spend too much time trying to get the... well, not too much time. The time wasn't usually a huge issue. It was the fact that you had to kill like 2k enemies every single stage. And it added a lot of unnecessary playtime to getting all your S ranks. Whereas here, actually getting the kill count doesn't seem to be a huge issue. It's really, if anything, the damage hasn't been an issue. It's just if we're slacking off too long, you know? And I'm sure if we were doing hard, or we're trying to be really careful with Classic, which no one's even died, to be fair. We've had a couple people come close. Oh, it is Gerald. Hey, he's alive after the time skip. Sick. That's probably why he's still confident, though. Those are the mercenaries Hubert sent. Why is Alois here? He's not with Rhea?
The situation doesn't look great.
Alois.
Still got a job to do.
I guess Shamiro's a defective, but Shamiro's also mostly a mercenary. Alois was a straight-up knight.
We'll cut a path for you. Follow us.
It's...
We've secured an escape route.
Don't run away, you're invading our land. Ferdinand. Alright, well, let's just go chunk through all the archers real quick. Oh, I forgot how much Leonie likes Gerald.
Proceed to the escape route at once.
I wonder if this is where we recruit Gerald and Byleth.
Oh no.
Again, I don't know how many chapters there are. I'm still pretty sure they're recruitable. Like I said, the only thing I'd really looked up on this game was an actual list of the supposedly recruitable characters, and I don't even think it was a complete list, because it was released before the game came out. And it was when I was like trying not to look up spoilers, but I happened across it and couldn't help myself. But Byleth and Gerald are supposed to be recruitable. So maybe this is where... Although to be fair, if they're currently hired to defend, maybe not? Because if they've secured an escape route in formation, okay. I didn't mean to switch units there. Who knows? Does seem a little bit early, but you never know. We're obviously recruiting Bernadetta here, so... Doesn't appear that we're getting Ferdinand, though.
If we don't stop them.
Search the strongholds for Bernadetta. Okay. Well, we can send someone to take that stronghold. We defeated the archer and their allies. Honestly, as long as they don't just die, I don't mind just having all the units kind of run around and do their own thing. Our support units, a lot of them, like the lowest is level 15. A little bit under-leveled. I wonder if Bernadetta can actually get away. It would be a little bit awkward. Nice. Oh, hi Bernadetta. She was right here. I think when we have the tactic to convince someone, they probably can't get away. Why does Bernadetta have a... Yeah, persuade Bernadetta. Here we go. I keep accidentally changing characters when I do the strategies. Yep, we have to defeat her. Don't let Ferdinand retreat. Okay, let's have Shez. I mean, I don't see how we bust open the gate to stop Shez from escaping. I don't see a... It used to be like there'd be a very specifically named gatekeeper enemy. Maybe we have to take out this stronghold, actually. Because I don't think Bernadette is going to be getting away. Let's take down the stronghold captain first, because this was the flashing stronghold. Yeah, this is clearly not where she wants to be. Okay, the man's being obstructed again, perfect. We've almost got Bernadetta. In which case, if the other forts don't unlock at that point, I don't know. We're missing a couple of forts that we could theoretically capture, like here. Let's actually send Shez to take this fort. We should have had them. We need to be giving them orders whenever possible, for sure.
Not a problem. I've got this. You can count on me.
We didn't kill her, did we? Yeah, no, she's fine. Ah, perfect. I don't know, maybe we do just have to beat up. I mean, if we're constantly fighting Geralt and Byleth, maybe we do have to kill him. Not kill him, but, you know, beat him up when we get the chance to recruit him. I can't imagine there's paths where you can't recruit Byleth and Geralt if it's possible to. So how do these gates open? But, like I said, have no idea. I wonder if we really get to talk to Sothis or anything like that in this game, because they're technically inside Byleth's head, and Byleth isn't necessarily the player character anymore. Oh. Well, there she is. She's so emotionless, and she's using a dull sword. Reminds me of the Traveler in Genshin Impact. I'm the super legendary warrior. I guess to be fair, she doesn't have the... I can't remember what it's even called. But she doesn't have her super legendary blade. In this case. Alright, time to start assigning everyone to start taking forts. Alois is here. Let's send two... Ooh, I don't want to have... We'll go take care of Byleth. I don't think it'd be a good idea to have an axe user attack Byleth. I don't want to attack that archer. Hello, Byleth. Yeah, I was confused. Oh, now her sword's shining.
Come then, let us fight with honor.
Is that Alois? Did he leave the Knights of Saros? The escape point is before.
Oh, thanks. To be fair, you did murder our entire, you know, mercenary camp, but that was like 2+ years ago. So it does make sense that we've gotten stronger, doesn't it? Did we get her? We did not. Oh gosh, do it again. Yeah, I mean, it was not even a fight before when we fought Byleth. And now we're actually winning. Unless she activates some... Ah! It's weird to see her without her special, like, chain whippy looking sword. Okay, we drove her back. Time to take out Alois. You would think magic would do a little bit better against Alois, but yeah. Alois, to be fair, always had a really good relationship with Geralt. So the idea that he left and joined the Gerald's mercenaries after the church kind of dissolved isn't the most surprising thing. I just thought he would have gone with Rhea to the kingdom. Really was like where I assumed he'd be. Light the beacon. Another strategy. Shamir's currently trying to get in. Oh, Shamir's fighting Gerald, huh? Why are like all of my side units here? What? Ideally, we would send Hilda there. Ow. Did we lift the beacon? I don't know what that did. I would assume the 20 cost strategies, though, are, you know, pretty decent. But I don't know if I really have the time to move. Let's have Shez specifically start taking down the Pegasus Knights. But I don't know if we really have the time to move another active character over here. Have them, you know, start trying to deal with Gerald. Because ideally, Shamir would be really good at dealing with the Pegasus Knights. Ooh, I was hoping that would hit the Stronghold Captain as well. Just fall back, Gerald, please. Come on. But yeah, we didn't actually finish Byleth's health bar there. Which makes me think that that was not our opportunity to recruit them. Which, to be fair, it would have been a little overkill if we recruited Bernadetta and Gerald and Alois and Byleth here, you know? Would have been funny, but it does make sense that that wasn't the case. There we go. Gerald and Alois are down. Shez is fighting the Pegasus Knights, perfect. Damn it, Ferdinand escaped. Do we have the ability to go fight him now? If so, we'll send a few people over to him. Yep. Okay, we'll send Shamir over there. We'll also send Lysithea that way. And you know what, we'll send Hilda too. We'll take care of the Pegasus Knights ourselves. Have fun, Ferdinand. 3-on-1 plus all the extra reinforcements, so yeah, I probably should. I still, maybe I should have. What I could have done is switched out, had Shez head that way, and then had Shamir Shadow Step over here. I really haven't been using that as much as I could be. I just keep forgetting about it, but this would have been a good point to do it. Where's the last Pegasus Knight? Oh, it's all the way up there. Okay, yeah. I shall not surrender. You were literally in the middle of running away. A second time. Oh, he's pretty tough, though. Let's go down. Go down. Come on. Oh, gosh. To be fair, he has a lot of reinforcements with him, too, so I suppose maybe he was okay. Ow. Oh, ow. Come on, use your ability. There we go. That was rough. But yeah, look at her. Wind magic, fire magic, lightning magic. We know she uses light and dark magic. So powerful. That take him out? Oh. Yeah, that took him out. Jeez. Vladislava, huh? He's currently defeated right next to us, nowhere near the escape point. We really gonna do that cop-out? Fine. Where's Vladislava? He's totally gonna do that. Did he really lose the whole army if Ferdinand goes down? Look at how fast Shamir is just destroying. Jeez. That's archers against flying units for you. She's already defeated, so. And he just disappears into thin air. It took us like 20 seconds to beat her. Was I not supposed to kill Vladislava?
At least Lord Ferdinand got away.
Oh.
Your Majesty. have seen you.
Hold on.
last.
Let me look this up. Because that was the main mission, but if we didn't have to kill Ladislava, I'm gonna redo that mission, because I feel kind of bad.
General escaped, but we struck a blow to the Imperial Army nonetheless. I'd call this a victory.
Well, we did it.
Hmm. Okay. So... Apparently you can't. I think that was for the Empire route. But, okay.
Yet you're
Because we only sure we routed the Imperial
I just feel
Army.
kind of bad. That was kind of sad.
And if that wasn't
He's like,
bad
don't worry, I'll hold him off.
enough, basically, we lost in nearly every way you can lose.
And then we literally just smacked her with an archery real quick. So let me double check that real quick, just because I feel a little bad. Yeah, well, yeah, I just feel bad. Paranoid, like we were just, oh. No, I don't think so. Worst comes to worst, we'll try and save her on another route if that's even possible. But oh, my. Sorry, I'm checking on my laptop, but yeah, I feel kind of bad. Apparently, she dies off screen, and I'm pretty sure that's talking about the Empire path, but.
wrong.
It was the main
You were
quest.
hired to do a job
Like,
and you did it.
surely...
And in
If it was the main quest, I don't think there's a way around that.
simple reminder
But yeah, no,
about
we beat
the
Ferdinand.
danger the Ashen
We beat
Demon
Bernadetta.
poses.
We beat Geralt, Alois, and Byleth. Or at least chased him back. And then she shows up and she's like, don't worry, I'll chase him off. He didn't even finish his speech.
Precisely. They're surely going to
I just try to keep
continue
everyone
scaling
alive when I
your
can,
way,
because I
so
feel
do try
kind
to
of
dig
bad.
a little deeper the next time you square off.
But it's
Yeah,
fine.
You're probably right.
What are you gonna do?
Thanks for the chat.
But I'll check into that later. If we haven't, when we play the other pass, maybe we'll be able to save her then. He's kind of a small side character, but again, it was like, Ferdinand has ditched like twice, and he's gotten away with it. It doesn't feel quite right that he gets to get away like that. There's Bernadetta. Alright, next chapter. Really?
Did you manage to find Ferdinand and his troops?
No. But
I'm trying to remember, was Garrett Mach in like a neutral territory, or was it actually in one of the...
Up on the southern route and are
you know,
making their way
areas.
back to the Empire by circling west. It
Interesting.
won't be easy to catch them now.
I'm just relieved that Ferdinand is still alive. I must admit, I am
Again, though, like, people who haven't played through Houses,
Here.
they've met him like once,
Caught him, though.
outside of the battles.
Ferdinand, he's gonna think the only way to redeem himself is by attacking us again.
Yeah.
Well, if he does, I'll just chase him away. I'll send that guy packing as many times as we need.
Yeah, I think Leone was like super into Geralt.
And his mercenaries.
I'm with you on that.
Right. Ferdinand would have never escaped if Gerald's people weren't covering him. I suspect this won't be the last we see of them. We can't let their smaller numbers lull us into a false sense of security. That's a surefire way to get beat. On the bright side, we've taken down most of what was left of the Imperial Army's invasion force. I think it's fair to say the Alliance has officially made it to the other
Empire.
side of this crisis.
Yeah, are we gonna go help the kingdom?
May I ask what our next move is, my lord?
We're still
Well, as
finding-
you know,
They say they were stretched thin, they
there is
almost
a
beat
lot
us back with half of their army.
targets.
Yeah.
With fronts to the east and the west, the Empire is stretched thin. They've been forced to divide their army. I'd
Really?
be curious to hear what my favorite mercenary thinks. What would your next move be?
Let's
As
fortify the
brains
border.
of
Screw
this
you, Arvel.
duo, I'll take this one. The answer couldn't be clearer.
I don't wanna attack the Empire.
Enemy's homeland.
You don't want to do unto others what they've been doing unto you, you know? If it's bad.
We could rally the Alliance Alliance army and prepare for what comes next.
Playing
Okay,
defense.
that's the exact
Fine.
opposite of what I told you. I'm hurt that you place so little
Fine.
faith in me.
That would only serve to put us in the same position as before.
Justified, but it doesn't make it the right thing to do, you know?
Now is the time to go on the offensive.
I agree. They attacked us first, so we're fully justified in the retaliation.
That's fair.
What's more, if we can claim House
Sure
Burgundy's
is.
farmlands for ourselves, then the Alliance should be sitting pretty for a century to come.
Isn't
Yeah, but do you want to sacrifice, like, potentially a ton of people just to kill that one man?
But at the end of the day, he's still just one man. The Empire's invasion of Leicester has failed. That crack in their
Raphael, you're like level 6.
Victory means peace for the Alliance.
If I send you in to fight the Count, he's gonna smack you around so fast.
No matter how tough he is.
I'm sure if we don't take this opportunity, it won't be long before the Empire regroups and attacks us.
See,
again.
Lysithea gets me.
I don't approve of
I
this
knew
at
I
all.
liked her for a reason.
Surely the Alliance army is already exhausted from fighting multiple battles. So many of our soldiers are wounded.
Exactly. If we go attack with what little of our forces remain and we fail, we're in the worst part. But that is also fair. If they attack again, we won't be able to do the same little pincer attack strategy. Oh.
We won't fail. I'll handle Count Burgley's myself, and I will vanquish him.
But Holst, can you really afford to be away from our territory for so long? Elmira could strike at any moment.
Potentially build a tomb for the enemy with
This
the... No!
conversation's certainly gotten heated.
Jeez,
Sense
that's
another
violent.
roundtable meeting in the works?
Seems like this
Mr.
kind of decision
Paranoid.
would need one of those conferences, huh?
Just because we're at war doesn't mean you gotta do
Some
that.
goes around here, yeah. I guess we'll just have to table this discussion until then.
Not cluster. Sacrifice her. I mean, we did just kill that one lady. She was a really minor character. I just feel bad because she was like, don't worry, I'll sacrifice myself for Ferdinand. And then he just disappears into thin air. It didn't even take us like 15 seconds to kill her. Oh my gosh. Chat is bloodthirsty for some reason. By chat, I mean, whatever.
If Deirdre had fallen, House Gloucester would have remained a loyal vassal to the Empire.
That's fair.
There was no need for you to share the stigma of that betrayal.
So he was trying to keep
Your
Lauren's,
hands
like,
to remain clean.
his honor intact.
You are, after all, the heir to the noble House Gloucester.
Yeah, to be fair, depending on how things happened, because like you said, he wouldn't have, if we hadn't defended the one place, he wouldn't have done the pincer attack at all.
I allowed him to inveigle me into
So,
going
again,
on
depending,
scheme.
could have really made things more difficult on Lawrence, depending on how that plan went.
Much of our domain became a battlefield. Its citizens
Yeah.
exposed to considerable peril.
That seems a small
That's
price to
fair,
pay
yeah.
considering all we have gained.
An alliance leader who dismisses any
Games
amount
like this
of
I get engrossing will
suffering
sacrifice
is
any and all.
unfit to bear
Jeez.
the title.
Fair enough.
I'm convinced that Claude
I mean, that's the
will
thing with
never
Three
be
Houses, is whether you're playing this Warriors version, or you're playing the Three Houses original version,
See, Lawrence, I am
there is, no matter which side you side with, the Kingdom, the Alliance, or the Empire,
You cannot
there is a lot that goes on. Because obviously the Empire's invading everyone, the Kingdom's got a lot of stuff going on, obviously so does the Alliance.
yield my title.
What?
Really?
Claude may be the one to save our
So Count
alliance,
Gloucester
but I
is
refuse to
seceding
serve
from the
under him all
Alliance.
the same. You, however,
Interesting.
are much more
Oh, or you
fitted
just make
to
you Lawrence the head of the
his
house.
particular style of leadership. Would you not agree?
So he does trust him. Lawrence was so insecure about this, like the plot to some of the Gundams. Oh, I haven't seen all of the Gundams, but
My son.
I know the basic idea to like the original one.
Uphold
It's interesting.
my own ideals.
Oops.
That too ends today. Going forward, you shall act in accordance with your own beliefs.
But it is interesting to see how much the Count actually trusted in Lawrence
That you never forget your duty to protect
and wanted him to do well. Like he intentionally kept him out of this, not because he didn't trust Lawrence, but because, again, he wanted to make sure, oh, Lawrence just got a fancy staff. It's a shame we haven't invested in Lawrence at all. A contest of beasts. Yeah, we'll probably do the Empire next. But I have a feeling we've got a ways to go.
A contest of beasts.
So convoluted, branching out, but nevertheless, it's interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's basically 3 storylines in one game that just depends on which side you lead. In our case, we're a mercenary that ended up joining the houses temporarily of one of these 3 groups. But if you're playing the original one as Byleth, you actually become the professor, like head of house of one of those 3 as well.
Dimitri's territory,
So,
just beyond
it's
the
interesting.
bridge.
Because basically that just means whichever side you pick is obviously going to win. But we still have to deal with the Empire, and we have to see if we even interact with the Kingdom, which I'd imagine so we do, you know. So,
Having been vested with my father's authority,
we'll see.
I cast the vote for House Goneril. We vote yay.
And how say you, Count Gloucester?
I have decided to yield House Gloucester's seat to my
Count
son.
Cordelia.
Lawrence, you will cast your vote as the new head of our
Okay.
house.
I mean, Count Cordelia really...
To the position of Count
It seems
Cordelia?
like that, but it's either France or England. Okay.
So he was briefed in
I'll have to look into
advance on his
Bladestorm. Sounds
meeting's
interesting.
agenda, At which time he expressed that House Ordelia would support the opinion of the
We
council.
vote yeah.
Then House Gloucester will join Houses Edmund and Goneril and offer no objection. We vote
For
yea.
someone who talks so, like,
Then with the approval of
formally,
all houses,
I didn't
the
expect him to
alliance
just be
will
like,
move forward with the
we vote
proposal.
yeah.
Huh.
Hmm.
Duke Goneril's position came as no surprise, but I didn't expect Margrave Edmund
Yeah,
to
the
show
Alliance
so
seems
much
like a bit of a
interest.
headache.
Margrave
Because if you're with
Edmund
Dimitri or
has
Edelgard,
sees one.
obviously there's some dissension, but
Swung in our
they
favor.
are the de facto, like, leader, the emperor or
As
the,
leader of House Daphne, you have my full
the
support.
king, you know. They say it, it goes. Claude clearly has to, like, tiptoe around every single member of the
Don't share my enthusiasm.
Alliance to some extent just because they don't unconditionally listen to him.
I'll need to find some
Which
way
would
to
be, I think, probably the best system of the three in real life, potentially, but in terms of a game, it's kind of annoying.
The round table voted on our next course of action, and support for an attack on the
Oh.
Empire was unanimous. We need to get preparations underway.
Unanimous. I was led to believe that my father would be too busy overseeing the restoration of our territory
Jeez.
to attend.
The Count made me his proxy, which I interpreted as a sign of support.
Yeah.
That's surprising. I'd heard Ordelia territory suffered greatly when the Empire invaded. Are you sure my father has agreed to this?
Yeah. It's interesting to see how much knowledge Lysithea actually does have on her family situation, because in Three Houses it didn't actually give off that impression. It makes sense because she's supposed to be like the, you know, the genius character, but it's not really been, again, the most office, you know, prominent part of her character.
My adoptive father views this war as just another investment. He must be expecting.
I mean, if we win, yeah, the Empire's just gone. That's a lot of land, a lot of wealth to give back to the Count.
Look, this isn't something you all need to worry about. Now, Lawrence, since you're the head of House Gloucester, would you...
Given the treachery House Gloucester has shown the Alliance as of late,
That's fair. I don't think Lawrence is quite the same, but
position to object to your
yeah, I was gonna say it was literally part of the plan.
to quietly acquiesce during the round table.
That so-called treachery was all part of the plan to
Hmm.
save the Alliance. No one actually thinks your house betrayed us.
That is fair.
Results do not erase duplicitous intent. Had the winds shifted in their favor, my father was prepared to remain with the Empire.
Yeesh. All
Doesn't
right,
matter what we
let's
say.
ask someone else. What do you think, my friend?
Hasn't the decision
We should
already been
attack,
made?
actually. At this point, why not?
You should be free to speak your mind.
They're not gonna listen to us if we say we need to hesitate.
The Imperial Army
And clearly, Edelgard's just never been, whether in Three Houses or here, Three Hopes. Edelgard's not gonna just listen.
I agree.
She never does.
Started this war. I say we finish it.
Dimitri's situation was a little bit different.
Just want to be clear about one thing.
Claude?
I'm not
I
trying
remember
to invade the
it
Empire
being,
because of some
like, you
personal
fought him,
ambition. Seizing House
but again,
Ordealia's
given the
territory
situation of
is
the
essential to the future of
the Alliance,
That
I kind of felt like
change
if you joined one of the other two sides, it really did become Empire versus Kingdom,
leverage for peace talks. This fight is
with
about
the Alliance on the side, whereas here we are. The Alliance is a little bit different.
lend me your strength.
But it makes me wonder,
Can't do this alone.
whether we defeat the Empire here or not, is the Kingdom going to prove to be an issue?
I'm sure you must have agonized over
Because the
this
Kingdom's also
decision.
being invaded by the Empire.
I suppose the die has been cast. What matters now is that we
Hmm.
win.
That's true. All right. I'll steal. This battle is for
Yeah.
everyone in the Alliance.
I'm in too. And I'm not about to let Geralt and his mercenaries beat me up.
Well, we will sure try, Claude. We will sure
But it's up to all
give
of
it
us to
our
set them through.
A effort.
I know you won't let me
Doesn't mean it's gonna work, but we'll try it. Looks like there's another 6 battles here to go. Alrighty then. You can now exchange a wider variety of facility materials at the supply depot. Okay. New exam seals. Okay, that's good. That means we now have advanced seals available. The issue is I think we still have to upgrade our training ground just so that we can even do that. But let's get going through everything here. Maybe do another couple of sport conversations and hop into this chapter. I always forget that there's just a collect all.
Supplies are the
But yeah, we
lifeblood
can
of
get some
any
of
army.
these. Okay. We can get better resources. We still don't have that many smithing stones though, so could be a little bit annoying. Let's see how much the extra seals are now.
Has its use.
Advanced seals, we can buy 3 here. Total 6k. We honestly probably don't need to worry about continuing to buy all of the affinity items, because clearly affinity isn't a huge issue. And the more you grind, you know, the less of an impact it makes. I just like to make sure we're not sitting at max energy here as well. And I like to increase the morale of our main units right at the start, because it's always pretty helpful. Nice, okay. Renowned Mercenary 2. Quite a lot of achievements here. Let's raise... What's annoying is, like, we don't really have any tasks that actually involve all 4 of our... or even 2 of our main kind of group. We'll take along... You know, we'll take along Hilda and her brother here. Like, Raphael's one of the units I didn't even really use in 3 houses. I don't mind the character, just... eh. We'll go down to 1 energy in case there's a expedition we want to do. Let's raise some machineers.
We all must do our fair share.
Take Marianne along.
Care to make yourself useful?
Even if they don't quote-unquote really like it, yeah, we still got perfect. They still get a little bit of morale out of it. Oh, maybe I should have saved... you know what? Forget it. We'll do a food. We've been doing at least 1 food every single chapter. And we'll probably get at least 1 energy back eventually. But I do want to save some for the expedition eventually. Bleeding gauge slightly fills the warrior gauge. So let's try that. We only have 1 white trout. But we'll go with Mary. Actually... Hold up. So the issue is Marianne and Claude really like it, but I want to give it to... Lysithea apparently hates it. So does Shamir. We'll give it to Hilda and Marianne then, since they're good friends. Nice. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we are a mercenary. We're not a chef. It's okay, Marianne. I like that Hilda encourages Marianne, though. It's always good for someone who, like, struggles putting themselves out there, genuinely, to have someone who kind of looks after them and helps them break out of their shell a little bit. But let's see what materials we need. Oh, he's wearing fancy gold now. But I don't think we can... Yeah, we can't do advanced classes until we expand the facility to this. So we need 10 quality building material, 10 veteran training gear. Let's head back to... Was it the supply master that we could trade? Yeah, it should be. So veteran and quality. The problem is that's almost all of our smithing stones. We definitely don't have enough to get... Yeah. We need more smithing stones. I wonder, can we... Let's just start trading away our weaker weapons, see if we can't get enough training stones that way. Because the majority of these we're not going to use, you know? All these iron swords, eventually they'll get replaced with higher ones. In fact, let's just get rid of the unupgraded here. Some of these could be worth using. It's not that they won't be at all, it's just that I want to get my next class right now. Because it's probably pretty important. Let's see how many that gives us. 32. I don't think that's quite enough, but we can deliver resources as well. I don't think we'll need that many more basic building materials. Let's see if that was enough. Yeah, we only needed 36. That leaves us with a few extra smithing stones. Here we go. Onward to get our advanced classes. We only have 3 advanced seals, but should still be extremely helpful here. Perfect. Alright, acquire class. What can we go up to? We can go up to the Sword Master, okay. Well, we really only use swords. That'll be helpful. Oh, I guess we only use 1 sword if, no, that's fine. See, we were using the Fluegel. Maybe I should have done that, because there's a chance that Shez, very much like Byleth, gets a very specific, unique class. But it was still an upgrade in abilities. We did lose our previous abilities, and we don't wield 2 swords anymore. I don't think that actually matters a whole lot, though. Let's see. Hilda, we were talking about feeling like she was a little bit too weak. We could go for a Wyvern Rider class, which could genuinely, potentially... So if we go for a Warrior for Hilda, that's just a straight upgrade. But I'm wondering if Wyvern Rider won't do the same thing that we really, really liked about Camilla and... Because potentially, that's the exact same class, you know, a Wyvern Rider with an axe, that we really loved about Camilla and Minerva. So, let's give that a try. If we really hate it, we'll use an advanced seal in the future to change her just to a regular axe fighter. Then between Lysithea and... Let's do Lysithea because she's stronger than Shamir to a Warlock. Perfect. Now, the only one of our main team that isn't immediately upgraded is Shamir. Not the biggest of deals. We don't have any more advanced seals, though, to my knowledge. Let's start training, though. Make sure that... Like, let's take Claude out. We'll put Lysithea in here. And we can start getting some training on everyone whose class just changed. Everyone's here. Yep, successive training. Perfect. Okay. Nice. That worked out nicely. We have reward. Let's do a couple support conversations and then get out there. Very happy with being able to get to advanced classes now, though. Oh, never mind. There's another advanced seal. That's awkward. In that case, let's go level up Shamir. Probably 2, I would imagine. We kind of wasted our energy there, so she won't get the experience, but probably a sniper. Let's see what her options are. Yeah, it's a sniper, and eventually she becomes a bow knight, apparently. That's our main 4. Already up to a fancy new class. That should be some pretty solid stat gains for them as well. Let's look at a couple of these support conversations. Ooh, there's already a ton more. Let's see. So Claude, Hilda, Lysithea are locked. Okay, so us and Holst. Alright, Holst, what you got to say? Hmm? Huh. I feel like Holst is... Huh.
That's right. I was just about to get started, in fact.
That's fair.
Perfect. Mind if I join you?
Be my guest.
Hmm.
I was only planning on honing the fundamentals, mind you.
Oh. I was actually hoping we could spar a little.
I'm a little bit sad, though, that we changed to Swordmaster. Because that means we might not be able to dual wield for a while, and I really like that moveset. But... Because if you just... Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm afraid you'd likely learn
You can't take the fight seriously.
such a bout.
But...
I can't go all out against
You broken bones, jeez.
When I spar, I have to take care
But I really, really liked the dual sword wielding thing. But it didn't seem like that was the branch Flagle turns into. I get the feeling, though, because of how unique that was. The fact that nobody else really dual wields. Eventually we'll probably get a unique class. Because Byleth does every basic, you know, like, for Robin it's like Grandmaster, for Horn it's usually Norian or Hoshiden Noble. So surely eventually. I suppose there's the one thing, making a move on Hilda. I would say switching to the enemy side, but... He's mad about that.
you on her. Now why would I want
Jeez.
to kill you for that?
He probably meant switching to the enemy side.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. That's what I thought, but come on.
No, that's not what
We were totally gonna say making a move on
The
Hilda.
only way you'll experience my full might is if you face me as an enemy. After all, there's no greater teacher than the battlefield. The vast majority of what I've learned didn't come
That does make
from
sense.
lectures or drills. It came from dancing with death time and again. In
I'd say no, but that's definitely gonna happen.
So, what do you say, friend? Care to team up with the
That's gonna
enemy?
happen when we side with the Empire or the
Mine?
Kingdom, so... You know.
I'm good. I'm not in the mood to betray my friends today.
Thanks, Holst.
Collected response for someone
You wanted me to fight you?
Truth be told, I was expecting a little more bravado.
Anyway,
Yeah, let's go.
for now, I can
That was interesting.
the fundamentals.
I think it's hilarious, though, that that was an option. Making a move on Hilda?
Shall we begin?
Let's see. Lysithea talking to Ignatz. I still don't know why these two have a conversation, because I never use Ignatz.
There you are, Ignatz.
Yeah.
Hello, Lysithea. Do you need something?
I wanted to thank you for your
Interesting.
actions in our skirmish earlier. You blocked the enemy's approach, which allowed me to maintain my position on the battlefield. I'm very
Interesting.
grateful.
Oh, you don't.
Lysithea,
Protecting comrades
why
is
would you
also
say
your
that?
job.
That's so mean.
At first,
I thought being a knight would be beyond your capabilities.
But you've turned out to be surprisingly dependable. Didn't you come from a merchant family?
I sure did.
Hmm.
Then if I may,
Oh, okay, that makes
why
sense.
have you chosen to become a knight instead of taking over the family business?
Because I'm
Oh.
the second son. My older brother
Oh.
is going to take over the business. My father wanted me to become a knight.
I'm glad it
so
went
I
well.
could help my brother that way. It was a lot to deal with, but in the end,
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in like medieval times, I think it was a little bit more common.
Commendable to choose a future based on your family's wishes.
oh, it's not so impressive.
Your family must have been
Really?
ecstatic when you were knighted.
I suppose they
Oh,
are.
yeah.
To be honest, I am envious of you.
You are?
I am. I haven't been able to do anything for my
Aw.
own mother and father yet. I hope to be as strong as you and do something equally wonderful for my parents one day.
You're very considerate of your parents, Lysithea. And I know how hard you work when you set your
I
mind
hope
to
that if we
something,
side with
so
the kingdom or the
I'm sure you
empire,
can do this too.
we can
Yes.
recruit Lysithea early.
If there's anything I can do to help, just let
I
me
just
know.
really like her character.
Um,
A little bit sassy, but
needless
like,
to say, I
I just really like how, like,
Now, if
I
you
just think the
excuse me,
character was really well
I
written,
really
honestly.
should be going.
Like I said, the romance option with her in Three Houses is actually really, really sweet. I think I've mentioned that a couple times. Lawrence and Claude. I really doubt Lawrence wants to talk to you about a girl. He's too serious.
Sorry for the wait, Lawrence. So, what is it
Trying
you
to shit
wanted
the
to talk
great
about?
beard and Lordy. We did give up. Yeah,
About a girl?
No, I wish to discuss the consequences.
it was
of
sketchy,
your
but if it worked,
strategy
it
at the
worked, you know?
Great Bridge of Murden.
Oh, that. If it's an apology you want, I'll say it as many times as I need to. Both to you and your father. My plan left a cloud of treason
Ow.
hanging thick over the honorable house.
Kicked my
Gloucester.
desk.
I'm sorry, Lawrence.
Please, I have already accepted your apology. And besides, did my father not agree to your scheme? Luckily, my own person remains unsullied. And I will soon remedy
Yeah, I'm
the
curious.
blemishes on my family name. You have my word.
If that's not it, then
Oh.
what do you want to talk about?
There is something I wish to confirm with you.
Yeah.
A matter regarding the future of the Leicester Alliance. Can we really trust you, Claude? I have no qualms admitting that your work has
Yeah, it's because
freed the
Claude tends
Alliance
to do
from a
some
number of
sketchy
tight
stuff.
situations. And yet, I have never been able to fully place my trust in you. The same
Claude
is
doesn't
true
look
with
super happy about that,
Emblem.
but
Were it as simple as choosing to believe I would
yeah,
do just
you can't
that,
really
but this situation
blame
makes me
him.
uneasy.
Like, despite the way they choose to act, Dimitri and Edelgard are both quite a bit more straightforward than Claude, I
Your
feel.
tongue's as sharp as ever, Lawrence. But I can't say I don't get where you're coming from. I wouldn't trust me either in your shoes. If I were you, I wouldn't let my loved ones touch a guy like me with a 10-foot poleaxe, let alone count on me
Not
to
that
keep
bad,
them
am I?
safe.
You are quick to disparage yourself.
Yeah, maybe I took it a little far there.
He's only
I
human.
mean, I'm not that bad, am I?
He's doing what he can,
I'm not
with,
all
compared to
that
the other two nations, I would say a disadvantageous position,
There's no
because
way
he
for me
doesn't
to
have
know
just
the future.
control over everything.
Which means there's only one thing
He's
I can
constantly
do.
having to deal with
Stack
clashing
up
ideals from the other
cards as
nobles
I
in the
can, so
alliance.
we're ready for anything that comes
He's
up.
obviously, he's obviously got a shorter slash smaller force. It's
But
just,
on that front, the
yeah, he's
possibilities
constantly
are
walking a tightrope. Like, it's just,
endless.
he's not in the same situation,
That's what I
which I
meant
think
when I
causes
said
him to
really
need to
trust
rely a bit
myself.
on that deviousness,
I
but,
feel like I'm constantly walking this tightrope with no clear end in sight.
jeez.
Lawrence, are you even listening? If you were any quieter, I think you'd have died on the spot.
Yeah, Lawrence, I'm not Lawrence, Claude really doesn't
Yes,
voice
I
that kind of
was
thing a
just
whole
so
lot.
shocked to hear you voice your anxieties that I struggled to
Jeez.
find words. Could this be another of your schemes? What do you hope to gain by deceiving me, sir?
Whoa, slow down there. You're the one who brought this whole thing up, remember? Kinda rude to react like that after I go and spill my heart out to you, don't you think?
That's fair.
Forgive me. It seems to have lost my presence of mind entirely. I fear I may be
C
entering a
rank
state
friend
of
3.
shock.
So we do get some achievements and
Not
such.
the only one.
Let's watch the last one. It's between Linhard and Hilda. I didn't want to sit here and just grind out all of these conversations at the start, you know? We'll have a few more as we go, but we're actually caught up now. When she did this with Marianne, it didn't go so well.
Hello, Hilda. What are you doing?
Organizing our gear? What
Yeah,
does
that's
it
fair.
look like?
I know what it looks like. It just doesn't seem believable. You working, I mean. You never do that.
Well,
Leonhard, stop antagonizing Hilda.
is hurt, so I agreed to pitch in and help out.
But you always have others do.
Yeah, you do, don't you?
Okay, slow down, pal. It's not like I run around asking people to take on work for me. I just let them do it if they want to.
No matter the particulars of the process, the outcome is the same. Regardless, it's admirable of you to take
Be
the
clear,
place
I'm
of
not
a
actually here to help
comrade
you.
without begrudging them.
Just so you know.
Oh, and to be clear, I'm not here to help. I'm taking a well-earned break right now. Plus, you seem to have a handle on things yourself.
Leonhard.
I haven't even asked you to help yet.
Not out loud, no, but your eyes tell a different tale.
Actually, I was thinking that if you had time for chit-chat, you had time to lend me a hand or two. But even I'm not enough of a jerk to ask a guy for help when he's on a break.
I am delighted you grasp the importance of rest. There are
Jeez.
many out there who say the most unthinkable things on the subject. Oh, Lenhart, you're on break? Perfect. Then you can help me with this.
Oh my
awful
gosh,
whatever
Leonhard, that's
that
really
is.
funny.
Do they even understand the concept of downtime? Or is every waking moment merely a chance to increase their own productivity? Break time is for breaks.
Hilda. Why does everybody say, like, I don't feel like they say it to be offensive, but they just say the most, like, passive-aggressive things sometimes.
So I see why somebody might say that to you.
Indeed. Sometimes they even claim I sleep too much, which is completely different from taking a break.
Wait, how is sleeping not a break?
Alas, how unfortunate. It appears you and I will not be able to reach common ground on this matter.
Laying it on a bit thick, aren't you?
That reminds me of something.
Is that how they got
Did
hurt?
I not see the injured comrade responsible for this storehouse?
Oh my gosh.
Things at the goods depot this very morning?
Sure did. He said he wanted to help me out. So
Wait.
At which
Oh my
point he
gosh.
promptly threw out his back and left this particular task to you.
It's pretty funny.
Yes, well, I now understand your reason for working. And with that, good night.
I don't think that's it, Hilda. I think it's just sometimes when you choose to do things in a specific way. By the way, did we ever equip, was it Lauren's special staff? No? We got, like, a special weapon, I thought. Me. Yeah. Link to the crest of Gloucester. I can never pronounce his names. May nullify damage. The issue is he doesn't use a staff? Question mark? Unless I can just... See, I'm assuming... I know they said you maybe can force it, but maybe it's an offhand? Ah. That's what it is. Well, that could potentially make Lauren stronger if we ever, you know, use Lauren's. I don't know that that's going to be the case, but worth noting. Alright, time to hop in some fights. Feeling a little bit better. Let's try out this Swordmaster setup. Here's Anna.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Unlock the parallel battle right where they're wanted, huh? And use in your party. Select the camp on war map. Okay. Select the camp on board. I don't... I'll figure it out. Alright, well, we're up to level 22. Battle, so our level advantage is slowly eking away. Not that it's been an issue so far, but... Common and their allies reach. Okay. So we basically need to protect the commoners here. Alright, let's hop into this, see what happens. We've got new classes on all 4 of these people. But he shouldn't have changed their movesets aside from... Yeah, I miss our double sword build already. Alright, where are the commoners? I only see 1 here right now. So I'll have these 2 defend. Oh, I guess Hilda probably has a much different moveset. We'll check that in a second, because if she has that same slam attack, that is literally just the reason that we thought that, again, Camilla and Minerva was so absurdly broken. Could be crazy good, because that plus the mobility is what makes it so good. Oh, there are 2 other commoners all the way up there. Okay. In that case, we'll send Hilda, the one furthest away. And we'll send Shamir to this one, and we'll just slowly clear things out as always ourselves. And then if any commoner's in danger, we will just take over whoever's next to that one. But if we clear out this fort especially, that should clear out a big chunk of the path, so they don't even have to worry about it on the way. Snare the allies over. Yeah, I do feel like the class change is probably a good idea. I feel a little bit stronger. Again, I just really like the dual wield moveset. But I can't imagine, the player character usually has some kind of special class that, aside from just like a tier 2 intermediate class that they'll eventually get. So we'll wait for that. And if not, you know, no harm, no foul, I suppose. We'll just be a fancy sword wielder. Do we not have an A bar in this class? Wait a second. I just realized I'm not seeing a bar. Oh, no, we have one. We just don't have a... Oh, we don't have a charge attack, just straight up charge attack bar. Oh, we can hold it. Were we able to do that before? That's pretty neat. I didn't think that was a thing before, but that's actually really cool. Stop hitting the commoners, please. I'm a little worried about the commoners that's like really far away with Hilda. So maybe we'll take over for her in a second. But I figure if we clear this path here, we're also clearing the path for that one, so. That attack still looks really similar with one sword. Perfect, alright. No, forget it, we'll just run all the way up there. Oh, I didn't mean to, oops. Alrighty, we have 2 A bars here, so we can just go instantly clear everything around this commoner. Hopefully, at least. That's pretty neat. Oh, wow. It didn't hit the mercenary right behind me, though. Let's do this again. I'm wondering if we have any fancier looking swords, though, other than the Venom Blade. The Venom Blade looks cool. The little poison effect. I really like the blade that we had in the dual wield effect. But I have no idea. Yeah, let's go. Let's check on Lysithea. Lysithea's fine. Who was... Look at it. Okay, those two are moving. There's an archer firing. Do they really need to show us a cutscene though for a single archer firing? I'll go take care of it. Yeah, it's cool that we have a little charge attack. I don't know how often we'll use it, but it doesn't appear to be very easily interruptible, which was I was also initially concerned about with that. But it makes sense as like a swordmaster have a little like, I don't know if it's technically like a quick draw effect, but it seems like one. We don't really seem to have like a sheath for the sword, but it's basically the same thing. Melody. That's terrifying. He looks like Levi from Attack on Titan. If Levi from Attack on Titan was insane. Don't know if that's just me, but that's kind of what he looked like. The villagers should have gotten back to the base. So we just got to take care of this guy. Nice. I missed. Jeez. Charged up all those slashes. Immediately just whiffed. There we go though. I'm assuming that's stage. Yep. You know it's staging these moves, these games when you just can't swing your sword anymore.
Phew. We managed to make our escape. I don't want to ever do that again.
I wonder if us being a swordmaster also changes the way we look in cutscenes. That'd be interesting. Boost critical. Boost critical. Interesting.
This'll help me break new.
S rank right there. Perfect. Alright, well, I'm gonna test this out just to see if we visit wherever Anna is, even if we've like already been there. I think that is the case, so we can just view all the strategies there. Hey, it's Caspar. That's an interesting looking general.
Your Excellency, I have a report concerning the movements of the Alliance army.
Go on.
Enemy troops
Defensive
throughout
operation.
the Alliance have marched south.
What do you mean they would dare threaten my territory? You just spent like the past probably couple of months in game life, you know, attacking.
What do we do? Should we ask Edelgard to send reinforcements?
No. This isn't worth troubling Her Majesty over.
Are you sure? We lost an awful lot of soldiers when we were defeated at the
But is it worth that much trouble if you lose? Oh, Gerald's back with them.
Trouble than it's worth to call them back. Besides, you remember that mercenary company that
It's weird these people not knowing Byleth or Gerald, though.
You mean the one run
Ox,
by
huh?
that Gerald guy? I gotta admit, they do seem to know their stuff.
In addition, we can expect reinforcements from that meddlesome
Caspar, we smacked you down so hard, it's not even funny.
We really can't handle this. So what's next? We gonna crush him with a head-on attack?
We'll meet the Alliance army.
Oh, the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, I think, was like the inter-house event, wasn't it?
The Battle of the Eagle and Lion will serve well. After all,
Hmm.
it has already been traveled
Interesting.
beyond use, and I doubt the enemy will go out of their way to burn our fields, given that they plan on seizing them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a Holst versus Caspar isn't gonna work very well.
The one who fought back all those Almiran armies. I've been dying
Because you lost to people who weren't even trying.
I'm going to face
Yeah.
him myself.
But why? How do you know I can't take him if you won't even let me try?
The fact that you don't know only proves you're not ready to face an opponent like him. Besides, Holst is hardly the only foe we need to focus on. I doubt Count Gloucester was acting alone when he devastated the Imperial army. I'm sure the Alliance's leader, Claude, hatched that scheme. We need to be wary of him.
Claude, huh? Yeah, he did seem like
Yeah.
a pretty crafty guy.
Tactics like that may work for some.
Caspar looks like he would die in battle or get the Count killed. I mean, Gaspar's usually one of the recruitable characters, the Count is not. Gaspar's one of like the base roster of the Empire route. So, we'll probably recruit him at some point. Yeah, we smacked him down real hard before Holst even joined us.
Everyone's starving and we're running out of water. I'm sorry, but I'm going
Oh.
to need you to bear it a little longer.
Yeah, I doubt he dies unless we don't, like, recruit him.
We didn't bring enough supplies for the journey back? What is Prince Shahid thinking? I'm sure the only thing he's focused on is that fantasy of his.
So the Almirans are attacking. That's actually really bad timing. That is really bad timing.
He hasn't even bothered to prepare for defeat. Well, that explains it then. I sure hope this battle ends the way the prince wants it to. You and me both. If we win, great. But if we stumble here, we're as good as dead. Why is His Majesty letting Prince Shahid
Well,
do as he pleases?
Shahid's also
His Majesty hasn't
Shahid,
himself
so,
since Prince Khalid
you know, there's that.
Khalid was always his favorite, you know.
Nadir, the next batch of reinforcements will be arriving shortly. A force of elite troops, courtesy of my uncle.
Maybe.
Oh, even more reinforcements?
The size
You
of the
lost last time,
armies
Shahid.
decides most battles, and with me in command, should be
He's not gonna listen to his general.
for an army of this size to lose.
This is really, really bad timing, though, right as we were finally about to mount an offensive attack on the Empire. We're fighting a dangerous Count. The Almirans come back.
I will go rally them afterwards.
Yeah.
If only we could feast on lofty speeches, then we'd eat like kings.
An army this size limits the tactics we can use. They're going to think we're just a horde of barbarians.
Interesting.
This is no fun at all. If only you were here.
They really do kind of make it sound, though, that, like, this is... I don't remember. I know Claude isn't originally from, you know, where they are. Increase their support points? Oh, okay. Or increase ours with... Oh, we're already at A. We'll increase ours with Marianne. Why not? I like Marianne. But once it unlocks, we can A rank quite a few people. 3 more advanced seals is good. Alright, I'm still just gonna go straight into another battle, but that lets us upgrade, like, Claude, for example, when we're ready. 23, 24, let's go to the 23, maybe 23, 24, 23, okay. No sense in taking on the ones that are a level higher, I'd say, unless we really wanted specific resources. Gain control while strongholds, no defeat conditions. Okay. Seems like this is just a mad rush for territory. But yeah, this is bad timing. I'm a little bit nervous. They give you so much suspense and then they make you do all these side things if you want to get everything on. It stinks, but it kind of makes sense. Alright then, so how many forts do we have to take? We'll send Shamir here. We shouldn't send her to the furthest one. We'll send Hilda to the furthest one because she's a wyvern rider. Oh my gosh.
Let's give it a shot.
That's how you zoom it out. I'm awkward. I'm just dumb. Just need to click the left stick. And then as always, I really like playing as a, honestly, even with just the Swordmaster form, I kind of like playing as Shez, so that's what we're gonna do. But this one seems like a pretty straightforward mission. Seize all the strongholds. Most likely also have a couple side missions, as always. Hilda's already down there, really. Let's capture this fort immediately, and then we'll probably take over someone else. Stop targeting. There we go. Oh wow, that was fast. Okay. Let's see though. Does Hilda have? That's not what I meant to do. Oops. She does not. That's unfortunate. We'll try this for a bit. So that little dash attack into this little slide in the original Fire Emblem Warriors on a wyvern rider with an axe, you would literally just, they'd flip upside down on their wyvern and slam into the ground. Kind of like that, actually. Which made it really, really good. Maybe we'll keep Hilda because we're not using Claude as a mounted unit, so maybe we'll keep Hilda on mount, but because the issue is they notoriously suffered from the ability to duel. It was mostly just that they could cover so much ground and they had such a powerful singular attack that I really liked them. So them lacking that ability is actually kind of concerning. Because that was like the defining reason why I like those two characters so much. Fast movement plus that. Okay, well the knight appeared already. I'm going to send everyone else on that. We don't have any defeat conditions. So we don't even really need to be fighting here. Oh, can they not leave there? Okay. Why can't I... Oh, orders. I'm an idiot. Never mind. I'm just dumb. I was trying to figure out why I couldn't select them. It's because it's multiple units there. Oh my gosh. Send those two there. They should be able to take care of it relatively fast. We'll take care of some of these cavaliers for fun while they're getting over there. I mean, look at how fast on that minimap, though, Hilda gets over there. Jeez, never mind. Probably be good to have Lysithea over there, actually, but Lysithea is literally the furthest unit away. It's also an axe wielder, so... Let's see, Hilda's close to getting her A bar. If that doesn't do a whole lot, maybe we'll just have Shez come over. That's a cool moveset. It doesn't do that much damage, but it's a big AoE. Yeah, with how fast she traveled, maybe we should keep at least one mounted unit. Would ordinarily be Claude, but again, I wasn't a huge fan of Claude, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna call Shez over here. I'm a little bit worried that this is gonna take too long. Because last time we took like 4 minutes and some seconds to do one of these stages, and that was the last one we didn't get an S rank on. So potentially there is a really tight timing. See if we can break gauge here. It seems really easy for them to stagger us though, which is annoying. There we go. Might have been unnecessary, actually. Or not. Where's Shamir? Okay. Perfect.
I'll leave the cheering to the others.
We didn't defeat enough enemies. Ah, it's fine. Like I said, we'll just come back and do this later when we can just breeze through it, but that's annoying. We did that in under 3 minutes, though, so we definitely could have just taken the extra time. I just didn't know what the enemy count necessity was. Either way, it got done. Okay. Who wants to go on an expedition? We can do that in a sec. Yeah, we would have gotten a hammer for that. Hammer, I think, is good against armored units. Got some building materials. Oh, we have to... Okay. We do have to get S rank for this. Looks like it just gives us gold, though, so maybe it's not a huge issue. Let's do the Marianne expedition real quick. Select paralog. Okay. Active paralog is Balthus. Interesting. It's Balthus, Hilda, and... Why can I never remember his name? Her brother. I know his name, I just always forget about it right when I think about it. Right, training grounds. What can we do here? Training slots to 6. We don't have enough units that I actually think it matters. Reduces the cost of a lamp, but we'll do that. Let's see. We need to put training here for that. We just don't ever use gauntlets, so... I actually don't think increasing the effects is that important, though, either, so we'll do this. And you can't just 5 training points, and oh, okay. If we have the ability to increase one, we'll just do swords, then. Might as well. Tactics Academy. Yeah, we might have to exchange for some of the beginner mats here, because we're not getting them anymore. Yeah, that's a good example right there. Expands the number of dishes you can cook. Chance of succeeding when volunteering. Go to a new expedition, maybe. Failing when volunteering hasn't been an issue, it's failing when cooking. And honestly, that hasn't seemed to be a huge issue that stopped them from being, you know, happy with us, so... I don't know how important it is. But where's Marianne? She's right here. Hi, Marianne, you want to go on an expedition? Well, let's go!
That can't be. How's that?
Don't worry, we're gonna go to the waterfront. I really like that they put just the 2 of them on the horses, though, and ride them across the screen. It's a cool little detail. Hi, Marianne. Alright. Here we go. Let's talk. But, who could make them happy? It's okay to make mistakes? Yeah, there we go. You don't have to be perfect. We'll say I think that she does exist. That's not what she wanted. Dang it. I would have thought that's what she wanted here. What about your likes?
Yes, that's correct.
Like taking care of horses? And that. Okay, 2 out of 3 again. But we're slowly learning. I could look up a guide for this to do the perfect. I just don't care that much. It doesn't appear as though affinity's that hard to get in this game. You have to also keep in mind, we have so many gifts that we haven't been, you know, giving. So, not a big concern. So he is currently a Wyvern Master. Can I not? Oh, okay, in that case, maybe we'll leave him on a Wyvern Master for a while. I don't want to turn... Well, if we turn him into a sniper, maybe it's actually worth using him. He'd lose movement speed, he'd lose HP, defense. He'd lose everything except dex and luck. So, maybe that's not actually worth it. I'll hold off on that. We can upgrade Marianne's class to a bishop. Again, even when we're not using them, some of these units are like Marianne, we are using as our support units, especially on the story stages. So it absolutely does not hurt to have them at least be somewhat strong. Don't think there's anyone else right now that's super necessary. So our top level is about to be 30. Shmir's 28, Lysithia's 28, Hilda's 28 now. Let's give a couple levels to Claude. And to maybe Marianne. And honestly, maybe Holst as well. Because even if they're not actively on the field, this is wasting our gold a little bit, but... Like I said, I'm no longer really concerned about buying every single friendship gaining material, because it doesn't seem to be that important. Let's just make sure that we have the raw stats to do things. We also need to upgrade our weapons whenever possible. But that is something I will worry about here in a sec. Bernadetta hasn't been in here yet, and Leonie, sure. Oh, this might have been where we even got the whole affinity gain from some of the people that we didn't think we would have them. Yeah, see, Lawrence and Ignatz are up 2B. Alright, back to the strategist. Back out to battle. We can do this extra battle here if we do this one right now. It's fine. It's extra materials, but it also makes everything take a lot longer. And like I said, if I really want to grind for extra gold or something like that, I'll just do it off stream. I hate to do it on stream because already this has taken a long time. You gotta consider, our playthrough's already at like 10 hours, I think. No, it's at like 7 or 8, I think. Not counting the time I grinded off stream. And we're only on chapter like 6. And there's 3 paths that I would like to all do, so. As much as it is nice to have like a bunch of content, I don't want to just drag things on unnecessarily. But I'm really wondering when we get that dual class back, because it does seem to be like Shez's whole unique deal. Which makes me think we'll eventually get a special class that lets us have that back. But Swordmaster just seemed to be stronger in the current moment. So I think it was the right choice to do it, at least for now. Find the mage in the fog, huh? Everyone's just set to attack. But I'm assuming they're in one of the strongholds, maybe. We probably don't need to be spending the time actually fighting everything here. Maybe I shouldn't be. Let's have Shez. Why is Shez running this way? I wonder if I left them on their own if they would automatically gravitate towards where the mage is. But for now, let's just take some strongholds. Stop blocking. The most annoying thing in these games. They're not trying to actively hurt you, they're just trying to stall your time out by just standing there. There's level 30 on Shez. We're just fighting at a disadvantage. Well, Lysithia's with her, but let's take care of the archer real quick. Just because now that we have a flying unit, before it wasn't a huge issue, I wouldn't say. Now that we have a flying unit, ow. We need to be very conscientious of where archers are in relation to where Hilda is. Because that is a very quick way to take a ton of damage. And damage percentage hasn't been an issue so far this playthrough for S ranks. Doesn't mean it can't be. That's a really good way to make it an issue. Is run a flying unit into an archer. The old Fire Emblem Warriors didn't count damage on characters for the S rank that you weren't actively controlling. But there's still the danger like, oh, I just took control of Hilda and got shot by an arrow immediately, you know? Stuff like that. That has happened. And I'm very familiar with the issue given my most played characters, so. Let's see, where are the Pegasus Knight now? There's a brawler, okay. Just use this now. With how long it takes to make them, I potentially like to save some of those for, like, you know, the ending enemies, but... Also can't possibly hurt, you know, just clear these earlier fights earlier. But, I really like to focus on using one character like we have been with the main protagonist here. Just because that does make it so that eventually, you know, you can level units up with gold up to your highest level character. So if you're evenly leveling, you're saving yourself gold, but potentially losing time, actually. Because then you won't have as much use for the gold. That's why we've been slowly catching up everyone else to wherever Shez is at, and then largely using Shez. Hilda's fighting another archer. Is Lysithia still with her? Yeah, okay. I still have no idea where this mage is. Oh. Come on. There we go. Darkcaster 3, I think. Do this. Yeah, I really get the feeling that maybe, I don't know if I've already had the opportunity, if I'm missing it. Because I get that we're slowly upgrading our blacksmith. And so we'll get more weapons that like start at a higher bench point so they can get a little bit stronger with full investment. For example, at the start, our weapons would go up to 5 increased durability and like strength / power at the blacksmith. Whereas when we'd start with like, okay, we got a +5 sword here, it could potentially go up to +7, +8 with all the investment. But we don't always have the smithing stones or the venom stones to do it. But there's a pretty decent chance that we could do at least one. So we should probably check that here in a bit. Maybe before we do the final story stage. But that is a really cool animation. It's like a little moon that you just cut through. I think Shamir is still trying to break into that stronghold, yeah. Like Shamir's weapon we upgraded recently. Hilda's, I'm probably just gonna have her use her signature weapon unless something way stronger comes by. But the Venom Sword on Shez really needs to be replaced. I think we did replace... You know, to be fair, no. Maybe it is really only Shez's weapon that needs a replacement. Because we've been using this Venom Sword for a long time. Like, the more and more I think about it. Alright, let's check his back fort here. See if that's where... Oh, never mind. Shez just found the mage. I feel like maybe we're taking too long in this stage, but we'll see. We haven't been just getting... I mean, we've already gotten an A rank here. So clearly we're potentially... Like that last one, we obviously could have done an S rank. We just didn't kill enough enemies. But we're getting to the point where it's not just an easy peasy, you know. We pretty much automatically get an S rank, you know? Alright, so there's 2 enemies to kill here. I'm going to take care of control of Lysithia. Let's send Shamir after this one. Ooh, that's a little unfortunate. Shamir would have been really good for this Pegasus Knight. Whereas, Lysithia... I don't know if Lysithia would have been better for the archer, but... should still be fine. No, Lysithia just one-shotted anyway, so... not actually an issue. Why is he here now? Wait, what? Bunch of thieves just appeared. But so did... what? Why is Ferdinand here in a side mission? Thief is trying to run away. Okay. Oh, Shez is really close to this one, and the thief's gonna pass through anyways. Ow. Alright, when that thief passes through, we'll switch focus to the thief for a little bit. Right there, yep. Yeah, I was gonna say, if we're lucky, we can hit them both with AoE at the same time, too. We need to build up our A ability here, I think. Because we're out of weapon points for, Yes, this battle, which is kind of actually annoying. Okay, we did angle it, so they got hit by it too. Nice. Probably don't need usability for this grappler, though. Interesting. Alright, grappler's down. Lysithia should be fighting the... yeah, there's Ferdinand. I wonder... there's no way this is where we recruit Ferdinand, surely. With how much he's been running away. I just don't know why he's... oh, we missed. I don't know why he's in this random fight.
Shall we take up position here? I'm not a child.
Ooh, that was maybe a bad time to do that charge attack. There we go. I don't know if you can use this ability to break guard bridge anymore. Still won't find out, because apparently that just killed him. Because you used to be able to use just your A ability when you could spam it a lot every time guard break showed up, and it just instantly guard break. And you get the powerful attack as well. It was a very, very powerful strat. We didn't do it fast enough, yeah. That's fine. Not too concerned about it now that we know we can go back, even on the story stages. It's annoying, but It is what it is.
This'll help me. Glad I
Gives us some stages to go back through and grind out a little bit later too, which is something. Yeah, look at how many extra battles there are. We can't collect any more supplies. I'm not going to go on an expedition with Lorenz, honestly. Rocky Burdock, that's more strength for Shez. Okay. I'm going to go back now that we have a little bit of money. We could do that parallel too, but... maybe we will. But I want to... first, let's go to the Supply Master. We'll upgrade our facilities. And let's see what we can do for weapons for Shez. Because very clearly, we need something more.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army.
Supply depot can go to add more personnel, increase the amount of materials that are periodically collected. I mean, it only takes a couple. Gain more smithing stones when delivering goods. That could be good. Some more smithing stones. We'll just do the basic one. Why not? On second thought, you know. C-level battalions, okay. Top tree seems to be the one that gives us the most, like, I don't know, achievements is the word.
Let me know if I may be of further.
Let's see what we can do for swords. Steel sword. Our current sword has 45 might, plus the extra venom stuff. That is his. So this steel sword plus 1 has 45, so it's... we are definitely shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit by not using something else. We don't have enough gold to go all the way, that's fine. Yeah, that's awkward. Because now that we're switching this over, even though it's not a plus 11 quote-unquote, it is... well, no, it's plus 7 actually. Oops. We're going up 15 might when we were only at 45, and then we're going up over double durability. We do lose the poison. Can't imagine that makes up that difference, though. That's pretty crazy. Once again, though, we are running low on materials. We could go do some more chores or something. We have 2 energy. I'll save it. If someone who I actually want to go on an expedition with, Lawrence, shows up, you know, we can do it then. Oh, one more thing. Let's use those items before I forget again. Permanently increases strength by 5. Yeah, we're just gonna make Shez incredibly strong, apparently. Why not? 45 strength. Give her luck. 24 luck. This is probably a bit overkill. I don't care, though. It's like I was saying, we basically... maybe we should give dexterity to Shamir, actually, as an archer, but... aside from that... we've basically just been giving all of our stats that aren't magic to Shez. But Shez did just get quite a bit stronger in weapon. 45 to 60 is a huge jump. Okay, it said something about we can't use combat arts or vulneraries, and that we couldn't let this archer fall. That's fine. I mean, battle details, here it is. Defeat the priest and other enemies, don't let the archer be routed. We can't use combat arts, magic, or vulneraries to heal. Okay. So healing limitation. I don't imagine that'll be a huge issue. Combat arts and stuff is a little bit annoying, but we'll assign these two to protect the archer. It's a bit of a waste maybe to have Hilda be defending someone with how fast she can move. But arguably I think Shez and Lysithea are significantly stronger for actually capturing things. So.
I'll do whatever it takes.
Why are you here? A lot of enemies we need to defeat. 12 in total. Might make it difficult once again to get time for S rank, but at this point I'm probably gonna have to go back and do most of this chapter just for the S rank award, so not the biggest deal. Annoying, but like I said, part of my off-stream grinding that I could do. It's not a big deal. Because imagine if we hadn't gained those extra like 4 levels or so while I was on my own time. Probably would have taken an extra couple minutes. We probably would have already not been getting S ranks even earlier than we already were. And that'll give me the chance to grind out for some better weapons and such as well. which would be helpful.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
Because like I said, all I'm doing off stream is literally grinding out for XP and gold on stages that we've already cleared. That won't leave any like cutscenes or anything like that because we've already cleared them. So it really does not make a huge difference. We probably only needed to leave one person defending. Ooh, Lysithia's taken a ton of damage. What? Is it from... I guess she was standing in the middle of like 3 big enemies. Gonna have to be a little bit more aware of that. For some reason, we can't use our top ability, which is the one we really like. Not sure. Because we can use the other ability, that's why I'm a little bit confused. That does sound like a noble one. Nobles in some of these games, like, just... They make it really hard to like them. Which I think is the point. To be fair, but, you know. The blackest coffee, huh? Grim General. Did we really, like I said, did we really need a small cutscene introducing that nameless little priest? Like really? It wasn't a long cutscene, but it wasn't a skippable one. Takes like 2 seconds, but it's just enough and they do it often enough. I'm like, come on. Good thing Lysithia was here though, with all these armored units. Put the magic cleave right through. Nobleman is in trouble. Is Shez not there? He is here. What? There were so many thieves here. What? Use an A ability here since she has it. Okay, perfect. Back to Lysithia before she just takes a ton more damage though. If we didn't have our A ability, that actually would have been really annoying to deal with though, to be fair. There's the hurt in general. I'm raring to fight the enemies, apparently. About to beat 200 enemies within the time limit. Does it have to be with this specific character? Because they're the ones that are raring to fight. I don't get it, but... Would be a little bit odd. I think if it was just this specific character. Given... Like, you don't just rack up KOs nearly as fast as you do in the other, Fire Emblem Wars, which, to be fair, is probably why it's not, like, a 2K, you know, clear requirement every single time. We can awaken here, but can't really say I think it's necessary. Why not? We'll do it. We never do. Look at that. Really cool effect, honestly. Let's just defeat these thieves really fast. And 200 enemies, wow. The last enemy is all the way down there by Lysithia. Can I? Okay, I can't switch characters when I'm an Awakening. Oh, Awakening lasts for a long time. Honestly, this might be a waste of time. But I'm just gonna run... Wait, do I have that? I can just Shadow Step over there, can't I? Shadow Slide. That... I'm confused as to how it works. Okay, so Shadow Slide. Yes. Yeah? That's how it works, okay. Because we're an Awakening, why not? Yeah, I wasn't sure how that worked, actually. I want to just see if ending the Awakening will do enough damage. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we really haven't used Shadow Slide as much as we probably could have been, but that was like the first time I was like, oh, okay, let's preserve the Awakening head straight there since we can't switch characters. Pretty neat. Hey, we actually got an S rank here. Got an Ambrosia for it. Helpful. Nice. Apex Sword. Combat Art Astra.
Hey, a new power.
Let me double check and see if I can equip those combat arts, because I want to see once we visit these 10 points, okay. Some more supplies. Spear and Shimmer, Knowledge Gem. Let's grab a Knowledge Gem. Let me see. So Convoy. Set abilities. Class abilities. Yes, Folk. Yeah, see, I'm confused. Sword Fair Provoke. Like, where is... We got Astra. Where is it? Provoke is... Frost attacks increase them. I don't know if I necessarily want to do that. Yeah, see, I'm confused. Strength plus 2, bro prowess. Okay. Slowly grades a weapon when using this. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about abilities. Again, that's one of those could be helpful things, but it's fine. 500 enemies, okay. Well, let's just hop into it then. This is probably just how fast we can do it. Makes me think maybe I should use Hilda because she's mounted. I am kind of disappointed she doesn't have that attack I liked, but the little screeching halt thing isn't terrible. I didn't mean to, oops. It's very, like, it's slower than the slam attack is too. She's not killing any units with that, what? Oh, maybe she wasn't doing enough damage when she did that slam either. Alright, forget it. That's interesting. Yeah, the mounted units, the two that we have on Wyverns, feel terrible. Maybe we should switch Hilda back to being a foot soldier, but I'm not going to, I don't think. Keeping at least one mounted unit should theoretically be pretty helpful. Yeah, it's that... Okay, so we have to just hit everything more than once, it seems. Foot soldiers used to go down, like, instantly. So it's weird having to actually, you know, smack them a couple times. Which is funny, because Camilla had an ability called Trample that you could give with, like, affection to other people. That you did more damage to foot soldiers. But most of the time, anything you did to foot soldiers one-shot them anyways. Whereas here, something like that actually could be useful. And I don't think it exists in this particular game. Because the fact that Hilda was, like, slamming her Wyvern into groups of enemies there and we didn't get any KOs. And then they were just getting back up. Pretty crazy. Yeah, we might not be able to do this super fast. I'm not sure. I'll have to think up an efficient strategy for doing this. We'll see. Guess we'll just use this here. Get rid of the thief. Maybe there weren't enough enemies here for that to be useful. Probably fine. See where everyone else is. It probably does behoove us to switch characters pretty often, because I don't think we get credit for the KOs other people are doing. If we're constantly switching to a character that's actually just surrounded by enemies, take credit for all the KOs in that area, switch again. Could be a good strategy as well. Did that not hit that priest? I also don't know if it's important to kill the elite enemies here, because in the old KO enemies quests, Wielder Warriors, it was important because it would spawn in more enemies, actually. I have no idea if that's the case here. Yeah, Hilda's alright damage. There's a lot of archers down there. I don't actually want to run her down there. Yeah, I was gonna say, that little bottom area, I just saw like 5 archers down there. That's a terrible plan. What we do here is we send Lysithia down there to deal with it, and then I'll take over when she gets there. And use the time during now. You have the other 3 kill some units. Maybe not Hilda. Just, yeah.
Switching it up, huh?
He's over by... Is that Shez? Yeah. Take care of this real quick. The side quests don't appear to be the most important thing, but they're helpful. One of those, like, you don't have to, but Doesn't hurt you to do them. He just takes them all out. Did that do it? Perfect, okay. There we go. Yeah, I really didn't want to send Hilda down here with like 20 archers. Sounds like kind of a bad plan. Okay. And she leveled up. Hilarious when they slow-mo charge up an attack and then it's just nowhere near where we are. Okay, so we defeated 500 enemies and now the enemy commander's up. Let's just head there. Although I don't know if we're going to need to kill more enemies. Or 500 was like the benchmark for the quest, so we needed to do more. We'll figure it out here in a second, because I'm just going to go take on the mercenary captain. It's interesting though that like in a lot of these stages, because before it felt a little weird in the original Fire Emblem Wars when yeah, it was like a randomly one of your own units that was like the leader. But now when it's just like a random mercenary or someone like that, it's kind of like, well, that also doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, let's do it. Nice.
Yeah, wins all around.
Another advancing. We did get an S there, so. Apparently it says we defeated like 900 some enemies, so maybe it does what... I think the original Fire Emblem would sometimes give you credit. Maybe for some of the enemies they killed, I don't know. Doesn't make much sense to me, because we definitely didn't kill that many. I don't really get it, honestly. Training points covered. Here we go, we can go to the next one. I'm not so sure we're quite ready for the next one. And I'd like to do some tidying up around the base again. Oh, what was that? Poultry for Black Sand Steel, yes. Black Sand Steel does not come by often. There's the extra quests. Just the logical master. Let's do the surveying spot first. Select the unit with luck 17 or higher. Okay. Got a killer lance plus 6. We don't really... I think our only units that uses lance are Lorenz and Leonie. Neither of which we use. Let's just go ahead and do this extra quest. Why not? And then we'll do all our tidying up and then we'll go into the quest for the chapter. Rout the enemy. Okay. It's like it's just killing 2 specific units, maybe? But yeah, I don't know. It's weird, though, because you would think using something like Claude, where it's a bow user off of Wyvern back, would feel better than, you know, being a melee fighter off of a dragon back. I don't think it does. I really don't think it does. In fact, I'm considering just using an advanced seal, changing Claude to a sniper, and then using Hilda as my primary, you know, if I need to get somewhere fast, mounted unit. Because I just don't think I'll use Claude if he's on Wyvern back. And if he's not on Wyvern back, then he's basically just, you know, like, Shamir. Who I'm also mostly just using, to be completely honest, because I like Shamir, but... that could potentially be a really, really good option. Monsters' attacks are, like, super widespread, but... I'm gonna deal with the thieves ideally once we get our A-bar up and just have the A-bar hit them all. Like this. But I do really like the animation for the Swordmaster. I just miss my dual swords. What can I say? I love dual swords. Doesn't matter what the context is, really love them. Alright, one more bar on this beast. It kind of seems like there's a beast that the others are fighting too. But yeah, that steel sword upgrade giving us literally twice the number of weapon durability points for our skills has also made a huge difference. We shouldn't have stuck on that Benin sword for so long, it was kind of stupid. But changing it has been very, very helpful. Like, we were basically able to just spam a single person. And Shamir was here as well, like, you have to consider. That's one down. Switch over to Lysithia, they seem to be having a bit of a hard time. Oh, yeah, that's probably why. Your number of units that are here. I'm still kind of unclear on what the right trigger does for Lysithea. I could read it. I'm pretty sure it's just an extra spell, but it might be good to actually, you know, find the specifics. Well, apparently this Demon Beast only had 2 little diamond ticks, you can see it by its name. Whereas the one we killed first had 3. Oh well. I'm worried that for this stage, it is just one of the extra stages. I am worried that we haven't killed enough of the, just like rank and fire soldiers. We only have 160 KOs. But it is, at the end of the day, an extra fight. So, extra resources are extra resources. So, let's just do that and see. Did I miss? There we go. But I have a feeling that wasn't an S because we really didn't clear out that many extra soldiers. Not that it really felt like there were that many on the field, but probably doesn't help our case.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Never mind. Worked out. Surprised it did, but it's fine. Honestly, I'll take it. We have a lot of rusted weapons too that could probably be fixed up into steel weapons. But yeah, cannot hold any more supplies, that's fine. Get back to camp. Maybe we do the paralog. Let's check out what level the paralog here is in a sec. We'll do all our tidying up and then we can just do those two right after another. Quite a few resources there. Facility can be expanded, an award, okay.
Supplies are the lifeblood.
Alright, let's see what weapons we can repair though. Because rusted should go, tattered only goes into iron. Killer bow. Okay, so we can make killer weapons here in a sec. That could be really, really good. I think we have to expand the facility to be able to do that though. I'm not going to worry about it right now unless we can... C rank weapons to be repaired. Okay, so we can get a killer bow for Shamir. I don't know if that's going to be better than the one she has because she has like a special bow. Increases the might gained by 4. Yeah, we're actually going to do that. That's a big, big upgrade. Allows D-level weapons to be reforged, C-level weapons to be repaired. We'll just do the actual general blacksmith upgrade. Oh, it didn't give us an achievement, that's fine. And then, let's go to the steel sword, increase durability once more. Ches will probably sit on that weapon for a little bit. Let's just double check the people whose weapons we use. We can upgrade her weapon, that's probably pretty important to do. We can only do it once, but that's because it takes Umbral Steel. Which is fine. That's still a good might upgrade. Her weapon has 52 might. That's quite a bit more, although if we were to upgrade, say, like, I don't know, the mace all the way or something, it might pass it. But for now, not a huge deal. We upgrade her killer helmet. It takes black sand steel. We can upgrade its might, not its durability. Durability isn't a huge issue for her, though, to be fair. She already has 96. She's up to 93 might on her weapon. That's what I'm talking about. Our Lysithea is going to be, like, unstoppable, honestly.
See you around.
I'm still deciding. Do we switch Claude out? Do we not? You know?
Training can be
Fine.
the difference between victory and defeat.
Interesting. Alright, that support level up. It's just, it's such a stats down for Claude, and I don't understand why. Alright, 28, 30. And Shamir's 20, okay. Let's knock Shamir and Hilda up to level 30. Make use of that. Could be good. Alright, there we go. Alright, facilities can still be expanded, so let's go to the Facility Master. I like to go to the Award Master last, just because even though that can sometimes be like, oh, now we have an extra advance seal or something, at the same time, it does also mean that we sometimes get an extra achievement or two. Could be helpful. Reduce the cost of gifts. Increase the types of weapons that can be bought. Interesting. Slightly scope, okay. Increases resources and ingredients that can be bought. Well, let's see. We haven't really been buying weapons from the merchants, so let's just reduce the costs up. Well, what's this? Types of goods? Okay, no, we're going to increase the types of goods sold. Expand our horizons there. Alright, what award we got? Speed carrot? Okay. Well, you know who's getting that.
Well, how'd it go?
Increased speed for Shez. Up to 46 speed. I just like, I don't know, who's the lowest defensive or main team? 31 on her, 16 on her, 13 on Lys. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize Lysithia's defense was so low. We do have 1 bullion to sell. What I'm going to do here, I think, is just go to the Chore Master. Spend the rest of our energy there. Let's try and pump up, maybe, is Claude at max? I don't think Claude is. Pump up Claude, pump up Holst here. Because they will probably, I'd have to imagine they're probably going to be participating in the next fight. Let's volunteer for Marianne and... Yeah, sure. Apparently Marianne was already at max affinity. That's fine. Or max morale, something. Alright, perfect. Let's go check out that paralog, see if we're really ready to take it on. Because I also don't know if it'll force me to use these particular units. Okay, so Holst chosen. It'll give Holst a specific weapon, level 25. For some reward. We do need to get an S rank, but if we get an S rank here on this level 25 stage, we get a special weapon for Holst. That should be pretty good. The issue with these special weapons, too, is they require such specific materials that unless we're putting away a lot of resources to upgrade it, it's actually kind of hard to upgrade him. Hence why Hilda's axe isn't that, you know, strengthened. What is Baltus doing?
What you doing, Balti?
Shh, quiet. You'll give me...
Are you running away from... Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say he's hiding from debt collectors.
Are you seriously going to pretend nothing happened just and
Baltus, why? Yeah, he just admits to it, jeez.
You were obviously hiding from debt collectors.
He was with the Empire. Nice here.
Must be pretty deep in the red if they followed you all the way out
Jeez.
Well, debts of a man like me tend to leave those of your average deadbeat in the dust. Still, pretty bold of them to think I'd fork it over so easy.
Yeah, but is Baltus really gonna do that?
The only bold one here is you, Balti.
He is 100% not.
You should pay
No, actually, jeez.
Hey, are you listening to me?
No, actually. Sorry. Anyway, gotta go.
Oh my gosh, Baltus.
If you're heading to dinner,
Are we about to go fight the debt collectors that Baltus is probably actually racked up debt with?
You can buy me dinner some other time.
wow.
Jeez.
That was weird.
Right? The guy actually thought
Oh, there's
to buy
Holst.
him dinner.
Oh, that's not what I'm talking about. He always does that.
Ah, my dear Hilda. You bear the countenance of a maiden most troubled.
That's...
What's the matter?
I'm gonna be vague. Holst, don't be so mean. Especially since we're playing as female Shez. Like, come on.
What, me? I wouldn't dream of it.
See that you don't. Because if you do bother her...
Oh, knock it off, Holst. We just ran into Balti is all.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he want?
Some debt collectors were after him. He seemed pretty worried about it, actually.
Oh my gosh, really?
Right? I mean, Balti shakes off debt collectors the way other people change their underwear.
Yes, he usually manages to drive them hence with some combination of threats and outlandish excuses. Perhaps this time they've sent more formidable bounty hunters after his hide.
Oh.
Wait, there's a price on his head?
Sadly, in addition to racking up and running out on debts far and wide, our friend Balthus has also been picking more than his usual share of fights.
Why did we let him in our army again?
I would be happy to help the man settle his debts.
Interesting.
But he stubbornly refuses each time I ask. I think he sees it as a twisted sort of pride.
So long as he continues his drinking and gambling, his debt is only going
That's
to
fair.
grow.
And as he's too stubborn to give those up either, I'm frankly at a bit of a loss as to how to proceed. He's
Oh,
a
no.
talented fighter. If he went straight and worked hard, he'd have enough coin for a comfortable life.
Oh my gosh.
We have a problem.
An enemy raid?
It's Balthus, sir. He's under
How
attack
much debt or how many fights did he actually
Enemy's
pick?
ranks are massive, so I ran back here to secure reinforcements.
You did right. I will go there at once.
Interesting. We should go after him.
There he goes. My brother certainly can move fast when he puts his mind
Yeah,
to
let's
it.
go. Baltus, what have you done?
Guess we should go lend
Any allies are routed, okay. So we've got Baltus here, level 15, Hilda here, level 30. Why is Baltus level 15 if we're in a 25 quest? Luckily, yeah, I was gonna say, so our Shez is way over leveled for this quest. Our host is slightly under leveled. Hopefully that's not an issue. If we can't S-rank it here, though, no harm, no foul. We'll level host up a little bit later. But at level 30, Hilda should theoretically be fine. But yeah, I had a feeling the paralog was going to go off the levels of the units that we currently had them at. Not the best, but hopefully we'll be okay. See the stronghold surrounding Baltus. Okay. We will have Holst. Luckily, Holst has an advantage since they're all axe wielders. But let's head that way. Hopefully we get control of Hilda and Baltus at some point. Just because we do need more than just 2 units to do any kind of stage efficiently, honestly. Not that we usually control more than, like, I don't know, 1 or 2. It's more that it allows us to cover more ground faster. Which is important. Oh, interesting. This does not increase the... Okay. I was hoping that would open the gate there. Well, Baltus, you probably shouldn't cause problems. See, like here, if I could control Hilda, I guess we could probably just send Hilda, see if she can slowly... Never mind, we can't control her. Dang it. Yeah, I didn't think Baltus did either.
Why is your stepmother worried about you taking over?
Oh, so he's just provoking him.
I don't. I'm way too far gone for that stuffed shirt life.
Collect some chaos as we go.
Just go to your stepmother and tell her that.
Is it?
It's not that simple. Look,
Baltus certainly has a unique way of looking at things, doesn't he?
my stepmother wants me dead.
I don't know if I'd really say that that's like a good thing under any circumstance, but if he's happy with it, I suppose. Yep. Luckily... Okay, yeah. We seem to be okay to take these out with the level 20 enemy. I mean 20 ally. But Baltus is still like the level he was when we got him, so... You know, there's that. Alright, come on, let's set up here. To be fair, Holst was already naturally at an advanced class when we got him, which definitely helped his case. Just for, you know, it was only for a short time, but he was the only advanced class we had for a little bit. Didn't make us use him, but that was the case for a little bit. Ooh, there's another fort we have to capture. We'll run Holst that way then. Interesting. Lester's king of grappling.
So, you think you can take on Lester's king of grappling?
Jeez.
Give me all you got.
What are we supposed to do against this guy?
To be fair, with the number of enemies he was fighting, he probably did.
I'm beginning to wonder if he even needed our help.
Again, might as well kill some enemies as we go. Gets us some of our A gauge as well, which is helpful. Yeah, I haven't upgraded. Holst already had 60 durability on his current weapon, but... What's interesting is, I think it said... Was it Baltus's weapon or was it Holst's? Because I thought it was an axe. We'll figure that out. Let's switch to Shez and bring her down.
Take a breather.
We've taken care of the enemies and all the strongholds surrounding
There we go.
you, Balthus.
Time to start beating up on him.
Thanks. That's a real load off my mind.
Will you?
I'm fine here by myself. Go mop up the rest.
This opportunity go to waste.
Gotta defeat all the enemies around Baltus now.
Far too long since the two of us last
There's quite a few, but we're tearing through them pretty fast. Did Baltus know them when they were kids? Interesting.
Together like this reminds me of when we were kids.
The two of us
Interesting.
did enjoy our fair share of mischief. I can't count the number of times we charged headlong into a pack of monsters.
How about you spare a little reminiscing for the poor
Alright.
sister and
Nice, that's the main mission. Looks like there's something else to do. There is an entire left side of the map, though, which makes sense. Let's start running over that way. Interesting. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of enemy reinforcements. Okay, well, we just got control of Balthus. Seize all strongholds. Okay. We will send... Let's take care of this clump of enemies here. But we'll send Holst here. But he doesn't... He only had like a 2 out of 3 chance of winning that, it looked like. Send Balthus up here. We may have to take control of one of them. There's so many warlocks and such here, I don't necessarily want to just leave them be. He just ignores Hilda. Well, he was like basically one of the strongest members of the Alliance army, so couldn't be too crazy. You'd actually think they probably knew. Oh no. We're actually kind of far from that. Let's take over Holst, try and take care of this this stronghold. Ow. And then go help Hilda. Or we could just send Shez there, actually. That's probably a better idea. Shez is just a little bit far away, but... Luckily, Hilda is level 30. Imagine if Hilda was like level 15 here. Would kind of be a problem, an issue. Oh, and she's playable now. Perfect. Balthus is taking care of that one. Get this stronghold. We'll send Holst up to take care of that middle one. We need to be trying to do this somewhat efficiently, because if we don't, we're going to lose out on time. I'm sure we've cleared enough enemies, though. Perfect. Holst, you go here. Take care of Shez. Start clearing through these paladins. We have used most of Shez's weapon durability by this point, but she had so many to start that I don't think it's a huge issue. Like, really let us clear through a lot of this pretty efficiently. Here's the last paladin. Jeez. Well, yeah. Jeez. Alright, one more paladin. Looks like, no, there's 2 more paladins. Alright, we'll send Hilda off, since Hilda's off doing her own thing. Hilda, you go take care of that stronghold. Balthus captured his. No. Yeah, I'm taking care of these paladins, probably. Perfect. A ability's up. Perfect. That's that done. Jeez. You're not wrong, but that's not one of those things you should probably say out loud. Because Hilda's very, very powerful. Nice. That's another fort down. Let's have Balthus immediately start taking on this stronghold right here, but we're probably going to head that direction too. Because we just captured this one. There was a paladin alive still? Jeez. Perfect. Alright, Holst looks like he's working his way down too. But just the one Balthus is in, and the one Holst is in. Why are there a bunch of 1 health like regular enemies here? What? Oh. Helps take him out. Alright. Perfect. Right, where's Holst? Let's actually... Ordinarily I don't for this quick of a battle. I'm gonna send these 2 to go help Holst. Because this is probably the last thing we have to do. And clearly Holst isn't clearing this stronghold very fast. He moves pretty fast. Let's grab that little potion here. That should give me enough to, yeah, use it. That's fancy. That was pretty neat. That's the main mission done. What else do we have to do?
Really? I feel like I'm barely keeping up with the 3 of you.
Jeez. He gave up the leader and you just killed him anyways? Oh my gosh, more enemies. Where's the assassin leader? Oh, it's right here. Yeah. So, it's good that it wasn't actually like his gambling. That, you know, that's also not a great thing, but the fact that it... Well... I don't know. At least we helped him take care of this. Well, let's hope we got an S rank there. Because that'll give us a new weapon for Holst, which will make him a more powerful backup unit. Well, we're still at war, and the, oh, I can't remember the names, but now we have two armies that potentially we're fighting. So let's get into it. Dang it, we didn't do enough. Ah, that's annoying. We didn't kill enough enemies, actually. Well, we'll come back and do that later then. I still think we'll be okay to at least clear the stage pretty easily. I was more worried about time than I was killing enough enemies, though. That's interesting. Alright then. Let's, I mean, honestly, there's like some housekeeping stuff we could do. We could level some more people, but we'll probably just hop into the next chapter here.
I was planning to handle this on my own, but... Well,
Yeah, I don't think Holst would.
I owe you one.
I'm not some stranger to you, Balthus. Did you really think I would abandon a friend in
Is Balthus actually gonna cry? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Would have been fine by himself.
Don't say such things, Hilda. You'll make Balthus
Yeah.
cry.
No, she won't.
That's unfortunate.
Not your own stepmother who hired those assassins.
80% sure, yeah. And hey, it wouldn't be the first time she's come after me.
This is inexcusable. I will speak to House Albrecht about the matter at once.
Don't bother. My little bro's already stuck running that family.
Well,
and I don't want to add to
yeah, I was gonna say, that doesn't mean it's his little brother's fault.
Whose mother is trying to have you
It's the
killed?
mother who's
Why protect
doing
him?
it.
Because he hasn't done anything wrong. And he's a good man. He's the only reason I was able to abandon the family and live the life of freedom I have now.
So earlier, you said something about how it was good your stepmother wanted you dead. What was
Interesting.
that about?
See, she's got something of a
Oh.
persecution complex. And is also
That's
persistent
probably a good
as
point, yeah.
anything. What do you think would happen if she set her sights on my dad or my real mom instead
Yeah.
of me?
Wait, so your real mother is still alive? I heard stepmother and just assumed.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yeah, it's kinda complicated. Basically, she is living in hiding somewhere in the mountains now.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the long and short of it. So you don't really need to worry about it anymore.
But where does this end, Balti?
That makes more sense, though. If he's worried that she'd go after his father or her birth mother instead.
Just gotta let her get it out of her system, I
Yeah,
suppose.
and Balthus is pretty strong, and now he has us, so that makes
I've
sense.
already got debt collectors and bounty hunters hounding me, right?
That is true.
What's a few assassins on top of that?
If you changed your ways, you could
Yeah.
at least rid yourself of the debt collectors. You truly are a piece of work.
Oh, hey, I just remembered something I gotta do. Thanks for the help today.
We are not done speaking.
I really like how they've integrated Balthus into the actual story. It makes me wonder about Happy, Constance, and I think his name's Yuri.
Well, there he goes.
Just because if they've already, like,
Again.
the people from the DLC house, those four really weren't that integrated into the story, honestly.
He's got going.
So it does make me wonder,
I can't really be mad at the
you know, how they actually fit in overall.
All right.
And I would assume we can just go, I didn't mean to click on that, but I would assume to redo it again, we can just go to the record keeper. But yeah, that's interesting. We were able to do it in a good enough time, as well as, you know, obviously damage hasn't been an issue at all yet. We just didn't kill enough enemies, which I didn't think was going to be an issue, because we were stopping to kill so many extra units, honestly. We'll just go to the record keeper, just to confirm that real quick. Because that's an extra stage I can grind off stream. Yeah, we can, okay. But let's just head straight into the next chapter, see what happens.
Which battle do you wish to reflect?
It's another 25, so
I'll continue gathering
in theory,
records of
if we
your
could do that
wrongdoing.
paralog, we can do this, the Battle of Grounder Field. Yeah, this is where the Eagle and the Lion is, or whatever it was called. We did this fight here. You actually fight here during your, like, school days in Three Houses. And then after that, you actually fight another war here, I think, on most of the pass. Or another battle here, sorry. So it's really cool that they're echoing that sentiment, even though this is kind of a different timeline. Well, they still don't know that the other army's here. If they blindside us, it's a huge issue.
No, it's nothing. Looks like we're coming up on Gronder Field.
And here I was, bracing for a ruthless attack the moment we crossed.
They don't know that that is exactly what Count Burgley said.
Burgley's wants to settle this the old-fashioned way. No tricks, just one soldier bashing into another. And look at that. He was nice enough to have his troops all lined.
This might be where we recruit Caspar, actually.
It's as if each battalion is a giant monster.
Surely.
I thought the army
So maybe not if we kill Count Burgley's. He'd be pretty mad.
This force. They are truly in a league of their own.
Your legs are shaking, Lawrence.
If that isn't the excuse someone's scared about a battle, is always used in video games.
Quivering with excitement over the impending battle.
How many times are we gonna have to fight Gerald's mercenaries?
We'll be up against Gerald's company again today.
Yep. And this time.
Yeah, I told you Leonie likes Gerald.
My business is with their captain. I just wish there
Oh,
was a
she's
way I
his
could speak to
apprentice.
You know Gerald?
Yeah, there were a lot of memes about that with Three Houses.
I haven't seen him in years. Not since he left my village. Don't get me wrong. I'm not about to go easy on him
Minus
just
the fact
because
that we're
he
not
trained me.
deploying you, Leonie, but
I want to take him on and show
good.
him how much stronger I've gotten.
Gerald's really tough. Don't get yourself killed, okay?
You don't need to worry about me.
Great.
I'll get out of there if it turns out I'm no match for him. Then I'll just keep challenging him until I am.
Watch out for the mercenaries. But remember, our real target is the Imperial Army's top commander, Count Burgley's.
You aren't confident.
Host is really giving himself death flags.
But not to worry.
You know, you'd think like, oh, well, he's a playable character. We played him for a while. He has a signature weapon. That's not gonna happen. Would not be the first time Fire Emblem's done that. Okay, Persuade Petra. Oh, this is where we get Petra. Interesting. That's not what I was expecting. Increase the might of ballista attacks. Obviously, we have to persuade everyone the chance we get. We're not going to not do that. Our mercenaries. Archer protection. Healer. Elite archers. Increases the might of ballista attacks. Coordination. All allies and allied strongholds. I'm not so worried about losing allied strongholds, so you know what we'll do? We'll hire mercenaries. Archer protection. I hate to waste points though. Let's do ballista attacks. Go full on offensive here. And then our backup units are Claude. I don't want Lysithea backing up. Can we only control 3 units again? We can only control 3 units. In that case, why would we do Balthus instead of Lysithea? Where is... wait, where's Shamir? There she is, okay. So we'll control... do I really want to though? Here's what we'll do. We'll control Shamir, Chez, and Lysithea. We'll have double Wyvern Knight, Marianne, and Bernadette is sure. She's level 21 on standby. Pretty strong defenses here. I mean offensive movement with our side units. Can push south and hold most of the gap. I don't know actually. I have no idea what the strategy here is for this battle. Aside from, you know, ideally just win. But we are definitely trying to win here so that we can hold past the bridge. Because as they've said multiple times, I don't know if you heard of this, Paranoid, but this bridge here that we're fighting just past is basically the only place into Alliance territory from the Empire that is a big enough area to have an army come across. So our initial strategy, as it turned out, RTS standpoint, that'd be ready. Yeah, I'm not sure what the strategy is, honestly. But what Claude did was he actually had the group of the Alliance that specifically holds this part of the bridge just on the other side surrender. Yeah. And then once they got a force in, a good chunk of the force in, it's where Ferdinand initially was. That's why I don't like him for just retreating. But once Ferdinand got across, we revealed that, yeah. And the count that was holding it basically said, it's actually Lawrence's father. His plan was, if we can hold at a certain point, then I will come back and I'll help you and we'll do the pincer attack. If you can't, then I'm just going to continue having surrendered to the enemy. That protects his part of the alliance, his people. Honestly, not a bad plan, in my opinion. But that was basically his ideal. Okay, Lysithea's actually taking that stronghold. So that's how we got rid of Ferdinand the first time. He still retreated. Still a little annoyed that he kind of left behind his friend. and that she died. I don't think there was a way to save her. I even looked it up for a second there. Don't think that's the case. Little disappointing. Almost makes me not want to save Ferdinand, if I'm being completely honest. But a recruitable unit is a recruitable unit. So, not gonna, you know, do that. Was it not? Oh, it's Shamir that was up here. Oops. In that case, actually, we should have Lysithea take these forts. Because the important thing here I've been realizing is, obviously we need to worry about KO count, because that's been a bit of an issue. But on these big stages, we need to worry about clear time as well. It's been a big issue. So just make sure we're hitting units as we're going. And going. But yeah, so now we're finally pushing back across that bridge, is the idea though. That guy just disappeared. What? We still don't... Yeah, we haven't even seen Byleth, but clearly we're going to get Petra here. I think Hilda was probably actually stronger than keeping Shamir with us, but I just... I've not been impressed with the mounted units in this game, which is weird because that was basically the main thing I played in our other Warriors playthrough, and my original playthrough for Warriors. It's just not been my style. Alright, have her deal with that. Actually, we should just use our ability here. But, yeah, I don't know. Claude's basically just saying, like, let's invade. Let's, you know, they've taken the fight to us. Let's take the fight to them. That kind of thing. The issue is they don't know that the foreign army that... It's actually what... Why can't I remember? Holst. It's what Holst was defending. The whole border thing that he was, like, a legendary warrior for holding off on his own for a long time. That we actually supported him for a bit pre-time skip on. Was this foreign army that's not coming back in. Led by a prince that's kind of a jerk that we'd already beaten back. So it is genuinely concerned. And we don't know that that army's coming at us at this time too. So very important to keep in mind.
Something's off. It's like they're holding back.
Okay, there she is. Interesting. Monica on Ox. Yeah, I just always forgot that this was an actual character, because I'm pretty sure this is who Kronia disguised as when she, murdered Gerald. Originally. Yeah, let's, do this. Take care of this mage. Need to defeat Monica.
Let's give it a shot.
Alright. Cavalier, and I'm making an advancement. Okay. We need to take care of that Cavalier. Who is closest? Lysithea... No, that's not Marion. These three are non-controllables. Shmir's up here. Lysithea's up here. Oh yeah, and we only have 3 controllable units. Let's have Lysithea take care of them. Meanwhile, we'll make an advance on Monica. Oh no. That's actually really bad timing. There's Petra. This is kind of a weird mission to only have 3 units for. I'm expecting that we'll get some kind of unit to take control of. Yeah, because with this many units kind of becoming an issue, seems kind of odd. But this is where we should be able to convince Petra. There we go. But this is kind of an issue, yeah. I don't remember if we had a specific defeat condition for losing part of our flank. But let's take over Lysithea. Let's send... Shamir was dealing with something too, is the issue. Like, all 3 of our controllable units are kind of dealing with an issue. There we go. Okay. Tell me that got rid of them. Yeah, Lysithea just took out a lot of those units right there. Let's send Lysithea out to... Oh, there's another Cavalier. Deal with this first. Then we'll probably send Lysithea to deal with Petra. Because she does have almost 2 A gauges. She should be able to do that really, really fast. Go deal with... That's not where I want you to go. Keep forgetting that I can just zoom out and do it that way. See where Shamir is. Shamir's taking control of the stronghold. And defeating a mage. Shez is currently still dealing with Monica. mage. Go down. Perfect. It's nice that we got those extra archers and such, though. It's actually kind of helpful. Alright. Lysithea is currently... Get up, get up. Let me switch. Alright, Petra. I need you to go down quickly, because she is the flanking force they have. Ooh, look at that beam. That, like, instantly killed Petra. What? That's crazy. Alright, well, that was fast. Guess we'll have her take on this stronghold, maybe?
You can count on me.
Oh gosh, I healed and then immediately ran into an attack.
There's a lot riding on you, Petra, isn't there? Is it really the smartest choice to die here?
Perfect, okay. Take care of this mage. Oh, there are multiple mages here. And Shamir's out of weapon points. Crud. Actually, let's take care of Shez, because she's fighting Monica. Probably a little bit more important than some random enemies. Alright, bye, Monica. Yeah, I was a little surprised at first. I was like, oh wait, we rescued her and she joined the Black Eagles. Then I remembered, though, she was originally from the Black Eagle house. So, there he is. Where's Kaspar? Actually, though, where's Kaspar? He should be here. So should... Oh my gosh, that's a lot of enemies. And we've used a lot of weapon points on everyone, but... Could be bad. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the sheer number of enemies there, that's crazy. Southeast side, okay. We have a lot of mercenaries working for us, though, which is nice. Okay, defeat the Southeast generals to get this. This is a perfect opportunity to take control of Shez and do that Shadow Step move, actually. But again, this is a really weird mission to only have control of 3 playable characters. That's so strange. I'm gonna Shadow Step down here. Perfect. Alright, let's go.
A used warrior has arrived.
By the way, did we ever recruit Petra? We never got a dialogue for that, did we? That's a little bit concerning, actually. Oh, maybe Holst is showing it now. That would make sense. Oh, perfect. That must be our 4th controllable character, no? Maybe once we help him. Yeah, we never got a dialogue that recruited Petra, which is a little bit concerning, because maybe we accidentally... Did we accidentally just murder her? Did we get a dialogue for it? I might just be dumb. We'll see. There's Gerald. So many enemies defending just this one fort, honestly. Not this one fort, like this one... Whatever it is that we're attacking. Wherever this count defends. Yeah.
Then we'll go after Gerald first. The Ashen Demon might come out if he's in danger.
That charge attack didn't do that much damage, actually. Beat Gerald and Alois, of course. Okay. Who is closest?
Send any free generals over there at once.
We need to give orders to the other main units. Where are they? Lysithea's here. Have her advance on... Oh my gosh, there's so many units here. Lysithea and Shamir are both here, actually. You guys take Alois. Shamir will have go take on Gerald. Shamir didn't seem to have the best odds for beating Gerald, though, so we might need to take control of her.
God told us to take down the enemy generals and then pretend like you did it.
Interesting.
I see. So he plans to use my name.
We got all these units that are attacking Holst. Because there are a lot of units that are potentially attacking Holsteer.
Now it makes sense.
On to Alois. What a solid knight Alois is. That Lysithea literally just showed up and beat the brakes off of him, honestly. I think that's what a friend always says, beat the brakes. Either way, that was not a close fight. Lysithea showed up, used her A move, used a skill, and he just folded in half. That's crazy. That did not do any damage to Gerald. That's a little bit concerning. Ah, well, we can do it twice more. There's Caspar. There's so many units in this stage, actually. That's crazy. Did she just say the same line every time?
Enjoy your eternal sleep.
Sorry, Gerald. Yeah, she just says the same line. That's kind of funny.
Enjoy your eternal sleep.
Alright, Larry count. Okay. Well, we're working on it. It's taking a long time to beat Gerald here for some reason. Alright, have her deal with that. Stronghold gates are open. We have so many enemies to tear through. Where's the Empire Strongest Warrior? Oh gosh. We probably need to go help Holst so he doesn't just murder Holst as he's baiting him back. Yeah, well, Holst doesn't seem too keen on doing that. Alright, where's Lysithea? I'm gonna have people go back up. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting it does that. We need to have some people go back up against Gerald. I'm not sure what Shamir's doing, but... Wait, no, Shamir's fighting Holst, yeah. And we only have 3. I really thought I was gonna get control of Holst here. A little surprised I didn't. Alright, Holst is in the fort. Let's go back him up there. Right? Yeah, there we go. Because now he should follow us into the fort. In theory. Perfect, okay. Take care of Gerald here, ASAP. What? Okay. Guys, get out of there. Go there. Are we actually just gonna shut the gate and keep him trapped in there? Because if so, that's pretty funny. Alright, that's Gerald down. We trapped Count Burgley's. That's really funny, actually. Well, here comes, where is Caspar? That would be my next assumption. Gerald's out, okay. Cavalry's here. Yeah, where's Byleth? We haven't seen Byleth or Caspar, and both of them should be on this battlefield in theory. They're going for that stronghold. Oh gosh. Well, she's not giving up. Alright. Really? Okay. Who is there? Shamir's here? Well, then it's Shamir's duty to... That's Bernadetta. No, they're both here. Okay. Lysithea, I'm gonna... Lysithea, lure them into that stronghold. There's so much to do on this stage, like... Crazy. Perfect, okay. We'll have Shez defend against these. Let's switch over to Lysithea real quick. Perfect, we trapped both of them in chat. That's really funny. Yeah, to be fair, it is her father, so.
I guess Gerald's defeat shook me. Our fight isn't over.
I'm surprised though, the one thing that doesn't make sense to me is the fact that Byleth actually has like a reputation here, because when we first joined as the monastery and such, we didn't have like the Ashen Demon mantle or anything like that, you know? We weren't well known.
So your plan is
Gotta go deal with Caspar.
bombard them with arrows. Works for me.
My turn. Wow, host, you knew exactly what he was getting at.
Alright, Caspar, come on.
Must be Claude.
You don't get to run away again this time.
So you're the ones invading this.
Well, you invaded us last time. What goes around comes around, Caspar. I am actually gonna call... Where is she? Lysithea? Here. Oh my gosh. Call Lysithea over to help with Caspar. We're doing good damage, but it doesn't hurt to do it a little bit faster. There we go. Perfect. That was actually really fast. Alright, he's down. Is that the end of the... No. Okay, there's still something else to do. To be fair, we've got them trapped in the... We really haven't been getting the keys for these chests either, now that I think about it. Fine. Yeah, I'll deal with it later. Really? That's violent? We're just firing the ballista at them in the fort.
They stole our ballisti? Caspar, how could you let this happen?
Oh, we need to defeat that brawler crud. I need to warp here. Only once more, but I didn't realize that there was a brawler all the way over there. Oh, there were two. Huh? Just goes lead archers. There's our archers. Sick. There's Holst. Okay, Holst did become playable. It was just super late in the fight, honestly. Okay, now then. On to Count Berkeley's. Real quick, what we'll actually do, we'll have... That's not Count Berkeley's. Where is he? Zoom in, maybe? There we go. 61% in favor of Berkeley's. Really? That evens it, though, a bit. Send these three over here. We'll take control of Lysithea, go get the chest, since we haven't been getting it. Then we'll have her go help take control of one of the others. Where's this? Oh.
Leopold von Berkeley stands before you.
Perfect, okay. Because we really haven't been getting these chests. That looks like a fancy item, too. Says it was a new accessory. Just look at the sheer number of units surrounding her. Berkeley's, that's really funny. Where is he? There he is. Okay. If we target him, the other units should fall in theory as we just attack. Yeah, no, this guy is pretty strong though. Look at how much damage he isn't taking. Keep in mind that we're 5 levels, like... Actually, we're 9 levels over 25 on Chez. Back him into a corner and start smacking him around. Doesn't matter how tanky he is if he can't move. Perfect. With the sheer number of units attacking him, yeah. Honestly, like... We can't even get the armor break on him, honestly. I don't know what's actually effective against fists. I'm being honest. Does anybody else have a... Okay, Pulse does. Come on. Oh, that hurt. He froze me for a second while I was trying to get Holt's A move off, and it, like, did so much damage. Like, what? Luckily, we have those ballista firing down. They're not doing a whole lot, but yeah, he can freeze everyone when he does that. Come on, Berkeley, just go down. Thank you. Oh, we got a cutscene. Ooh. Oh, don't get killed, Holst. Uh-oh. Wow.
The rumors sell you short, young
Nice.
Likewise, sir.
Look at them complimenting each other.
You're tougher than they say.
Now they do the typical anime yell and run at each other. What? Wait, what? Is that part of the plan? Oh. I don't recall that.
Too bad. We'll finish this later.
You just get picked up by that horse.
Till then, keep that head on your neck.
Jeez.
You too.
Wait, there's more fight? Why is there more fight? This has been such a long fight already.
We will pull back as well.
Oh, do we just have to... Is this just going to be a straight up runaway? Uh-oh. Oh, Byleth, why? Uh-oh. Really? Okay.
We can't get cut off. Everyone, attack the Ashen Demon
Time
with
to go.
everything you've got.
Yeah, that's not good. This is a really long story mission. I kind of underestimated how long it'd take to play through just one of these paths. That's crazy. I don't want to kill the Ashen Demon though.
The others don't stand a chance.
Oh, we have Awakening though.
Only one who can destroy the
Let's use our
Ashen
special
Demon.
powers.
I know.
Will it?
How many times have we fought now? Either way, this will be the last.
But I don't want either of them to die. Look at how fast we're breaking guard gauge in Awakening mode. That's crazy. No.
Can't you just give me an easy win?
Yeah, I don't think you can use A to cheese the guard anymore like you used to be able to, which is a little bit disappointing actually. Come on.
Have to work for this one.
We broke the guard. Come on.
That menace on the ropes. We can
We got
do
her.
this.
Perfect. Cutscene? Oh no, this is her ability to rewind time. Oh! Why'd she punch us? I feel like she could have just stabbed us. Poor Shaz. Why is Sothis' voice coming out of Byleth now? That never happened.
Such vexing arrogance for one so small.
Uh-oh.
Perhaps you truly are one of their descendants.
Sothis. Sothis, don't do it.
In any event, you labored to destroy my vessel, did you not? That is indeed most foul.
At least we're clearly stronger because we're barely avoiding this instead of just dying. It is really creepy hearing Sothis' voice come from Byleth.
So bound in flesh. Pitiful.
This isn't a fight you can win. Get out of there.
Oh no. Yeah, stop her, Byleth. Don't let her just kill us.
You like.
Yeah.
Why do you fight me?
Interesting. Yeah, that never happens in the original Three Houses, I don't think.
This way.
Mhm.
Hurry.
Sorry, Claude. I
It's
lost
weird
it.
though that they don't know who Byleth
I
is.
think that mercenary really is a demon. Even in a fair fight, we end up looking like chumps. Listen, something's come up. We have to pull out
Okay.
now. It kills me to say it.
Yeah, that was
Victory
rough.
here will have to wait for another
Hey, we
day.
got an S rank somehow. That took 18 minutes. That's crazy. But we still got the S rank. But yeah, Byleth, that was terrifying. I've never seen Sothis take over Byleth's body as far as I can remember. and they just started kicking the crud out of us. Like, Shez didn't even stand a chance.
Seems like I'll remember this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is where they found out.
We nearly had them. We received an urgent missive from Duke Goneril. The Almirans are making a move.
Of all the times. On what scale?
From
This is
what
the problem, though.
It's bigger than the force we faced 2 years ago.
Oh, we did get Petra, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Was concerned.
But the attack 2 years ago was supposed to be the biggest one
Hmm.
we faced in a whole century.
It could not have come at a worse time, though.
Careful eye on developments in the east. If that's what he says, then it's true.
Even if Duke Goneril and the neighboring lords rally all their remaining troops,
Yeah.
it won't amount to much. Do you think we can make it in time?
We'll be cutting it close. That's what Fodlan's locket is for.
Oh no. Stop giving me off death flags, Holst.
Through that hulking chunk of stone.
We're not moving fast enough. I'll go on ahead. My lord, I leave.
To be fair, he knows Fodlan's locket better than anyone else. He's the one who helped them off there.
Behind you. Just try and hold out until we get there.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Prepare for a full withdrawal. If we don't get home soon, we won't have one to return to.
That's not a terrible thing, because they just destroyed us.
Seems unlikely we'll see the Ashen Demon again anytime soon.
And here I thought we won.
Yeah.
As did I.
Who knew the Ashen Demon had that kind of strength? Not that I'm making excuses. You gave me power of my own, and it still wasn't close to enough.
That's not true.
Of course it is. What am I even up against here?
You're not entirely
I
wrong.
walked away for 1 second, and suddenly I was facing someone else entirely.
That would explain what was troubling me before.
If Sothis takes over and can rewind time,
Danger I sense.
not something Arvel seems to be able to do.
You can win this fight. I know you can.
Kind of, you know, a very looming disadvantage.
Whatever I can to make it so.
I'm not gonna give in to defeat, though.
Over that monster together.
You know what? You're right. I'll be strong enough
Yeah.
one day if I just keep at it.
Well, it's not like we're by ourselves.
One day could be years from now at this rate. We should probably think of a backup plan.
Haha.
And hey, the Ashen Demon's a mercenary, right?
That's kind of what I was expecting to do.
For the Alliance to toss some coin their way and put this
Yep.
whole rivalry behind us.
You want to hire that thing?
Why not?
Seriously? Fighting side by side with the Ashen Demon. Are you mad?
You make it sound like the worst idea in the world. We have a war to win here, remember? Gotta keep an open mind.
I understand.
That's not it.
You've witnessed your adversary's true strength and convinced yourself you cannot win.
What? No.
Yeah.
I just know a valuable resource when I see one. And we're
As long as
far
Sothis
more
cooperates.
than we are against them.
If that's really how you feel, then so be it.
Hopefully.
Trust me, you don't need to worry. You'll get stronger soon, I promise. So maybe don't go relinquishing your prey just yet.
Yeah, but I don't really want to kill Byleth.
I desire nothing
It's not
more
really my
than
goal
to see
here.
You achieve your goals.
Oh, hey, Sothis is actually here. Sothis.
A glove does not define
She didn't know
a hand,
Sothis until just then. What?
and yet you've done just that. Sothis is my name. Yet I am also called the Beginning. I am progenitor and mother to all who call Fodlan home.
Where am I?
Yeah.
I am not here to answer all you
Interesting.
ask, yet
So
I
Byleth
will
didn't
grant
actually
you
have all this. This happens at the very beginning,
stand
usually.
before my throne. If you so wish, then take a seat. But
Why
know
is she so
then
much
that
more
the
ominous
flesh
here
is
than before?
mine to wield. You lack the power to resist.
My flesh? What are you saying?
You should not have interfered.
Does she not like Arvel?
Cut that wretch down with a
Can't imagine she's talking about Shez
Oh,
themselves.
that one vexes me so. When next we meet, I must step in and deal with them myself. It is quite clear that
Yeah.
you cannot my power safely wield. Do I speak plain?
Not in the slightest.
It's actually kind of reminiscent of the first time it happened, so.
Hey,
At the very beginning of Three Houses.
get up already. You sure you're all right? You know,
don't seem like yourself.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Just a strange dream.
Like the ones you used to have.
Yes, but this time we talked.
Huh?
You fool! That was no dream!
Interesting.
What's wrong?
I'm glad Gerald's alive post
Do you
time skip.
lack wits? My voice is not for him. Whenever I speak,
Yeah.
it is for you alone.
On second thought.
Well, this is where the time skip happened, is when her hair changed colors.
I mean, my hair's still a different color, right?
Yes, and your eyes too. How that happened is beyond me. Anyway.
They are really not concerned about her eyes and hair just changing to be a brighter color.
Find somewhere to rest up.
Is that a fact?
Actually, I think I'd feel more comfortable staying here on the battlefield a while longer. I just need to swing
Interesting.
my sword around, get my head on straight. Don't worry,
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
It's a really good thing that she still has Gerald with her.
Tell me.
So, the Alliance army turned tail
Yeah.
and ran. Surprising. It looked like they had plenty of fight left.
Yeah, it was a bad time to attack, because now they know.
Message. I imagine that means a crisis has popped up somewhere in the Alliance.
Elmira, probably.
Yeah.
After only 2 years, the Almirans have certainly grown restless lately.
Maybe they're in the middle of a succession. Been 20 years.
No, what are you trying to do? Get involved with the Amirans yourself?
So what are we gonna do? Go after him?
No. We'll let them go.
You attacked first, Gaspar! Shut up!
Army tried to withdraw from the Alliance. They were hunted down, destroyed. We should give them a taste of their own medicine.
The enemy's retreat takes them through our territory.
You don't get to say give them a taste of your own medicine when you're the ones who started it.
The Empire's breadbasket will go up in flames. What's more, they're leaving those
Okay.
fields
I do like that Berkeley's is actually like a
easily set them ablaze.
stand-up person, though.
Repay their decency in kind.
Well, okay. If that's how you want to play it.
Minister Burgleys, I must return to the Emperor and brief
Okay.
her on these latest developments.
Do what you must. But
Is he gonna object to it? Because he should.
as well.
This is stupid. I don't know why Edelgard always has to attack everyone. Yeah.
Our war with the Alliance has gone on long enough. That's what
Interesting.
Minister Burgleys said.
Yes, although he didn't say so begrudgingly. It was almost as if he had come to
Shut up,
respect the
Hubert.
Alliance and its leaders.
The Minister of Military Affairs, admiring an enemy of the Empire? I cannot. The Emperor alone has the discretion to decide when to bury the hatchet with a foe.
That foolish war horse has always.
I
caused
hate
nothing
Hubert
but
so
trouble.
much.
You and the Emperor should be prepared for more of the same.
Then we shall.
I assure you, that man only ever pretends to listen to what I say.
There you go.
I will grant that if nothing else, his intuition rarely misses the mark. Therefore, Your Majesty, I would urge you to seek an armistice with the Alliance.
I must
Yeah.
confess, the same thought occurred to me when I heard
Oh.
that Ferdinand had failed to capture Deirdre.
So we might have just indirectly messed
Focus
over
the
Dimitri.
entirety of our armies on the kingdom front and cease our attempts to conquer the Alliance through military means.
Yes, through military means.
When an opportunity presents itself,
Yeah.
send an envoy to Claude, assuming he doesn't fall to the Almighty.
Maybe this is how we get
He made short work
an alliance with Gerald and
He will not lose to
Byleth.
We should inform Minister Burgleys of your decision at once.
Interesting.
If he catches wind that the Alliance forces are struggling, he may well charge off to fight Elmira himself.
I hardly think he would do something
Yeah.
so... On second thought, who knows what that man would do? Minister Hevering, I shall leave it to you to compose the missive. Please write what you must to ensure
Words cannot
the
describe how
Allies
much I
do
hate
anything
Hubert.
rash.
Literally cannot describe the hate.
Golden wildfire. What makes a king? Though victory is within their grasp, news of an unexpected
Yeah.
incursion from Elmira forces Claude and the Alliance army to retreat. Driven by revenge, Elmira invades with a far larger battalion, led by none other than
Can we just
Prince Shahid.
actually get rid of this guy?
Hangs on by a thread.
Clearly nobody even on his side likes him. And if he's gonna come back with a massive armor after just 2 years, let's just take care of him. That's good.
Looks like we made it back in time after all. The fighting hasn't really picked up yet. I'm sorry about all this. I dragged you on this forced march right after our first assault on the Empire, just to face a new enemy on a new battlefield. I always thought Elmira might attack, but I never predicted they'd pull together an army this big.
This is exactly why I didn't think we should attack the Empire in the first place. But I'll admit that no one could have seen this.
Yeah, because if we hadn't beat back the Empire a little bit, honestly, with that attack, kind of impressed the Count. There's potential we did get attacked by both at once. Whereas now they're not going to.
Thanks to the support
That's
from
good.
Margrave Edmund, we've had plenty of provisions. There is no reason we should not be able to fight effectively.
That doesn't change the fact that messing up
yeah,
now
maybe.
could mean the end of the Alliance. All because of my miscalculation.
Come on, we always dump all the tough planning on you. We've got nothing but appreciation for the work you do, Claude. Sometimes
That
you
is
get
true.
lucky, sometimes you don't. What matters is that we made it here in time.
That's what counts, right? Come on, Claude. Let's get moving.
Sounds like I'm the one who needs to get his head on straight.
You got that right. Let's do it.
Time to put all that behind us and focus on driving back this invasion.
No movement on the Empire side, huh? All this quiet only makes me more anxious.
Maybe.
Perhaps what keeps them at bay is the fear of having to face the famed hero of Daphne.
Yeah.
Irvin, do my ears
Jeez.
deceive me, or did you just make a joke?
I do not jest. Your being here is the only thing preventing me from surrendering to the Empire this very instant.
You can drop the traitorous villain act. I know
Yeah.
you've done more for the Alliance than anyone else.
No, he really has. Like, and that's fair.
All that has ever mattered to me is ensuring the well-being of the common folk in my territory, not the Alliance itself.
And that's what makes you a great lord in my book. Or rather, it made you one, I suppose.
Indeed, now I am but a humble retiree, ready to enjoy my
Yeah, probably not.
decrepitude. Maybe now, people will actually leave me be.
I wouldn't count on that. You'll have plenty of unwanted company if the Empire attacks.
Oh, I do not think...
Yeah, I mean, there's literally not a better time for them to keep going.
If the Empire had any intention of continuing their war with the Alliance, they would have struck already. I imagine they have reconsidered their plans following that last battle. It was foolish of them to start a war on two fronts in the first place.
Yeah.
But it would be even greater folly yet to continue after witnessing the might of the Alliance.
Oh my gosh.
Are you saying the reason you volunteered to defend the Great Bridge is because
Oh my
you thought
gosh.
it wouldn't be attacked?
Now
That's fair.
there is a thought.
Humble retiree, my foot. You're
Yeah, we might have indirectly put Dimitri in even worse of a spot. Interesting. Is it literally just one territory? Really? That's, what? That's new. And here I was preparing to do a ton of battles. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, because that kind of hurts our ability to duel a lot, doesn't it? Well, let's do our little housekeeping then. And then get right into battle. More alpha. Yeah, I really don't think we need to worry about having enough affection. Let's see. Bring in Instructor first, I suppose. Are there really any new units I need to worry about? Again, Balthus could go... Yeah. We have 5 advanced seals. I don't know if we'll use Balthus, but it is probably a ways away before we can get to a Master Seal. Sniper, Assassin... Is she already an advanced class then? Yeah, okay. Seems like most of the units we're recruiting from here on are going to be advanced units already. She's an archer. She can't become a sniper just yet, apparently. Probably because she hasn't mastered it yet. Linhart to Bishop. We haven't been using Linhart like at all, so I'm not going to worry about that. Holst was already advanced. Leonie, Marianne was already advanced. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the units that I'm most worried about, let's go ahead and upgrade Lawrence to Paladin, because why not? It probably wouldn't hurt to have a few more upgraded units, though, in terms of levels. Because Holst was helpful there, although it was forced on us to use him. So, let's see. 35 on us, 30, 31, 30 on our main units. Okay. We don't have too much gold, so I'm going to do 32 on the other units that aren't Shez. Where are they? Didn't be too much. Yeah, only 400 gold for Lysithia. This might be a really quick chapter, though, which is interesting, based on the looks of things. Alright, then. Let's upgrade Claude to 28. This is burning through our savings really fast. We have a couple bullion, but not a whole lot. And then Holst, sure, we'll go Holst to 24. That'll have to do. And then, oh, Petra's already level 25. In that case, we have some backup units that are already reliable. Let's train all the way up. Might as well pop Holst out, put in Petra, put in some of our units. But Petra is going to be hopefully pretty useful since she's just popping in already pretty strong. Same with, what else do we have? Holst is mastered. Guess we could pop Raphael in here because he's not done. I wish that you could just use all your points here. Because I don't think there's another place to use our, like, training points. Yeah, there we go. And it's not like we're going to be switching them out, you know? We're getting to the point where we do have a lot of units, so it could be helpful. But it's not going to stop me from probably just full on doing that. Perfect, okay. Support conversation, we'll check that in a second. Let's head to the Supply Master, clear that out, because I don't know where they're sitting at. Ah, they're close to full. Alright, let's see, what else we got? We'd probably get some more battalions here in a bit, that's probably helpful. Overall, though, I kind of want to just go straight into battle since this seems to be a quick chapter, especially with how long that last chapter took. That last chapter took a hot second. Gauge feels faster, awakening gauge. Let's do this, and let's go with Hilda, Lysithia, perfect. 2 units that we know we'll be going into battle with. Yeah, we actually... It says nice. It's fine. Did she bake like an entire... That looks like an entire like lasagna tray for all of them. Jeez. Lysithia. Would I patronize you like that? Don't answer that question. No, I really do like Lysithia though. Let's see. Oh, perfect. We can raise Petra here. Petra is also really, really sweet. Okay, who haven't we? We haven't raised Shamir at all. Do Shamir, might as well raise Holst, because he might be coming into battle with us, honestly. Yeah, okay. That's an increased support level. I mean, I could be wrong, but if this is literally just a one battle, you know, a single battle quest, I don't... Oh, we can't bring more than one. Okay. Then maybe we don't need to use all points. Let's save 2 points just in case. Check out this support conversation. What have we got? Lawrence and Raphael. I really don't care. Apparently they only have one, but let's view it. Why not? It's 2 characters that I really don't use.
Raphael, pardon my interrupting your...
Oh, hey Lawrence. You need something?
I do, in fact.
A lot of people have been talking about this.
I learned how you and your family founded an inn once you returned to your hometown. Yet, you still chose to leave them behind and risk your life and livelihood.
That does make sense. If the Empire takes over,
I must ask the reason why.
Why? Well, to keep my family safe.
If they take over the Alliance, they might not be safe.
I struggle to follow your reasoning. Would then it not be more prudent to remain by their side?
Yeah.
That's what I thought at first too. But just being there with them wouldn't be enough. Yeah, I can protect everyone day to day if I'm back keeping watch at the end. But if me joining the fight on the front line,
that's an admirable line of thought.
Peace back to the world, they'd never have to worry another day in their lives. So sure, it's tough being away from Maya through all
See, the issue is too is how do we bring peace to all 3 nations? They're still the kingdom.
See, your thinking is correct in part, but it is in part mistaken as well. Staying at the inn to protect your family will not provide them the security you so desperately desire. So long as
Lawrence is actually being surprisingly pragmatic here.
Establishment will always remain at risk of being consumed by the flames of combat. But you are a commoner, and it is our duty as nobles to protect the ordinary citizens of our territory.
That's what you keep saying, but we're clearly undermanned.
Who is not with the military to leave their family and join the war effort. Such tasks are meant to be handled by the nobility.
He always has it like... I don't dislike Lawrence as much as I dislike Hubert, but... Lawrence seems to actually have decent intentions. Hubert's just like... not a fan.
This was my choice. I'll be fine.
No, that is not what I meant, in the slightest. I speak of the obligation we in the nobility have to our people. The weight of war should fall on our very
Like, you love how he kind of backpedals, but
the
yeah.
common folk in our charge should focus on maintaining their livelihoods.
It seems to be very similar to the conversation Lawrence has with everyone that's not a noble.
Toughest people are the ones who should be leading the charge, right?
What I mean is, you're not listening to a word.
That's
I
not
say,
even a
are you?
competition.
You don't think I've got what it takes, huh? I got it. Let's compete to see who's stronger.
Pardon? You want a competition?
You
Oh
betcha.
my gosh.
It's the perfect way to find out who's got the real arm muscles around here. There's a bunch of boxes that need to get moved. Over in the training grounds. Want to see
Good
who
old
can
Raphael.
carry the most? If I win, you'll have to promise to be totally cool with letting me fight.
Yeah.
No, I must decline. By that token, you will only end up proving your point.
So you do think I'm strong?
Do not misunderstand my intentions. You and
Hmm.
I are on completely different pages on this matter. We are practically in two separate genres.
Yeah.
But someone like him would undoubtedly prove useful in the heat of battle. Hello?
It can't hurt to have Raphael along, you know?
Grab those boxes myself.
Literally cannot.
For a little workout.
I think Lawrence just has too much of his noble pride. And that's all it really comes down to. But, yeah, we might be wasting these, like, action points and such, but it's just, I'm genuinely trying to figure out, based on that map, is this literally just a one battle chapter? That seems odd. Mercenary complications? Prologue with 2 mercenaries, that makes sense. We'll do that later. S rank reward Dahaka, interesting. So level 27. Interesting. Well, let's see how this goes. I gotta know. Because that is like the golden symbol that makes it seem like it's the end of chapter thing, so maybe we are wasting stuff, but it's just crazy to me because every single one's had at least 3, 4, 5 battles to take on before we go straight to the story, and now it's just like, here, fight them. Now.
At last, the full army is finally assembled. Soldiers as far as the eye can
I
see.
wonder if maybe Claude really is his brother.
Get in, Adair. It is quite
Maybe.
a sight to behold.
Yeah, I guess it is.
It should be child's play for an army of
If they're trying to be, if he's trying to become the king of Elmira, why is he trying to invade here?
King of Elmira right now.
I sure hope you're right about that.
Who knows where Khalid is now? But I can just
Maybe.
imagine the look of despair on his face when he hears of what I have accomplished.
Yeah.
He has no clue how to lead an army this big.
Ooh.
And he's already bragging of his victory.
Oh my gosh.
Under no obligation to
Is this
follow
gonna be a
Shahid
coup?
any further.
Or is he just ditching?
Perhaps it's finally time to do as I please.
Not many people in Elmira can
You are
mobilize
correct.
an army this massive. If it's not the king, it's gotta be one of the princes. Which means Shahid's definitely.
Honestly though,
What's up?
like obviously the size of the army is an issue, but if you're gonna base someone from Elmira with an army this big, you'd want it to be an incompetent commander.
There's nothing to worry about, really. And
So,
besides, I can't
in this
see any
case,
other way around this.
pretty good.
I'll just have to do what needs to be done. That's all there is to it.
I feel like I'm missing
Good.
something.
My lord, we have made ready to intercept the attackers and await your signal.
Right.
Yeah.
Goes. Listen up, everyone. The enemy may have an advantage in size, but they're little more than a disorganized mob. We can defeat them. No, we will defeat them. Drive them
Great.
back today.
Good speech. Let's go take him out.
Toast our victory tonight.
Defeat Shahid. The allied base is captured. Okay. So what do we got? Yeah, see, there wasn't even anything else to get. Like, we can use all of these except one. Agitate the enemy army, encouraging them to deploy additional forces. Boost combat experience. I don't want... Extra combat experience is good, but do I want to do that? Decrease their ability. Assign archers. Oh, I only have 20 points. Break open the gate. Archer unit. You know what? This is going to hurt us getting an S rank first try, but I can go back and do it. Let's get the extra experience now. And we'll get the archer units to defend. I'm not going to expect to get an S rank first try here because of this. But it's fine. This could be a really good chance to get a lot of XP. What units are deployed? That's fine. Okay. And ultimately, to go to the next chapter, we just have to win. So, not a big deal. But yeah, deploying a bunch of extra units could be, I mean, deploying extra numbers also emphasizes that point, to be fair.
Their sheer numbers are impressive.
I still don't know if I want to pair people up, honestly. The extra attack, like the pair-up attack and such, is nice. But in all seriousness, it's actually kind of nice having the extra units just roaming around. Maybe we'll try it this time, when we get a chance. Here, pair up Claude. Claude. There we go. There's the Ballista. We gotta take those out. Just because, to be fair, we had, like that last battle, all of our extra units were just kind of clumped up, not doing a whole lot, now that I think about it. So maybe we'll try a fighter like that. Oh my gosh, those Ballista are really annoying. Oh gosh, we gotta go take care of that, wrong button. Ah, wrong stick. I kept clicking the wrong stick and it was, switching out to report. But yeah, this might actually be kind of an issue. I didn't expect it to be this many. I know I added more enemies. I really underestimated how many. Already, this is a ton to deal with. We could run into the issue of not having enough healing too, which could be problematic, if it happens. Alright, hold up. Let's see. So have Lysithea take care of this stronghold. We can't actually break into the Ballista stronghold up there, okay. That changes things. I don't want to use all of my... Yep. Time to defend. Ooh, I should have waited. That could have maybe hit the Wyvern Rider over there. Yeah, it didn't. Dang it. Wait. No, it did. Sick. Good. Yeah, that dual attack was way stronger. Maybe we should be pairing up everyone, honestly. I hadn't been so we could cover more ground, but it's not like we can switch over to those characters. Oh, gosh. Oh, the Ballista. Well, they really are kind of simulating how crazy it is trying to fight this many enemies at once. Pretty rough. Right then. Yeah, why are these all clumped together? It seems like there's not a lot of open areas to go to, actually. I was going to send them to have everyone else start taking forts and such. Oh, this Wyvern Rider is dead. But it doesn't appear to be an option. And that was my initial plan. Was to have everyone slowly start taking out their bases while we just fought off this base attack. Perfect. Yep, onto the Ballista. Let's have... We need someone to take care of that. Lysithea. And we'll go up and take that base ourselves.
You can count on me.
Enemy reinforcements have taken up positions in the north and south. We will not be able to use the same tactics as before.
Then we'll just have to shake things up. Let's steal their strongholds and light the beacons.
The beacons?
Someone needs to go down to that stronghold too. Holt is not a controllable character. We'll send Shamir down there.
Now is our chance.
Ooh.
I've got it.
Okay. Build the lock its front.
There is a signal from one of our strongholds.
Didn't you fall for something like that before, though? That's not good, though. Hopefully Claude has a backup plan.
So it's begun. Prepare to carry out the plan.
Luckily, we do have those archers in the base, which is helpful. Who is not doing anything? Is this our last control point? Lysithea is attacking here. We'll send Holst to defend the allied base, maybe. Or at least take out that while we finish this off. But it's actually kind of bad if they're not listening to the beacons.
We've looked to beacons, but the enemy isn't doing anything.
Alright, Shamir's in the base. Perfect. Where's Shamir? I'll have to just fight here. This will free up her and Lysithea if we can clear him out. We still need to upgrade her weapon, actually, now I think about it. Oh, that was nice. It's one thief down. Where's the other thief? Here we go. Oh, she has different armor now. Maybe they are just slowly changing everyone's appearance over time to like what they end up being. That would be pretty neat. The bow is better than fist. Was that what that achievement was? Jeez. That's all 3 beacons lit and they're not doing anything. Which should make it clear that they're not going to fall for it.
We've lit all the beacons now. The enemy forces should be able to see them.
Yeah, that's his plan. Well, the general did have a good point. He doesn't know how to use an army of this size. He's just trying to just say, let's go at him with numbers. And to be fair, there are plenty of examples in history, even in real life, of that not working.
We've got them right where we want them. Now we'll pretend to attack the northern front and...
What's on there?
Well, I won't spoil the surprise.
Well, the fastest one that can get over there should be Hilda. She's a little bit further away, but she's so much faster on Wyvern back. So we'll fly up there, see if we can take care of it. I'm a little concerned that we're not defeating enough enemies, but look at how much map there is still to go. There should be time. But hopefully Hilda can take care of Nadir here fast enough, otherwise we're in a bit of trouble. Does she even have to lower the drawbridge? Honestly, you'd think she could just fly over it. No. Oh no. Alright, who's closest to the base? Ideally, we send Shamir to deal with that Wyvern Rider, yeah. Stopping to take out some enemies on the way. Don't need to worry about the thief, but... Are those allied troops firing the dog? Ooh, Shamir would have been good to send here. Oops. Nope, nothing to do about it now. How much damage did that do? What? Oh, he's gonna side with us. Sick. I was like, why didn't that do any damage? Is he actually the other prince? I was about to say, I used my A ability on him and it didn't do anything. He defected, what a legend! Nadir, that's actually the best, honestly. Yeah, maybe. I genuinely can't remember. I knew that Claude was a foreigner. I just genuinely don't remember if he was actually a Prince of Omar, because I don't remember anything about that. It's been a while, but if that is the case, that's really funny.
True, you are Nadir the Undefeated, but I like to make sure I covered every possibility.
Is it? That is a lot of Wyvern Riders. We actually potentially need somebody else over here. Where is Shez? I need your help. You go defend Nadir. We've almost got our A ability, which should help us clear out these enemies. Yeah, there we go. It does feel like we're getting it faster, but I didn't think we'd got anything that actually affected how fast we did. So I'm really not sure. Oops. Stop that.
I never would have imagined we had an Almiran general on our side. We must use this opportunity to gain the advantage.
It's not like anybody likes you, Shahid. Like, that's the issue. People seem to generally like Nadir. He's like a hero. It's always funny when you're pressed up against a wall and you can't see the animation. Come on. Perfect. Apparently we defeated the enemy and their allies, but there's still a ton of other enemies here. Retreating, huh? Yeah, we gotta stop them now. If we're waiting on Shiz now. We need to find a way to get over there and stop him. Hilda's the fastest one over there. Question is, how fast can we get to him? So it looks like we're gonna be stopped if we well, it's blocked off here is the issue. I don't know how we... Crud. I don't know how we get over there. Oh boy, that's a lot of enemies closing on the base too. Crud. Where's Shamir? I'm gonna send Shamir to defend the base. If we have to take control of her, we will. In that case, I mean, I guess we'll just try and... Okay, he stopped attacking to retaliate. Take maybe this base here? I'm at a bit of a loss for what we actually need to do to stop Shahid. He's the southern cliffs. Where's the southern cliffs? Is this the southern cliffs? Ah, here it is. Okay. We send... Oh my gosh. Send her there. Where is... Oh my gosh. Take the Stronghold Captain. The sheer number of units on the board is making it really annoying to do stuff like that. Alright, so Hilda's on their way there, so is she. Alright. We need to hopefully get Shamir down there as fast as can. We'll try and slow down some of these forces here. That's a lot of enemies that are getting on the base, though. Nope, we gotta take over Shamir and just go. Nice. Yeah, there's a ton of enemies in our base right now. That's not good. Imagine if we hadn't taken the bonus to get extra allies in the base. That would have been terrible. Try and get as many as we can in her attack. In fact, let's have Lysithea come here and defend the base as well. We probably need it. Where is she? Lysithea? I know you were just like right around here. She's all the way up there? What?
You can count on me.
That did so much damage because of how many it hit. Jeez. Alright, that's a lot of them down. Alright, here we go. Selling Shamir to keep defending the Stronghold Captain. Let's switch over to... Here we go. We're close, yeah. I don't know how much time we have to stop Shahid from getting away, so let's ideally immediately start taking this base. Oh, we missed. Come on, there we go. That should let us chase after him. Nice. Do we have to take... Crud, we probably have to take another base just to get to him. There's a gatekeeper. We gotta hurry though. I don't know if we've taken too long. Because I'm assuming if he gets away, we just straight up fail the battle, so... You know, can't be letting that happen. We just gotta keep hoping that Shamir can take care of the base. She seems to be okay. I'm assuming we have to take... Oh yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. I was gonna say, I think we have to defeat this stronghold just to open up that gate. Here he is. Hi, Shahid. Ooh, you've got an axe. That's not... This isn't gonna be a good time for you. I've got a sword. Ho ho. And we saved all our weapon points. We're about to mess this dude up. You know what? Let's awaken too. You really think so? Because I have an A gauge and I'm in awakening. Because, Oh, he's gone. He's gone. What? Wow. You did not stand a chance. What else do we have to do? Were there any more enemies here? He temporarily defeated. How did he... Oh, he went back to where he was before. Okay, well. Let's get down there. I don't think we've defeated anywhere near enough enemies to get Nest rank is the issue. But I don't really care. Hi, Shahid. Nice. Look at all that damage, wow. And we got him. Oh.
Give it up, Shahid. It's over.
Just honestly shoot the arrow.
Let fly that arrow then. I'll never kneel to the likes of you.
But that isn't
He's gonna
what I'm
fall off
asking
the...
for you to do here. Let's end this. Come on.
Nice.
Little brat. I'd sooner die.
Thanks for that.
Oh.
Claude, if
Is he actually the other prince? Was this something that was told in the houses? I actually can't remember.
My burden to bear.
He was, okay.
Things between us to
Everything was hinted even in just this game. Goodbye.
I'm so sorry.
Imagine if we got all the Almiran forces, though, from, like, the mainland as well. He did kind of have it coming, though. Not gonna lie. Wonder what happens between them when we go through the other paths.
I'm sorry, Claude.
Oh, one sec. I gotta answer my door. I'll be right back.
So
Don't worry about it. I never would have found my resolve if not for you.
Alright, sorry about that. I'm sure this must have been mentioned in Three Houses. I just don't remember a whole lot about the Golden Deer path.
Don't say it. Honestly, it's not even...
Yeah. I mean, he was clearly desperate to be the actual leader.
Just tugged at my heartstrings is all. You know, I thought a guy like me would be
That's fair.
impervious to this kind of thing. Looks like I don't know myself as well as I thought. But now that I know, I won't make the same mistake again.
I'm gonna feel bad for him. That obviously is an easy thing. Yeah, we didn't defeat anywhere near enough enemies. What? That's the first B rank we've seen. Interesting. We got a Shamsi and Almiran sword favored by... Oh, that was his sword. That's only at 50 might, but if we can upgrade it, it could potentially be really, really strong. Got Black Steel Sand. Money bags too, huh? Alright, let's see what happens now. Do we have to turn and continue to fight the Empire? Or are we going to back up the Kingdom? That was a really fast arc for fighting Almira. Like, it was literally just one battle.
The rest of the Almiran soldiers seem to have simmered down. I guess it's because they lost their commander?
That Shahid guy must have been the only one who actually wanted to fight us.
Claude, I believe you owe us an explanation. Why are you and this Almiran general on such amiable terms?
I guess you could say he looked after me a bit when I was a kid.
Before you joined House Regan, you mean? How did you two come to meet in the first place? It is difficult
In
to
fact,
fathom the circumstances that would
yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't there something about in Three Houses, I'm really trying to remember, where Claude, if you like do the marriage option with him, the female Byleth, I think I read that, like, doesn't he have to leave Fodlan for a short amount of time to take care of something in his homeland? I thought that was maybe mentioned. I might just be completely crazy here, but maybe.
As a retainer, I was never obligated or inclined to obey Prince Shahid. The prince was obsessed with starting a war with Fodlan, in the hopes that he could distinguish himself enough to secure a path to the throne. This probably comes as no surprise.
That does make sense.
He didn't have any kind of plan whatsoever beyond clearing Fodlan.
So you had them fight each other.
I caught wind of the situation,
Oh, or he was like an envoy. To be fair, Holst was also the envoy for that, and they fought each other for a long time. But he was the envoy to the Empire too, wasn't he?
The Unstoppable and I have been nemesis of a sort for years now.
It's actually Nadir the Undefeated, but go on.
But when we met, he declared that he
That's
was
fair.
willing to band together, if doing so would prevent Almyra's name from being sullied. Well, that right there nearly moved me to
Good at
tears.
Holst.
Before long, we were drinking and celebrating our newfound brotherhood.
Oh, good for you, Hilda.
I take it you're Holst's sister. Then that makes you my sister too. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, I'm actually full up in the brother department.
Getting back to the story, I'd been trying to nip Shahid's foolhardy war in the...
I mean, declaring war in another area isn't exactly the only way he could have distinguished himself.
So, that's how I ended up here with this gigantic army. Luckily, though, I spotted my newfound brother defending the throat with the kiddo and his army.
I wonder what the king has anything to say about that.
But I'm glad we were able to help stop the attack on Fodlan.
Does that explanation satisfy you, Lawrence?
I cannot help but feel there is
Yeah.
more to the story. But for now, I will happily thank General Nadir for his
Yeah.
assistance. I cannot help but...
You have my gratitude as well. You all helped me prevent another blow to Almyra's reputation. Now, in Almyra,
It's crazy though that like they mentioned they didn't even bring enough resources for the return trip. Like,
sing and dance till we can't move anymore.
yeah.
Oh yeah? Claude has the same tradition.
I mean, at a glance too, I feel like it's not that hard to tell.
Succeeded in defending the alliance. So tonight we celebrate in style.
Great.
I hope you're all ready because it's gonna be a feast for the ages.
That's how bad, like, incompetent it was. He didn't have a plan for if he broke through there. That was just where he was stuck on. Like, and he didn't bring enough for a return. Like, what did he expect? What if they didn't have the resources to hold his army down once they captured it?
Slow down, Raphael. Just how much are you planning to eat?
Oh, this is delicious. It has a nice, delicate sweetness to it. It really does. I wish I could share
Oh,
some
the
with
horse.
Dorte.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's your friend, right, Marianne? The horse one.
My brother, you haven't had nearly enough to drink. Come on now, bottoms up.
And you need to eat something.
Nice.
I prepared the food myself, you know. Try the mushrooms. They came out perfect.
We're having a meal, yeah.
But these people are acting like they don't have a care.
Morale is very, very important in war.
Time is just gonna tire you out. Everyone needs to unwind every now and again.
Because it's Claude.
Then why isn't the man of the
Let's go
hour
find him.
partaking in the
He did just have to
Now that you
kill his own
mention
brother, you know?
Where is Claude? Claude, what are you doing out here?
Oh, hey there. Just thought a little fresh air would do me good.
That's pretty good.
Hit the bottle a little too hard? Can't say I blame you. It's been a while since we've cut loose like this.
Yeah, that could be it.
You've got to wonder what's really running around in that mind of his. He never revealed his dealing with Count Gloucester, nor that he befriended an Almyran general. He's probably hatching a new scheme right now. Not that he'd ever.
I actually don't think I would ask him here. Genuinely. Maybe the correct option was to press him a little bit there. But I actually genuinely think again that I wouldn't have that.
Come on, let's go be merry.
It still feels like he's got
We'll have to
his
play the other
own
pass, but I actually really like Shez's dynamic with Claude.
gonna really understand each other.
I'm sure you will one day. After all that's happened, he's come to depend quite heavily on you.
He's
Although,
probably stronger than Claude right
if you
now.
want him to see you as someone he can turn to, you'll need to get stronger. That man harbors many secret ambitions. I wouldn't expect him to back away from this war anytime soon.
Sounds pretty tough when you put it like that.
Oh yes.
Yeah, everyone does.
He'll say all of this is for everyone else, but he has aspirations of his own too.
Yeah.
Just like us and our goal of slaying the Ashen Demon.
I really don't want to kill Byleth.
Stronger for Claude's sake. It'll benefit your own
I get the whole
aspirations as
revenge
well.
thing, but like,
He may not be your
to an
partner
extent,
in destiny.
they're mercenaries. I don't know what they
Yours is a
want. Like,
valuable relationship nonetheless.
Hey,
yeah, I think it's more of an Arvel versus Sothis at this, you know?
don't you think you're getting a bit too obsessed with this little grudge match?
Maybe so. Though I don't believe that's all there is to it.
What do you mean?
I suppose it just...
I guess the danger is, like, Sothis seems to be a lot more controlling of Byleth, though. Like, I don't remember her ever possessing Byleth in the main story.
It is now 1182. The Great War incited by Edelgard has continued to
Yeah, they're focusing on the kingdom.
but slowly begins to change course. The Alliance's battle with the Empire ends without a victor. After facing the Olmyrans, the Alliance
Interesting. Are we getting
focuses on
involved then?
rebuilding, while the kingdoms
Look at how much
conflict
land
with
the kingdom has, actually. That's crazy. Another 6 months, jeez.
6 months will pass before the wheels of change turn again. But when they do,
Interesting.
it will be because one ambitious
They're
man
just handing out
sets
time
them
skips like everything, huh? Part 1 end. How many? Are there just 2 parts? I'd assume there's probably just 2 parts. That's kind of what they did to begin with, but... What?
Golden Wildfire. The end of the Alliance.
Yeah.
It is the end of 1182. 4 moons have passed since Elmira attacked.
Interesting.
Though the battle lines remain unchanged.
I mean, surely he's not just dissolving the Alliance. Maybe it's the Alliance merging with Elmira, something like that, if he is the Prince.
Is about to be made.
That's a really ominous title, though. The end of the Alliance. Yeah.
Huh? Whoa, everyone's already here.
Yep, we were waiting on you, Hilda.
Yeah.
Whoops. But Claude isn't here yet, is he? He said he'd have something to tell
Meetings
us
always
after
do.
the roundtable conference, so I figured it'd run late, as usual.
Interesting.
Got that right. Those meetings always seem to drag on forever.
Yeah, but none of us are actually involved in them.
These roundtables are supposed to symbolize the Alliance's ideals, you know.
Sorry about that. I was out of line.
No worries, my friend. That's exactly why we made the decision we did today.
What decision?
Interesting.
Is that why you called us here?
Hold your horses.
Are they finally dissolving the 5 Great Lords when, like, 3 of them aren't doing anything? That'd be great.
Is governed through a council of representatives known as the 5 Great Lords. As the Alliance leader, it has been House Regan's responsibility to convene the
Interesting.
roundtable and secure the approval of the other lords on matters of policy. The lords of the
Yeah,
Alliance
during
felt
wartime.
this was the best system to serve the welfare of their people.
It's cool that we had the discussion, I mean, at this point, years ago, I think. If not, at least, you know, at least the 6 months ago.
Respond swiftly to emergency situations. And it doesn't seem like Leicester's current state of emergency
Interesting.
is going to end anytime soon. Which is why I put forth an important proposal.
The Leicester
at today's
Federation,
roundtable.
okay.
One that's since
That's
been approved.
not where I thought this
As
was
of
going.
today, the Leicester Alliance will be reborn as the Leicester Federation.
Sick. That solves a lot of issues that the Empire and the Kingdom don't have.
Leicester. And as it just so happens, I have been chosen to serve as the Federation's
Interesting.
first king.
To be fair, if they needed the 5 Great Lords' support, and currently Judith and Lawrence are serving as some of those lords, pretty easy. And then I imagine the other 2 are probably House Ordelia and, who's the last one? Trying to think.
Everyone will approve, but we ask for your understanding.
I hope we can all accept
Perfect.
our former leader as our new king and continue working together.
There's a lot more people here, apparently, than just the group.
Are you with me?
This must be why
Oh, maybe it
my
was
father
just
in
Holst.
such a hurry to hand over leadership of our house to Holst.
The former
Interesting.
Duke Goneril was a ringleader of sorts for the lords who opposed the establishment of the Federation. That said, he's been looking to put Holst
That's
in
fair.
charge for a while now. Maybe this was just the perfect opportunity.
It seems I'll also have much to discuss with my father about.
Or maybe it
House
was
Ordealia's
Marion's.
future.
I don't know, it seems like there's a lot of noble houses for there only be 5 Great Lords, including Claude's house.
Oh, yes. I suppose that's so.
It's just ridiculous to think that
Yeah, I think I'll do
Claude,
fine.
of all people, is a king now.
Well, I think Claude will make a wonderful king.
Yeah, me too. Long live King Claude.
Yeah.
Huh. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, that's a little bit
Quite an
disheartening.
abrupt twist, isn't it? He certainly didn't breathe a word of it to you.
No, he didn't. And to be honest,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. It's not not like I would have had any brilliant insight on the
It
matter.
was such a huge issue for a while, so
Happy
honestly.
for him. Now Claude's free to act as he sees fit, and I'm gonna keep supporting him, just like always.
Yes,
I don't think it's a
I
terrible
that's
thing.
Probably for the best.
I
Interesting.
have received word from my father. He reports that public order is
They might not all be
deteriorating in House Burgundy's
fans of there being a king.
Seriously? I've heard the same is true in the Seaward and Albany territories as well.
That's right.
Interesting.
And as a result, some unsavory characters have strayed into Daphne.
Or maybe it's something else entirely.
For us too.
If they couldn't keep things under control, they should have come to me for help.
Those three houses have
Oh.
always been quick to align themselves with the strongest faction, be it the Central Church or even the Empire. That the three of them opposed the establishment of the Federation makes it all
Yeah.
the more difficult to ask for help, no doubt.
If only it were that simple.
Is there something else about the matter that
Defarius.
concerns you, Lady Judith?
Are we about to go to war with the kingdom now?
Conspiring together of late. That there are plans in the works for all of them to defect to Fargus. The Viscounts may have
Interesting.
been too busy plotting to secure their positions and deal with the growing chaos in their territories.
Now that I would believe.
I'm not sure if this is related, but there have also been some
Oh,
alarming
no.
sightings near their western borders.
Alarming in
Is this where we meet Catherine?
It's the Knights of Seros. Perhaps
She's the only one of my favorite 4 characters. Well, no, we haven't seen Dorothy either, I guess, but we know where Dorothy is. She's in the Empire somewhere, you know?
that the knights have been acting
It's just interesting because she's a performer.
in those houses?
So maybe she's not in the
Possibly turn a blind
Empire's
eye.
army.
We can't
Who
say
knows?
for
Because
sure
she's not a
if
noble,
it's
she was just
yet.
the performer.
There's no mistaking that civil unrest is running rampant in those territories. We need to mobilize the Federation army immediately and try to restore public order.
Wait a moment.
Potentially.
Would it not make more sense to send envoys to the houses beforehand to learn more about the situation?
They just reply
Yeah.
to our inquiries with some half-baked excuses. Giving them a heads up we're coming should be enough.
So you're ordering an immediate
Yeah.
deployment.
Yeah, it's
Your
crazy.
Majesty. It's nice how quickly things move around here without the round table.
That's the beauty of this.
To be fair, his beating back and, you know, like the semi-alliance with an Almire in general, all that stuff probably gave him the credibility. I don't think before that and beating back of the Empire Assault they would have ever even considered, even in wartime, handing that much responsibility to Claude. I think it took his accomplishments for that to happen. Interesting. We've got quite a few things here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll maybe do these battles and then end once again right before the chapter. That'll give me some time to level up a little bit on my own time. Potentially, I don't know how much I will. It's getting kind of late. Ooh, we can get a Sura now. Barbarossa. Ooh. Interesting. That must be our special class. Well, let's go talk to him about it. Where is he? Hi, Claude. Oh, the meeting's getting started already. Battle suggestions, okay.
One step at a time.
Speak of, got a suggestion. At the start of each chapter, your allies may offer you battle suggestions. When suggestions implemented, a ally may have boosted morale and increased support points. Interesting. Checked. You can check the effects of an implement message. Okay. So we can eliminate the need for ingredients when cooking, sell items for better, increase the number of vulneraries at the start of battle. I mean, honestly, let's just do increased vulneraries. Why not? The others are more like quick quality of life things. That's safety, you know, in battles.
I'll try.
One step at a time.
Cannot possibly hurt. Yeah.
How's that?
Oh, interesting. A Merc Whistle. Give an ally a Merc Whistle, and in return they'll give you their special accessory. Put on a special accessory in your unique action ability. Oh! Only allies with an A support can acquire a Merc Whistle. You only receive one Merc Whistle between playthrough. Interesting. That means we can probably do A rank support here now. So quite a bit to unpack here. Well, first things first, let's get to the Training Instructor, see if we can't get to those new classes. I don't know if we have to acquire them, but that is the class that I was hoping to get. Where is Asura?
Time to work you into shape.
I have no idea. Oh, it's right here. So we need to be able to... Oh, we need Master Seals. Okay. Interesting. In that case, he probably also needs one for his Barbarossa. Okay. In that case, we make him a sniper for now. And then Though we probably should have done that immediately. That's fine.
I still have
Oh, I didn't want to do that manually. It's fine. Interesting. Honestly, I think I might just give Lysithea the special item. Just because I like Lysithea. Maybe we'll do Shamir another playthrough. We've got Catherine. If she even shows up at this point. We still haven't seen anything of Catherine at this point, so there's no telling if she actually will. But we're at the point where we need to go to the Facilities Master. I'd assume this is where we're going to start being able to get Master Seals. But just to double check, we need Lavish Building Materials, Elite Training Gear. Let's go through these support info real quick. Us and... yeah, we'll do Lysitheus. That was always my plan for now, I think. Yeah, it's because it involves the Federation.
That's not true at all.
Hey, Lysithea.
Oh, look who it is.
We're practicing?
You shouldn't worry about it.
You think so?
Yeah. Now that I really look at you, I think you're a very pretty.
Oh my
young
gosh, she's
woman.
gonna be so angry if she figures out what we're actually doing.
Oh, you're just saying that. I'm not like that
Oh
at
my
all.
gosh.
Excuse me? Just what do you think you're doing?
Yeah.
Whoa, what's wrong, Lysithea?
You were speaking to a girl just now, correct?
Just now?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I was. What about it?
Care to explain that line you fed?
What? Did I say something weird?
I like that she instantly realized what was going on.
Now that I really look at you, I think you're a very pretty young woman.
Did we?
You act real mature, too. You said the same exact thing to me, remember? I'm not a fool, you know. So what? You just go around spouting off the same lines to everyone?
Whoa, wait. Just calm down. I know, that was wrong
Okay.
of me. But I do have an explanation.
By all means, enlighten me.
Just
Yeah.
hear me out. You might have noticed, but giving advice isn't exactly my strong suit. And yet for some reason, people always ask
I
for
memorized a
my
bunch of
opinion on
lines from the
problems.
stories.
I never know what's
Great
best
plan.
or how to respond. So I memorized a bunch of lines from some stories so that I'd at least have something to say. And
Oh.
it just so happens one of those
I don't think you should be
lines
telling
is
her this.
complimenting a girl.
So what you said didn't come from you, but rather
But to be
some
fair, that's why it didn't
fictional
work.
character?
Yeah, that about sums it up. I'm really sorry.
And then when people have asked for
Lysithea,
your advice,
come on.
you've just parroted back some meaningless words. I can't believe you.
I
Hmm.
thought it would be better than people getting mad.
Don't
when
tell
I
her
was
you think
being
she looks like a
honest.
child.
Hearing the truth is
I just think she's
always more
short.
preferable. So tell me now, what do you honestly think of me?
Mhm.
To be honest, half the time I don't even understand how I feel myself.
Yeah.
But if I had to put it into words, I'd say you make me smile when you're around. You're interesting all the time.
Mhm.
When I'm with you, it's like I never
Yeah,
want
we'll
to
probably
leave.
give that special once per item playthrough item to Dorothy on the Empire. I don't know who we'll do on the Kingdom. It's either Catherine or Shamir then, I'd imagine.
Very well. I will endeavor to keep that in mind. I apologize for pressing you. I have matters I must attend to right now. So,
Oh,
I wanted to tell her that she's fun and I never get bored around
is
her,
that the end of the...
but it
Oh
came
my
out
gosh.
weird. Oh well.
That's it, huh?
Hopefully she got it.
Alright, we have some more support conversation to go with. But I really want to see what, like, special ability is and such. So let's run over here with Lysithea. Let's be optimistic. Okay, fair enough.
basically,
Merc Whistle, here you go. Unique, yep.
that's
Yep.
appalling. I won't give this back, you
It's
know.
just a whistle.
Are you sure
Amber
you want me to
sweetener,
have
huh?
it? I'd like to give you something
Okay.
special in return.
Hold up, let me just... Was it under bonuses? No, I don't think it was. We already collected these, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. I would assume we go to... wrong button, Convoy. Do we equip it on instead of this? Amber Sweetener. Made from trees active... Oh, nice. First Expulsion. I don't know what that is, but we'll figure that out. We can also... We should probably give... No, we've used Holst a fair amount. We'll give him a strengthening real quick. Alright. Yeah, I'm sure we're not doing everything optimally, but I don't really care, honestly. Let me check the map real quick. It's not like we have to do everything right now. But we do have quite a bit of tidying up to do. I want to see how we get those materials to get the Master Seal, because clearly... Oh. Because we need those upgrades to get the Master Seal.
Hey there.
Oh,
Interesting.
what's going on?
Our
That's
king
surprising.
has agreed to meet with the Adrestian Emperor.
Aside from Holst?
Yes, and you'll be joining us. You're the only reliable
Interesting.
bodyguard we could find on such short notice.
Oh, she's just here.
Okay then. Lead the way.
It's good to see you again, Claude.
Hmm.
Congratulations on your coronation as the first king of the Lester Federation.
I mean, it is
The Empire has officially
basically,
recognized
yeah.
the Federation? Why, Edelgard, I'm touched. But I did have my heart set on an apology. You launched an unprovoked attack against us after all.
Attack?
Did you?
The Empire merely responded to an invitation from Viscount Acheron of House Phlegethon. Alas, fortune turned against him at the Great Bridge of Murden, and he perished in the battle. As a result, we did garrison
Really?
our army in Gloucester territory for a brief time. But I would hardly call that
Okay, so what's your excuse for attacking the Empire? Is it the, I can't remember her name, but there's a really mean lady. I remember in that storyline too.
Whatever transpired, the Empire and the Alliance did end up at war with one another. And I do
Are they
not
really about to
deny
ask our
the
help in
Imperial
attacking the
army
kingdom?
caused harm within Alliance territory. We are prepared to offer appropriate
Yeah,
restitution.
that's fair.
That works. We'll take tangible resources over insincere apologies any day. We can hash out the definition of appropriate later. Want to move on to the real reason we're here?
Yes, by all means.
Yeah, she hates the Central Church.
The Central
Like,
Church
a lot.
must be eliminated
That's why it's so
before
ironic
further
that the
to be
church route was the only split in 3 houses for 4 paths and 3, you know, houses.
accomplishing that.
And it's in the Black Eagle route.
And from a personal standpoint, it's something I can get behind.
It's not one of the other 2 houses that potentially would have supported the church.
I can't say the same. You can't expect the people of
Shut up,
Leicester to
Hubert.
embrace this southern church that you've dredged up out of nowhere.
I must take issue with that.
Nonsense. You hastily resurrected some dusty old sect and appointed the Empire's own Minister of Religious
Yeah.
Affairs as its
Nope.
bishop. Do you honestly expect us to acknowledge such an obvious sham?
We do not care where the Federation places its faith, so long as it is not in the Central Church.
So all
Are we
you're
really
looking
gonna
for is a
cooperate
little
with them?
cooperation in taking them down? And I assume the kingdom's on your hit list too, since they've given them sanctuary.
I understand the Federation.
Oh? I'd like to hear a little more about these
You want
challenges
stability by erasing everyone else and making it just the Empire. It's not stability. It's tyranny.
The decision is yours to make. Knowing you, I am certain you will carefully consider the costs and benefits, rather than let emotions dictate.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm in. Holst, do you feel satisfied with those terms?
Everything looks good to me. I'm especially glad we
Interesting.
found a solution to the control of Murden.
Hubert, I trust
None, Your Majesty.
Unless, yeah, if they agree to stop invading everyone, like... But based on what she's saying, I don't think the Empire and the Kingdom are about to come to... Oh, that's a pretty picture.
I, Claude von Regan, King of the Leicester Federation, hereby swear
Are we really about to attack the Kingdom together?
pledges to work in harmony with the Adrestian Empire and do everything in its power to secure a peaceful future for Fodlan.
By the
Huh.
covenant between the Red Blood and the White Sword.
This is not where I thought this was going.
Headed Eagle, I, Edelgard von Hresfeld, hereby swear this pact.
Wow,
Adrestia
I
pledges to work hand
really
in
did
hand
not
with
think
the
we were going to find a path where Edelgard agreed with anyone on anything.
a future for all.
But this could be a good, semi-good ending. If we can find some way to make peace with the Kingdom. Could be interesting.
I'm sure you noticed how Edelgard wouldn't even deign to acknowledge your existence.
Arvel, stop trying to stir up Shez. I don't think Shez actually cares.
History marching
Yeah.
forward without any say in which direction it takes.
I never wanted to be the one making history.
Yeah.
It's too big a role for a humble mercenary. That said, I don't know about this. The kingdom and the church are suddenly our enemies now.
That is going to be difficult to figure out for sure.
Really just gonna get on board with that?
Alright, well, there's Anna's shop. Unsettling trees, more paralogs. We might just do the paralogs all at the end or something like that. Clash with Knights. Level 28. Let's do a quick battle, then we'll keep, I mean, what other rewards are we going to get? That. Okay. Let's do this real quick at the very least. I don't imagine all of these battles are actually important to the story. Mission time limit expires, okay. So maybe I'll do some of them on my own time. Like I said, I think I just want to keep the main part of the story on stream. But we'll see. Because we've been going for 5.5 hours now, jeez. It's a fun game, but there's still a lot of room for me to do some stuff on my own time as well. I want to make sure that I can get... I really want to get that Master Seal class. Mercenary's not going down. But we have 10 minutes to do this. Alright, we need to give orders to people. I think the only defeat condition was that the time limit expired. So that's the only real thing I'm concerned about. Alright, let's go. We'll take care of this mercenary. I don't know if this mercenary is actually one of the... I can't tell. Yeah, they have the symbol around them. Probably didn't do that in time. I was kind of expecting there to maybe be a cutscene here since we're starting to pick a fight with the Pegasus Knights here. But it's interesting. I don't know, I wonder if Rhea is going to be as manipulative as she is in the main story. Because to be honest, no matter who you're siding with, there's one of the other houses and the church is going to be somewhat, like, crazy. Just depends on who. Let's take out the Swordmaster if we can. First explosion. Oh, okay, so it replaced our dash with the Lysithia ability. That's the one I was talking about. That's fine. To be fair, the dash was nice and all. I don't think it was that important. Having some kind of actual ability for offense is actually not bad at all. Like, I will take it. Let's cover the bandit space, huh? The bandit space was right there, really? That's a little bit surprising. In that case, we're just... Oh, wow. I mean, they're all right in range, so... Oh, here we go. Coast Explosion. Send enemy sent flying, deal dark damage to an area. Press CR to draw on spellbound enemies. Oh, okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting that's a function that I could just read it, because we've gone on for quite a long time without really knowing what Dark Explosion does. Oh, okay. Not anything too crazy. Yeah, I wonder, though, what the... I'm sure there's an optimal ability to be taking, but I'm just going to do it with my favorite characters. But, yeah. I mean, a little bit of crowd control doesn't hurt. It's a little bit of free dark damage as well. It also potentially gives us a reason to actually raise magic on Shez, which I don't think there really was, to be fair. Let's have Lysithia. That. Let's have her. Head there, sure. And then we need to take control of... Who is that? Shamir? No, it's Hilda. It's just unwieldy fighting a mount. I'm really excited to see what the Claude and, because that new class, depending, it still looked like a flying class. That might be a reason for us to actually play Claude. But I really want to get those classes to when I do the grinding on my own time. Probably tonight. Because I slept in pretty late. That could really affect what we choose to do. In terms of, like, and how smoothly the grinding goes. Because if we have a super fancy Asura class, probably going to be easier. Just a thought. But we are getting to the point where, again, I keep talking about it, but the S ranks, doing it first try makes things so much simpler. But I don't know if it's going to happen. But some of those earlier ones that we failed on at the lower levels, surely we can go back and just beat down. Especially since a couple of them were just us not defeating enough enemies. Or just taking a little bit too long. At our current level, that shouldn't be an issue. Okay, there's the main mission. Well... Come on, Hilda. There we go. Let's send Hilda to destroy... We'll send Hilda to just start attacking the warrior. And we'll take control of everyone else. Take it down some enemies. Because I seriously doubt 435 is enough. Try and just defeat as many enemies as we can. Pegasus Knight. Is she anywhere nearby? No, she's not. Pegasus Knight, stop that.
You'll have to take things from here. We did it.
First explosion.
Not gonna die here.
Wait, I'm confused. Enemy sent flying deal. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I'll figure it out eventually. Stop that. Nice. Take him down. Perfect. Yeah, we can just run around, take down some of these enemies. Thanks.
Seeing you give it your all motivates me too.
Yeah, Lysithia's conversations here were mostly about the whole "don't call me a kid" joke. But genuinely, like, the reason why she has, like, the complexion, she does all that stuff. I remember the Three Houses being really sweet about us finding a cure for it. Her thinking that she'd have a short life. That's why she was so obsessed with, being useful to her parents. And she does mention it to an extent. But that is the reason, you know? Is she believes that she's going to have a much shorter lifespan. And so the fact that we were able to kind of help find a way to stop that is why I thought her story was so sweet, you know? Like, I really, really liked it for that reason, but I'm a little disappointed they didn't mention that a whole lot here. But to be fair, it's one of those, like, I don't know if you could argue that it's really that relevant to the story, or relevant enough to bring up. But you can kind of see the shadows of why that's mentioned, which I thought was still pretty cool. But that's why I like Lysithia so much. Yeah, having her little ZR ability just gives us a little bit of extra burst, a little bit of extra dark magic. Again, probably not the most useful thing, everything considered, but still nice. Still nice. But, let's see how we did on that battle. SSS, okay. I'll take it, we got a magic bow. I don't know if a magic bow's really... I mean, if it scales literally off of magic, I don't know how that's going to work with any of our units. I don't think we have a single unit that uses a bow that's also got high magic skill. Might be wrong, though. But I'm glad that we at least settled things with Edelgard. I was kind of expecting, unless they turned it, now Dimitri's going to be the one who dies in, like, every path. It'd be pretty crazy. Yeah.
To sum up, we've agreed to an armistice.
Hopefully they don't turn on us at the end.
From now on, our enemies are the kingdom and the church of Sarah.
He is.
The church is our enemy now? You say it like you're just moving pieces on a chessboard.
To be clear, this is not a repudiation of the teachings of
Yeah,
Saros themselves.
I don't know.
All we're aiming for is that
That would mean killing Lady Rhea. Is that really the right thing to do?
I don't think they are.
Them very much.
But maybe.
Sedith and Lady Rhea didn't seem like bad people.
Well, Rhea definitely isn't, but yeah.
Seem to be. If what the Empire says is true, that is.
I hate to say it, but it sure sounds like you let the Empire talk you into buying the whole store.
Look, the Empire is obviously trying to use this as a means to their own end. But do you honestly think I'd agree to a deal that sets them up better than
That's
us?
fair.
The balance of power.
I mean, his option at this point, really, if he wanted to keep the Alliance/Federation relevant, really was, you know, let's find a way to get involved.
We can expand our influence and power as much as they do. This is the only way we can end the war quickly while maintaining Leicester's independence.
And for that purpose, you would throw Fargus to the wolves, despite holding no animosity towards them?
You and I may not hold any grudges.
Interesting.
But if you look to our history, you'll see it was
Really?
the kingdom who tossed us to the wolves first.
I didn't know
When our
that.
people were fighting for independence from the Empire, Fargus attacked and conquered Leicester for themselves. And even after we finally won our freedom in the
Interesting.
Crescent Moon War, they've continued to meddle in our affairs, like causing that rift in House Daphne.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Besides, they're harboring the Central Church, and I can't condone that. I've always been skeptical
Interesting.
of that dogma they preach. It's just a way for them to force their own belief system onto everyone else. Their creed legitimizes Fodlan's system of nobility, which values crests above all else and leaves no room for people of different backgrounds or faiths. And if what the Empire says is true,
Interesting.
then I couldn't even begin to count the number of crimes the Central Church has committed.
That would be a huge issue for Lauren, yeah.
saying that you intend to destroy our current system of nobility? Because that's...
I have news. A battle has broken out in ALL between...
The Imperial Army has already stationed troops as far north as...
There she is, yep.
A little too close to Daphne territory.
The problem is, I don't know if we can recruit Catherine.
Seems Catherine is commanding the knights. The Imperial troops are in for
That's one of the other two
serious
we were hoping to see. We still haven't seen Dorothy. Is she even in the Empire? Like, that's what I'd assume.
All the Knights of Saros.
What shall we do, Your Majesty? If
Interesting.
we're to honor the pact we just signed, we should go and reinforce the Imperial troops.
Yeah, not so fast. We have not
I mean,
finished our conversation. Just what exactly are your intentions for Fodlan, Claude?
Honestly,
Interesting.
I want to break this place wide open and tear down every last one of its insular customs. If we can't do
Lawrence
that,
isn't gonna
then
like
there's
that,
no
though.
real path forward. Now is the time to steel ourselves and take action.
Are you sure? How exactly are you planning
Yeah.
to explain all that to the people in the Federation who adhere to the Church's teachings?
Oh, I already have something in mind. In fact, I'll need
Yeah,
your
it's-
help to see it through.
Well,
It's
you'll
debatable.
have it.
We'll figure something out.
I just hope whatever you've got up your sleeve is actually a good idea.
It is. Judith, Lawrence, I need you to trust me and follow my lead for now, okay?
I'm interested if they changed, because Shamir's design really didn't change post-time skip either. But I've been wanting to see Catherine.
Are
Yeah.
you good with this, Shamir? I
Yeah,
told
they
you
were like
before,
always a pair.
I'm not part of the Knights of Saros anymore, but we're gonna be fighting Catherine.
Oh
this
no,
time.
I didn't think about this.
Didn't you two used to be real close? We were partners back then, but that's all in the past.
Okay.
Now we walk our own paths. I won't hesitate to do what must be done.
I wonder if this kind of happens
Not even
on the
hint of
opposite end
doubt.
if we side with the kingdom.
She really is something.
Oh, we can just go straight there. Shamir wants to go on an expedition. We can do that just because of to the rescue. Oh, is this starting a fight? Oops. About the enemy. Well, looks like we're in here for the long haul. We're gonna have quite a bit more to do, aren't we? That's fine.
Let's earn our keep.
I didn't expect that to be a fight, but I'll take it.
I'm just doing what I was paid to do.
Feel free to do my
Keep the
share.
archer and their allies. Okay. I'm not worried again about getting an S rank on these stages, though. These temporary one-hit stages, if they're important, it'll give us the chance to do it again. If it's not, it doesn't matter.
Let's give it a shot.
You can count on me. I'll do my best. Yeah, let's do
Come on, stop blocking. There we go. Ideally, we'd probably use Lysithea for all the knights, but that's just not how it works. Unfortunately. Oh, we can't break its guard very often, which is annoying. Come on, there we go. Breaking the guard of one enemy is really good for clearing out a whole group of enemies, which is so nice, honestly. If we had to do that for every single enemy, it'd be really rough.
I'm dragging the others down.
Are they all armored knights? Jeez.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
Golem. Well, we hadn't fought a big beast in a while, so I suppose that does make sense.
This doesn't look
Get
good.
the archer and the golem. Okay. Well, let's hit that way. Lysithea's close.
Watch closely.
I don't know why they keep saying that. That's kind of a random thing to say.
Black as coffee.
Ah, dang it, we missed a really important spell. That light burst, I swear, is like our strongest piece of burst on Lysithea's hit. Though the rest of it isn't terrible. Yeah, there we go. Where's the golem? I don't think we've defeated enough enemies here, but again, it's fine. But week 2, is that lightning? Initially weak to axes. We need to call everyone over here, though, I think. Just have everyone attack the golem. I don't know who will take over. The annoying thing is, if, like I was saying earlier, if you take over anyone for an extended period of time, it erases their orders. I don't know if there's a way to fix that, but it's really irritating. Oh, don't do that. But apparently, if it's weak to axes this phase, maybe do this. Ah. Okay, that's one phase down. Maybe it's just the first shield break. I don't know. I still don't really get it. Yeah, maybe it is just axes at first. We didn't bring a fist wielder, so we can't actually, maybe break the second shield. It's fine, though. Only one more should be a huge issue. Oh, Oh, unless you can break... Okay, it looks like maybe you can just shield break it once for every... What? I don't get it, honestly.
Stand back. Leave it to me.
That makes a little bit more sense, honestly. Nice. Perfect. Golem Slayer 1. Yeah, I don't even think we'd seen a golem. It must be based on the kingdom or the church. Either way, that's probably the condition that we're fighting one of them. Oh, we actually got an S for that. Sick. Look at that. Blessed Blow plus 7. Blessed Bow plus 7. Jeez. Been playing this game for too long. Alright, back to the camp. Here we go, Supply Master. Look at all those supplies, jeez.
Supplies are the
Facilities can be expanded, good to know. Oh crap, we didn't collect all the, one sec.
Everything has its use.
I just realized we fought a battle and then didn't collect any of the other resources because we fought that other battle immediately. Let's collect these real quick.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Nimble Dexterity, Captivating Charm, Nimble Dexterity, I suppose. Okay, let's give a meal to someone who's... Maybe Hilda and... Where's Shamir? Shamir? Especially since Shamir probably needs it, you know? We're about to fight all of her old friends, including her old partner. There's some of the building materials we needed. Potentially. Facilities Master. Come on, tell me we have it. No, we don't. Oh, that's not. We needed Elite and Lavish. Okay. Well, what else can we do for it? Sure. Since it clearly isn't actually affecting that. We'd have to go back in exchange for the fist. We haven't used a single fist weapon like the entire playthrough, though. So I'm not going to worry about it. We can increase. Okay. We really haven't messed around with the Tactics Academy enough, have we? We should probably head there for at least our main units here. Secret Transport Force. We got a new force. Okay. I wanted to save the Training Instructor for once we'd actually gotten our new special classes. But at this point, it's going to be a hot second. I'm sure we get it before the end of this, this chapter. It wouldn't make... Oh, I didn't expect that to do all of it. It wouldn't make sense to me otherwise. We'll see. Alrighty. Let's get to the kitchen master. Cook some food. There's just so much to do, like it's crazy. Claude and Lysithia. We got a good chunk of cash though. Between the two. Have we actually managed to... Hey, we actually cooked it. It's been good practically every time. Or nice, I think. Jeez, Lysithia, you don't need to think we're patronizing you. I would never. Right, let's go to the... Where is it? Fly Master Battalion Item. Is it the Tactics Instructor that we haven't been visiting? I didn't realize until we thought about that, though, that I really hadn't been doing it at all. So research new recovery items. Nice. Yeah, it's going to cost enough gold just to do this for our main units that we probably won't for anyone else here. But that's what the grinding will be for, I suppose. To be fair, the healing items haven't been that important. But still good to have as we're getting into the tougher stages. Can never be too careful. And Shamir. Nice. And you know what? Just in case we get forced to use Claude again. Do one of each of these. Perfect. That's some good progress done there that we probably should have a while ago. Short Master here. Quite a lot of like housekeeping to be done in between every chapter too. Raise some Hilda and Claude here.
Care to make yourself useful?
I guess we could specifically try to do a good task for everyone since we know we can only do it once. But either way, they're gaining some, you know, they're going to be gaining some morale either way, and that's really the goal of this.
We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Why not Petra? Regardless of how much I dislike Hubert, I do really like a lot of the, you know, Empire's units. Just because they were, again, the first units I really did anything with. So I really like them all. But I hate Hubert with a passion. Let's do... How many support conversations do we have? Solid few here. Solid few. 1, 2, 3, 4. And potentially one between two units. We'll do a couple here, do a fight or two. Alright, hi Shamir.
That's hilarious.
Interesting.
Who knew there could be a merc like that?
Yeah. Say it with a completely straight face,
Jeez.
too. I take my pay in apples. This guy would storm onto the
You'd have gotten bruised up pretty bad.
A sack full of apples. Truly the strangest things I've ever seen.
Jeez.
I guess you could say he was hungry for battle.
Well,
Wish
there's
I could've
that.
seen that myself.
He was probably the best smelling guy out there. I'll give him that.
I do actually.
That reminds me. Remember when you asked about my past?
Yeah, sorry if that was out of line. I shouldn't
Interesting.
have pried.
No, it's okay. Actually, I thought I would tell you if you're still interested.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. It's not much of a story anyway. Besides, it's already been 7 years. I used to belong to an organization that was less a group and more like one giant mercenary state. Not the kind of place you go for building bonds of trust and camaraderie.
Yeah.
Still, there was one person there who I thought of as a partner. As you
Don't say that's it. That's a terrible response.
And that was that.
Yeah, that's how these stories always
It's okay.
end. I know it was a long time ago, but I'm really sorry. But why'd you want to tell me all of a sudden? I thought you hated talking about your past.
I felt a little guilty. You shared your story with me earlier, but I didn't tell you mine. At the time, I wasn't about to go telling some stranger all about my past.
Thanks,
But
Shamir.
now I think you're at least somewhat trustworthy. So I told you. That's all.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's nice.
Wow. I'm really
Maybe.
happy to hear that. Especially from you.
Why? Everyone here adores you. I'm sure you hear stuff like that all the time.
All the time?
Probably
Come on, that's an
because she
exaggeration.
is,
I've
I would
always
argue.
felt that you were a more distinguished mercenary than me. Earning recognition from a merc I respect is a real honor.
So if you see
Maybe.
me as some sort of senior mercenary, I guess that makes me the mentor
Oh.
in this relationship.
I guess.
I see. All this time I've
That
been
sounds
treating
good.
you like an equal, but maybe I should have been taking you under my wing instead.
How would you feel if I took you up on that?
Oh,
Seems
fair
like
enough.
fun.
Yeah, well, you know what else is fun? Any person I mentor has to pay for drinks. All of them.
No way! What kind of deal is that?
Just a joke. Sorry. I have no intention of treating you any
There we go.
different.
That was actually pretty wholesome. Obviously not the whole super sad backstory, but that was pretty wholesome. Let's go. Do we have any more of the permanent upgrades? No. Okay. I just really want to get that next class unlocked, like I was saying. But I really don't know what all we need to do, or even if we can here. I thought we could, because there's so many opportunities for building materials here. Let's do a couple more battles then. Because it might very well be another chapter. I don't know. I just think that since it unlocked the class, supposedly, you would think that would mean that the opportunity was there, you know? To do it this chapter. If it's going to specifically tell us that the Asura class was unlocked. And then we can go back to dual wielding. It'll make my life grinding a little bit easier. Like, that's my thought. We can do the rest of the support conversations and everything else later as well.
Anyone comes near, turn them into a pincushion.
You're at a disadvantage here.
Okay, where's the Fortress Knight? I have no idea. Ow. Might as well take care of some of these It's here. Hmm. Oh, come on, we almost. Warlock is conjuring the fog. The issue was, like last time, we had no idea where the Warlock was, and it was actually really hard to find them. Proto fighting at a disadvantage? I can't tell. A lot going on right now. Interesting. It's funny using the Lysithia ability and just seeing enemies go flying. Yeah. Eventually, I mean, I'm the type of player that eventually I'll probably at least play through, even if I could only say get Shamir on this profile. Interesting. Jeez. I didn't even know you could type upside down like that in Twitch show. That's kind of funny. Jeez. Yeah, how are you doing, David? We're just doing some more grinding. Been playing this for a while. I'm trying to get to the last part where we can get the new class for Shez here. Because it showed us that we could, but we don't have the mats to upgrade the actual facility. But I'm pretty sure it has to be this chapter. Looking for the Warlock, stopping the assassin. I still have no idea where this Fortress Knight is, honestly. Probably just keep running through. Yeah, the story's getting pretty crazy. I really didn't think the Alliance would be siding with the Empire against the Kingdom and the Church of all things. But I guess they really did want to... I think they're trying to make it so it's still a unique story for anyone who hadn't played Three Houses. Which I still think it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to people who haven't. But at the same time, they're also trying to make it a little bit different. Hmm.
Whoa, you're pretty strong. I think this is gonna be a problem.
There you go. Oh, that's where the Fortress Knight is. Well, we should probably assign at least one person to defend the Fortress Knight. They're a little bit hurt, but we need to be looking around and making sure that we can't get rid of everything else too. Base captains I don't think are that important in this game. Which is funny, because in the original Fire Emblem Warriors, they weren't too important, those little camps, but it did make it really annoying sometimes. But I think they really did give this a really updated feel compared to the first Warriors. Pretty neat. Let's see. I'm just gonna keep taking strongholds. Well, actually, okay, there's a grappler here.
I'm dragging the others down. Watch closely. I'm not a child.
This is one of those stages that I almost feel would be easier just to struggle through the first time and then just do it again, where you know exactly where the Warlock and everyone is, because this is pretty rough. I actually can't figure out where everyone is. There we go. Another stronghold. Supplies are almost ready. Let's make sure that Hilda's doing alright defending. Yeah, there's an assassin here. I wonder if we can buy the materials actually from the facility for that. I don't know if we've upgraded that facility is the issue to a point where we could. But that could also be a good way to do it. There are any other enemies in here? Doesn't look like it. Make sure that she's still... I don't know at what point it like erases orders, because I swear sometimes you just take control of a unit for a little bit, and it definitely just gets rid of their orders and you have to reassign them to do it. And then by the time I notice they're halfway across the map and we're actually in a bad spot. Mission failed to defeat the messenger. Oh. Interesting. Well, that's not good. Ow. Might not get an S rank for the stage because of that. I just didn't even think about that, honestly. I was still looking for the Warlock for the fog, but that is awkward. Oh, crap, what? Oh, she found the Warlock, what? The Warlock was in this bottom corner. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah. That's good to know. I'll probably have to redo this stage for an S rank. I don't think it's the most necessary thing, but it's nice to get the extra S rank rewards on a lot of these stages. How we've gotten a few of the extra stat upgrade items and whatnot. Oh. Oh, it's just a regular run-of-the-mill enemy. Lardo Divino. What is that haircut? Just, it's that type of thing that I'm always just like, I don't even like, I wear a hat everywhere I go, but like the bowl cut? Interesting. Ooh, it summoned a lot more enemies here. I'll have these two take care of it. We're targeting Shamir. Shamir's right here. Interesting. Alright. There we go. Alright, Hilda's still defending the Tower Knight. Let's have Shamir head this way now. That should end the battle. I hope we've defeated enough enemies here. It is an axe wielder though, so maybe we should run over here with Gez here. Could be the best way to do it.
I'm not going to die yet. Fantastic, Lysithia. You're not just adorable.
Oh wait, no, it's an axe wielder. I thought he was a... No, I'm just dumb. Now I think about it, the cutscene, he did have a sword. We don't bring a lance wielder with us though, and I think the only ones we still have are Leone and Lorenzo, so not like we would have one even if we changed out. It doesn't really matter though, we're clearing him up pretty fast. That wasn't so bad. Yeah, I'm surprised I thought when we failed that one main mission, we might have been in trouble, but it worked out. It worked out, and that's okay. And we somehow still got an S rank. That's hilarious. I'll take it. Silver belt, that could be really good. We're potentially getting some really good weapon upgrades here. We'll just have to invest into them a bit, most likely. Training points, strategy resources. Ken is moving further away. Alright. Increase the HP of allied stronghold captains. Actually, though, that's probably more helpful. Because that's actually actively good in battle. It's not like we're using every single vulnerary. Interesting. Oh my gosh. They paranoid you back. We're trying to get as many resources as we can so we can upgrade to their new class. It's just not happening yet. What do we got? Hilda wants to go on expedition. I'm really not worried about going on expedition. In fact, I think we're at or very close to max affinity with Hilda. What do we got? These types of tradable items. Sure. Oh, we can also do this. Perfect. B-level battalion, sure. We really haven't worried about battalions. It just gives us a little bit of extra attack against certain weapons so far. Alright, what I wanted to do real quick was go to the blacksmith though. See if we can't get that, I think that was a silver weapon even, to be a little bit stronger for Shamir than her current one. She's been sitting on the blessed bow, which is sitting at 50 power. Oh yeah, it's already stronger. That's good to know. And we can increase it even more. Alright, that's a huge increase in power for Shamir. Let's see though, for swords, we're currently using a steel sword. Do we have anything better? Steel sword plus 12, 60 might. Oh, wow. Okay. That's an upgrade for Shez and for Shamir. What about... Okay, we still can't upgrade her signature weapon. It's only 52 might, so like upgrading the steel axe here would probably make her stronger, but I'm just gonna keep her on her signature weapon. Just because if she has one, why not, you know? 93 might, okay. Can we upgrade? Perfect. Alright, that's a huge upgrade to basically everyone's weapons. Which is big, big. Convoy. Where is it? No? Well, except for Hilda's. But Shamir and Shez just got a massive upgrade in damage. Perfect. Alright, back to the strategist. We're clearly getting some of the mats we need to upgrade our stuff, though, which is really, really important. So there's an advanced seal here. Tomahawk here if we get an arrow. Building materials. Let's try and pierce down to the very end. See what that is. 500 enemies? Okay.
Let's earn our keep.
That is technically correct, yeah. Lysithea here, she'll be much better for the Armored Knight. Maybe. That didn't do like any damage. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Lysithea destroys armored enemies. It's crazy. If she hits them. I was hoping that the ZR that we inherited onto Shez because of the affinity would also work really well for defeating armored enemies. I haven't felt that so far, but if it's all going to be armored enemies, we might as well just keep using Lysithea here. Yeah, as long as they don't block, it does a ton of damage to them. Maybe it's just the miasma that does so much damage to them, because the light attack has been more useful for like everything else. Maybe that's it. Well, this stage is all about just defeating as many enemies as we can, as fast as we can. We're not actually doing too much that fast, but let's see what we can do. Yeah, that didn't do too much damage to the Brawler. In fact, let's try and find if there's more Armored Knights, which it doesn't seem like there is. Well, there's one by Shamir, apparently. I was about to say. Down that way, okay. We only have to destroy 500 enemies here. It's not like we need to do specific ones either.
Let's get this mission underway.
If they call for reinforcements, I think that theoretically would be better for us, no? We get the extra gold for completing side missions, but if it summons more enemies, that's more people for us to fight. Might be wrong on that, though. I'd like to get A-bar charged here so that we can just clear these all out in one fell swoop. But I don't know if it's going to happen in time. Yeah, that's a lot of extra enemies. Although, to be fair, I don't know if it's going to be one of those missions where it's only defeat 500 enemies or if something else is going to appear. We're about to find out. I guess Shez takes care of the Armored Knights that are wielding axes pretty fast too. Yeah, there's the enemy commander. Okay, so I'm assuming you have to defeat the bishop and the grappler. Here we go. Okay. Zoom out. Where are they?
I've got it.
There's the bishop. I have Shamir. And my Scythia head down there. Kind of let Hilda do her own thing, honestly. That or, you know what, Hilda moves fast. We'll take over Hilda and go down there. And she has basically all of our weapon points still. So that'll help her do some damage quickly. I'm not worried about the messenger though, we just need to, yeah, defeat the main enemy here. In theory. See how much damage this does. Yeah, not bad. Okay. Ow. I think Scythia almost had A-bar, didn't she? Oh, she has it. Perfect.
My turn. Watch close.
Puts the grappler down. Where's the bishop? Right there. Perfect. That was a pretty fast stage.
I'll leave the cheering to the others.
Ah, sorry, what you mean. Sometimes you just get those bad levels up. There's not a whole lot to be done about it. Yeah, we're still not getting those mats though. I really thought we'd be getting those mats for upgrading the Master Suit here. That was my end goal for the stream, but this is not happening. Black Sand Steel is important, yeah.
What do you think?
Free 4 juices. Ooh, 10 free 4 juices. That's nice. Training points for copper ale, pomegranates. You will deal and receive increased damage during this battle. Okay. Let's hop into this. This seems like kind of a story-ish based one. Okay, maybe not. We're fighting Viscount.
Let's earn our keep.
I mean, honestly, as long as we're not taking too much extra damage here for no reason, dealing increased damage is pretty nice. Yeah, look at how... What? Yeah, as long as we're careful not to just eat a bunch of damage here, that's actually really nice.
This place won't be a problem anymore.
Wow. Crazy. Discount here. Need to make sure we defeat some enemies on the way there, because we've had the issue where we just rush the boss in a situation like this. If that is literally the only objective. And then we don't defeat enough enemies, and it's really awkward.
Seeing you give it your all motivates me too.
Although you would think for a shorter stage, you know, the requirement wouldn't be as steep, but get the feeling the game's not going to be that forgiving. Ah, well. There's the Viscount and Leicester Alliance, huh? Yeah, to be fair, I'm sure not everyone's on board with it becoming a federation, having a king instead of a council, but at the same time, he did make it clear, supposedly only for wartime. Oh, I guess he's just coming back then.
Wait for me, everyone. I'll be back.
Right, then where's everyone else? Have them fight some troops. And reinforcements. There's the random warlock. Yeah, sure. Fired up. Okay. One is by Shez. Okay. Oh, Hilda's fighting the sniper. Gotta be careful about that. Especially since no one else is really nearby, but as long as it doesn't get a shot off, it doesn't matter. Nice. What I'm scared of, though, is if we're taking extra damage, that could have maybe just one-shot Hilda. Oh, we took out the Warlock. Where is he? Yeah, alright. Let's just take out the Viscount. Hey, did. Nice.
My accomplishments won't mean a thing if I'm not still standing when the battle's over.
Thanks, Shamir.
Qualifies here in Fodlan.
That was a really fast stage. In fact, we did it so fast I am worried we didn't kill enough enemies. But it's fine. No, we did enough. Perfect. Ah, come on. Strike resources. All these extra fights. I mean, they could be good, but I'm not gonna worry about them, honestly, for the most part. Sure. Arcane crystals. Take the Curse to Shia Sword. Ooh, +8. Interesting. Extra strength, yep. 5 strength, that's crazy. Alright, was that what we needed? I still can't tell. It's weird how it pops us out here instead of next to the, you know. Okay, we can't. That's fine.
Allow me to assist with
Is
any
that...
matters regarding the facilities.
And... like that. Camp is now level B. Okay. Reforging. Forge more than 10 times. Reforging offers a way to raise their maximum forge count. Interesting. Reduce the cost of gifts. Increase the type of weapon. We'll do this for now. Wait, was quality building material what we need, though, for the training grounds? Let's make sure before we spend it all. No, it's elite training gear, lavish building material. How did we get that then? I'm so confused. Interesting.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
Go to the supply master. Let's see. Maybe quality building material. Oh, we can. Dang it. If that's the case, we probably could have been doing that from the start. What is it? So, merchant's license. Veteran training gear, was it? I think it was this. Oh, we don't have enough smithing stones. Well, let's get rid of some of our stuff here then. I didn't need quality building material. Oops. That's awkward. We also don't need much of this basic building material. Let's get some smithing stones from this. Shall we? For equipment. Honestly, anything that's iron here can probably just go. We're at the point where we probably have things stronger. Same with the Venom as well. Especially like the steel gauntlets. We don't use anybody with gauntlets. Let's just get rid of all of them except the very top. Let's see. Steel, iron. It's 39. Okay. Great smithing stones. So it was... Hold on. Do we not have the ability? I think I just wasted a bunch of smithing stones there, but...
Everything has its use.
I know we just checked, but I can't remember now. Okay, so we need... One last time. Elite training gear, lavish building material. Lavish, elite training gear.
Let me know if I may be of further service.
Lavish, elite training gear.
Supplies are the life
Oh, no,
blood
we
of the
can't.
army.
That's really awkward. Huh. Interesting. We could get more of those, but... Interesting. Maybe it isn't until the next chapter, then. Because honestly, from the looks of things, we might not be able to get that next class until the next chapter. I can't really see another way that that's possible. Let's set up the forge real quick. and then kind of see. But I might go ahead and just do a little bit more tidying up, and then we'll call it a stream. And I'll do some more, including those 2 extra stages on my own. I don't think it'll be anything important. You can just restore the weapon. Oh, no, okay. We don't want to do that. So we could have been restoring some of these weapons to get some of this stuff back. I didn't think about that. Oops. In that case, though, let's just double check. Yeah, everyone whose weapons that we are using basically can be upgraded. Killer Tome, maybe. No, okay. So it just lets us... Oh, okay, so it lets us reforge, get the materials back. That makes a lot of sense. Steel, killer lance, killer bow. What is Shamir currently using? She's using a blessed bow with 75 might. We don't have a killer bow. Let's repair the killer bow. See what that does at base. 68 base might means it's probably stronger than what we have. Interesting. Killer axe. Again, we could probably get something stronger. Let's grab the killing edge real quick too. We could probably grab something that's better for Hilda, but I'm just going to keep her on her weapon for the most part, if I had to guess. So, what? 134 might? You're kidding. That's crazy. Okay, we're going to be using the Crustacea sword then. Okay, we can only do the might then. That's fine. That's 170 might. That's a massively stronger sword for her. Where's the killer bow? It's 568. Oh, we can't upgrade it because it takes black sand steel. Well, I'll try to decide if I want to use that stuff. But that's a massive upgrade for Shea as well. I didn't realize how much stronger that sword was going to be. Loses a fair bit of... we only lose 13 durability, actually. Nice. Jeez. Alright though, guys. We've been streaming for a long time. I'm actually going to go ahead and call the stream there. Like I said, I'll probably complete those extra 2 mini stages on my own time, just so we can get straight back into that next chapter as soon as possible. We'll go over all the support info, all that extra stuff, and I'll do some grinding, try and get some of those S rank bonuses as well. But thanks everyone who stopped by. I think a few people did, and I will catch you later.